A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters.
Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll join Chief Cody and Tim Collins, rookie fireman, at the scene of the great tenement fire, where the ruins of the building, now smoldering in the dim light of early dawn, lie collapsed in the street. As the hose-men from the engine companies drench the charred timbers with streams of water, Chief Cody hunts Joe Ferguson, suspected as the arsonist who caused this desolation. But before we join the manhunt, here's a message. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to the scene of the tenement fire, where you remember Tim Collins and Fire Chief Cody are about to start searching for missing Joe Ferguson, the man who is suspected of having set fire to the tenement in the dead of night. And just a moment ago, a short distance away, Private Murphy of Hook and Ladder Company 3-1s heard a familiar voice raised in argument with a police officer.
So what, officer? Them 2 suitcases belongs to me.
Well, what do you know if it ain't my pal Joe Ferguson and Officer Martin has him by the collar?
Listen, it's cold. It's late. It's almost morning. You're supposed to be here to watch that fire line. Now go on and watch it. Lay off people that lost everything they own in the fire.
Well, now, Mr. Ferguson, that sure is tough.
Huh? Hey, you was there, fireman. You saw how everything I owned got all burned up in that fire. Creepers, I almost even lost my wife.
Yeah, you lost everything you owned except those 2 suitcases you had stacked here across the street behind the signboard. Come on, Ferguson, you better come along with me. Chief Cody wants to talk to you.
Collins, how is Mrs. Ferguson coming along?
Well, First Aid wants to take her to the hospital, Chief Cody. She's had a bad shock, but, well, they don't think they'd better move her yet.
She's hurt?
No, sir, just minor burns from flame that reached out through the windows when we sent her down the lifeline from the top floor of that tenement.
Then why don't they take her to the hospital?
Well, she refuses to go, sir, until her husband turns up.
Poor soul. He's a bad actor, that husband of hers. Stand by the first aid station, Collins. Let me know as soon as Murphy finds Ferguson. If he does.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to order the 2nd and 3rd call companies back to their stations. 2nd and 3rd call companies. 2nd and 3rd call officers, attention. Pick up and pull out. 2nd and 3rd call companies, return to your stations. 1st call company, begin to overhaul.
Come on, get along over here now. Come on.
Who's that?
It's me, Chief. It's Murphy.
Well, what luck? Did you find?
Come on, you. Step out of those shadows.
Quit shopping, will you?
All right, get up there where the Chief could see you.
Oh, Ferguson. Nice work, Murphy. I'll remember this.
So will I. Don't you forget it.
Quiet, you.
Murphy, I'll take charge of this man.
Yes, sir.
Report to your company commander.
Yes, sir.
Tell him 3-1's company is to rope off this street at both ends of the block. I'll keep everybody out until the arson squad is through with the wreckage.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Kennedy. Order to the Chief.
You, Ferguson, stand by there till I'm ready for you. Or I'll lay you out flatter than that tenement. You hear me?
You can't do this to me. I'm a citizen. I'm a taxpayer.
Oh. Searchlight company. Give the overhaul companies more light. Engine 209. Drop a line into that cellar. Now pump out that cellar. All right, Ferguson. I'm ready for you now.
Listen, I get a train to catch. My wife, she's waiting at the station for me right now. She ought to be.
Oh, she is?
Look, Chief, I told you hours ago. She and me were leaving town. That's why I was up in the middle of the night getting packed to move, and then I smelled the smoke, and I run out and pulled the alarm. It saved everybody's life. Creepers, some folks would call me a hero.
Ferguson, I'm not going to waste time on you. Look at the case we have.
A hot case you got against me.
That fire was set. We know a full bottle of kerosene was stolen from the second-floor tenement and used to start a dozen fires throughout the cellar and in the air shaft. We find you, fully dressed in the middle of the night, lurking in the crowd, watching the fire.
I told you 20 times it was me pulled the alarm.
Quiet. What's more, you had an insurance policy in your pocket. A policy covering your furniture that got burned up. And, my friend, those details add up to arson in any court.
Yeah? Would I run out and leave my own wife to burn to death?
Well, that's where you miscalculated, Ferguson. You expected her to wake up in time to escape when we cleared the others out of the building. Yeah. The one sign of human feeling you showed tonight was when you thought your wife was doomed.
Well, Media's a good kid. Most times she does just what I tell her. Now, listen, I told her she should be at the station. We got to get that early train. Now, look, Chief, don't make me keep her waiting.
You're right, Ferguson. She's been waiting long enough. Come on with me.
Huh? I can go now?
You cannot. Come over here to the first aid station and bring those 2 suitcases with you.
Hey, Collins. Hooksy Collins.
Huh? You calling me, Murphy?
Wake up, kid. You want to fall off the truck? Oh, hang on yourself.
What's the idea riding along with your eyes closed?
Oh, man, if we got a call right now to a 5-alarm fire, you know what I'd do?
Oh, lie down right in the middle of it and go to sleep.
You said it. Ah, what a night. There's one good thing. It's almost 8 o'clock.
All right. First platoon is coming on duty. It's up to them to clean up the truck and put her back in service.
Well, here we are, Hooksy. Home again. Swing off the truck there so as Pete can back her in.
Yeah. All clear, Pete. Back her in.
First platoon, turn out. Break out that polish. You got housework to do.
Look at their faces, Murphy.
Come on, you housemaids. We want all 3 ones all shined up when we get back tonight. Oh, hey, Hooksy, how about some breakfast?
I'm going home for a break.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going home and pound a hole in my pillow until report time tonight.
Fire Department headquarters. Chief Cody speaking. The Daily Press? Oh, hello, Murchison. Well, this fellow Ferguson made a full confession. Yes, like most of these arsonists, he must have a screw loose somewhere. Yeah, married to a fine woman like that wife of his, and yet he dreams up a crazy plan that might have destroyed a dozen whole families, as well as that tenement they lived in. Yeah, all for the sake of a few dollars insurance money. Oh, yes, of course. I want young Collins to get full credit. It was a mighty fine job he did, mighty fine. Yeah, that's right. Son of Ben Collins. You know, Ben was chief of the department for years. Write it up any way you like. Count on me for cooperation anytime, Murchison. Anytime at all. All right, goodbye. Well, guess my report is complete. Grover! Where in blazes is that clerk of mine gone? Come in. Just when I wanted... Well, who's this? The whole Collins family?
Oh, no, Chief Cody, only me.
Well, you're welcome as the flowers in spring. Where's Jimmy? Where's your brother, Judy?
Oh, they only sent me, Chief Cody. Jimmy was mad, but they said one was enough. I said I was sure you'd do it if I asked you.
Do what, Trudy? Anything I can do for an old friend, just say the word.
Chief Cody, sir, I am not here as an old friend. I am here as
What?
As...
We're not friends anymore, Trudy?
Well,
now, that's bad news. What have I done?
Oh, no, Chief, we're still friends, but, well, they sent me, don't you see?
They? Who's they?
All the kids at Northside School. So I'm not a friend, Chief Cody. I'm a delegation.
Oh, I see. Yes. A delegation to ask for what?
For you to come to Northside School to be our fire prevention speaker tomorrow. It's 11 o'clock sharp. Assembly is. So will you please say yes?
Now, don't get the old man all mixed up. You say the boys and girls at Northside School want a speaker for assembly. Speaker from the fire department?
Yes, sir. So they sent me on account of knowing you so well.
Trudy, I wish I could, but tomorrow at 11 I'll be meeting with the Fire Prevention Committee of the Commerce Club.
Oh, Chief Cody. Oh, dear, now what'll I do?
No, don't give up. I'll get you speaker.
Oh, but I promised it would be you.
Hello, switchboard. Get me Private Timothy Collins. That's right, Tim Collins. Yes, I have a special duty for him tomorrow at Northside School.
Oh, you're going to send Tim. Oh, next to you, Chief Cody. I'd rather have Tim best of all.
Hello. Oh, hello, Mrs. Collins. This is Chief Cody. Yes, I'd like to speak to Private Collins, if you please. It's very important.
Well, what do you suppose Tim Collins, rookie fireman, is going to think when he hears of this special duty at Northside School? Tim is a firefighter, one of the best. And maybe he'll think things will be pretty quiet up at the school Trudy and Jimmy attend. But where Tim Collins goes, action follows. So don't miss the excitement at the big modern school building in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's something else you want to hear. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody with your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to make a checklist of methods of fire prevention that have come to your attention. You know, most of the common fire hazards can be found in your home and school. Now, put together what you know. Jot down a list of steps you can take to make your home and your school safer places for yourself, your friends, and your family. Make that list and keep it handy for constant reference. That is all. Goodbye for now. You'll be hearing from me soon.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back on the same station the next time you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, Firefighters!
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ann Sothern and Robert Young in A Night to Remember. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We can't ration the springtime, but this is one year when it's strictly unpatriotic to get spring fever. There's too much work to be done. And in case you're a bit tired after today's work, we have just the cure for what ails you. It's a little spring tonic called A Night to Remember. And we've received some very convincing testimonials about it from motion picture audiences throughout the nation. Columbia Studios made the picture, and we've been lucky enough to get Robert Young and Ann Sothern as our stars tonight. It took a little doing, too, because they're both very busy over at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Ann has been working in the picture Swing Shift Maisie, and Bob in Slightly Dangerous. But tonight we've cast them as detectives in an engaging comedy mystery. It all happens in New York's Greenwich Village, where a mystery story writer and his wife settle down to look for atmosphere. They find it all too quickly when a corpse appears in the backyard. We had a surprise last week, too, but a more pleasant one. We discovered that when some people buy Lux Flakes, they have to take it home on a dog sled. We received a photograph from the northern part of Alberta, in Canada, which proves it. It was a picture of a trapper with his sled and dog team. And there on the sled, believe it or not, was a carton of Lux Flakes. The hard-packed snow looked a little cold to the Southern California eye, and the trapper was bundled up to his ears. In the background was a forest of spruce. The branches were laden with snow. According to the letter, the picture was taken just 4 miles off the New Alaska Highway. That morning, Mrs. DeMille had picked an armful of roses in our garden in Hollywood. So it just goes to show that you'll find Lux Flakes on the job everywhere, even if it takes a dog team to get it there. Now we present the first act of A Night to Remember. starring Robert Young as Jeff Troy and Ann Sothern as Nancy. You are now entering Greenwich Village, New York. Population unknown, but interesting. Boundary lines uncertain. Principal industries, art in all its branches. Antiques, boot blacking, spaghetti houses, tea rooms, bar rooms, and rooms to let. Here the artist rubs shoulders with the fake, and the fake rubs shoulders with the phony. You can't tell which is which, for the streets are dark at night, and a good thing, too. Here are great modern apartments, where the rents are sky high. And here are artists' gloomy garrets, where the rents are sky high, too. It's old, it's crooked, it's musty, it's dusty. It's Greenwich Village.
Here you are, number 50 Gay Street.
Thank you. Our new home, Jeff. Come on.
So this is it, huh?
Yes, there. Isn't it too wonderful?
Well, it's kind of somber looking, isn't it?
Oh, darling, you've made up your mind already. You're not going to like it, haven't you?
Oh, no. I think it's all right. It's fine.
Well, anyway, there'll be a lot of people around, and you'll have a chance to meet them and talk with them and find out what goes on inside of them.
Uh-huh.
That'll be 75 cents. You need any help with the grip?
No, thanks. Here. You know, this building looks familiar to me.
It's familiar to me, all right. I got the biggest tip I ever got in my life out of that joint. $25 for hauling away a couple of sticks.
Huh? What did you... Hey! Did you hear what he said?
Yes. Trying to be funny, wasn't he?
I hope so.
Well, come on, sweet. You love the apartment. I just know it.
Sure.
Well, of course, I rented it at noon. In the evening like this, well, it's bound to look a little dreary.
Sure.
Well, ring the bell, dear. I know you'll be able to write down here, darling, really write.
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, don't keep saying sure. Don't you like the place?
Why, sure. Certainly. Old stiffs, buildings have always interested me. Of course, I never lived in one.
Well, Jeff, this one's really got atmosphere.
Sure has. Say, why doesn't someone answer the door?
Oh, ring it again, dear.
Are you sure it was 50 Gay Street?
Oh, I'm positive
Oh, good evening.
Hello.
What do you want?
Well, I'm Mrs. Troy. Don't you remember me?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't see you.
And this is Mr. Troy. Dear, this is Mr. Turner.
How do you do, Mr. Turner? Didn't expect you till next Thursday.
Oh, I know, but we thought as long as the apartment was vacant, we could come a little earlier. My husband's anxious to get to work, aren't you, dear?
We'll be glad to pay for the extra few days. That's not the point. I haven't had the lights connected yet. Besides, the housekeeper hasn't finished cleaning the place.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way. It ought to be here any minute.
I'm afraid we'll just have to make the best of it. That is, if it's all right with you, Mr. Turner. I suppose it has to be. Come in. Got some candles in the place. You have to get by with those for tonight.
What was that?
Well, it wasn't a 6 o'clock whistle.
No. Oh, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner.
What are you yelling about? Stop it.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Shut up. What happened again?
I was cleaning in the basement and that thing, whatever it is, crawled across my feet.
That thing? What thing?
The thing.
Why don't you keep quiet? Go on now.
But it's true. I couldn't move. It held me to the floor. Oh, Mr. Turner, I'm not going down in that basement again. I don't care if you fire me.
I'll fire you right now if you don't shut up. Now go in my apartment and wait for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Salter is a little crazy. She keeps imagining that some big animal crawls across her feet.
Oh, yes.
Well, shall we go upstairs and take a look at our little nest?
Well, Jeff, it's not upstairs.
Huh?
No, it's downstairs.
In the basement?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just full of surprises, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Mr. Troy, your wife tells me you're a novelist. That's funny. She never told me.
Well, darling, I don't tell you everything.
What kind of books do you write?
Well, up to now, nothing but murder mysteries.
Murder mysteries?
Yes, you know the kind. With blood seeping under the door and all that horrible stuff. But my husband's next book is about Greenwich Village. A love story.
I see. Well, here's your place. You'll find the candles over the fireplace.
Thank you.
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Thank you.
I hope you get through the night all right. Huh?
Thank you. Oh, Jeff, I'll get the candle. It must be right over here.
Place has an echo.
Oh, it'll be different when the furniture gets in.
I hope so.
Have you got a match, dear?
Yeah, I did have one. Wait a minute.
Here's the candle. Wait until you see the... Jeff?
Huh?
Jeff? That thing.
What thing?
It's on my foot. It's crawling on me.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. It's my typewriter case. I just put it down there.
Oh, Jeff.
Don't be silly. Where's the candle?
Wasn't that ridiculous of me? As if anything could be crawling around here.
Oh, I don't know. Now that I see the place, it's quite possible.
Jeff.
You know, I've got the strangest feeling. Nancy, I've been in this room before.
Well, how could you? It's been vacant for years.
Everything looks familiar. Those windows and that door and the fireplace.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Okay. Well, show me around, huh? Where's the bedroom?
Oh, well, this is the bedroom, dear.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
Well, where's the living room?
Well, this is the living room, too, dear.
Oh, I see. And the dining room?
This is the dining room, dear.
Yes, I get it.
Oh, but it's very convenient, darling, and it has got a kitchenette.
Well, that's fine. What's this, a closet? Sort of small, isn't it?
Well, Jeff, that's the bathroom.
Oh, so it is.
The closet is over there.
The closet?
Uh-huh.
One closet?
Uh-huh. Oh, but Jeff, there's the loveliest little garden outside.
A garden? Oh, well, I can hang my clothes out there. Sure.
Oh, now, darling, please.
Hey, look at this. A horseshoe.
A horseshoe. Right in the middle of the floor.
I wonder how they got a horse down those steps.
Oh, Jeff, you know what that is. That's good luck finding a horseshoe. Now, close your eyes and make a wish.
Okay. I wish my dear wife had never found this dump.
And I wish my dear husband weren't such a dope. I wish he'd just soak up some of this lovely atmosphere and write a bestseller in which no one was murdered. I wish my dear husband would kiss me.
Well, that wish you can have.
Oh, darling. Please say everything's all right.
You want me to?
Yes.
Everything's all right.
I know, you're just hungry. We'll get out of here and get something to eat. That'll make you feel better.
Just getting out of here will help. Come on. Put out the candle.
There's a little restaurant just around the corner, darling.
Fine.
Oh, and I ought to telephone the moving men, too. Oh, Jeff, I didn't tell you.
What?
In that little garden outside, there's a fountain. Isn't that wonderful?
A fountain? Well, what do you know? Now, how have I managed to get along all these years without a fountain?
Wait, Anne?
Anne who?
Anne, wait a minute. Anne? Why, Nancy. Well, where on earth did you come from?
Where did you come from? I haven't seen you in ages.
Well, I've been 2 years at least. Let me look at you. You look wonderful.
I never was so glad to see anybody in my life.
Well, neither was I. Oh, Anne, this is my husband, Jeff Troy.
How do you do?
This is Anne Stafford, dear.
Anne Scott. I'm married, too.
Oh.
Well, congratulations to both you girls.
Oh. Well, Anne, do you live here?
Yes, I live on the second floor.
Well, how wonderful. We do, too.
What?
Yes, we just moved into the basement apartment.
The basement apartment?
Uh-huh.
Well, why did you move here? I mean, did somebody tell you that... Oh, I'm so mixed up. I don't know what I'm saying. Well, I have to be running along. I'm terribly late. Goodbye, Nancy.
Well, goodbye, Anne. Well, for heaven's sake, that was a funny way to ask, wasn't it? What's she so upset about?
Well, I guess she's jealous.
Jealous of what?
Well, for years she's wanted that thing that crawls in the basement, and now you've got it.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. She's married, too, you know.
Well, let's see.
Well, hello, stranger. I'm Polly.
Hello, Polly. I'm a stranger. My wife is right outside telephoning. Now, beat it, kid.
Oh, now, it's all right. I own this place.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Welcome to Polly's Tea Shoppy.
Is that what it is? Looks like a bar roomie.
Oh, same thing, Sonny. What are you, a sculptor, painter, writer?
Just hungry.
Writer, huh?
Oh, Jeff, while I was in the telephone booth, I overheard a man that is, excuse me.
Darling, this is Polly.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Polly. And my name is Nancy.
How do you do?
What did you say, Nancy, while you were in the telephone booth? You overheard what?
Well, you see that man over there, the big one standing by the bar?
Yeah.
I heard him talking in the next booth, and he was threatening someone.
Who? Did he mention any names? No.
Well, why worry about a phone conversation? If you'd been minding your own business, you wouldn't have heard him.
But he was telling whoever it was to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they can't meet in the phone booth. Did you say our apartment?
Yes, dear. I distinctly heard him say basement apartment, 50 Gay Street. 50 Gay? Are you sure? Yes.
Why does that surprise you, Polly?
Why, I live there.
Oh.
Yes, I have an apartment on the second floor.
Well, we're neighbors. We just took the basement apartment.
The basement? Well, that's fine. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Say, what's so funny about our apartment? I mean, outside of what we know.
Jeff, I'm scared.
Oh, don't be scared. Where's the man? Point him out.
Well, there he is. That big fellow by the bar.
The one with the scar on his face?
Yeah. He's enough to scare anybody.
Well, not me. I'll go over and see what it's all about.
Jeff, no, you'll get hurt. Now, don't be a fool.
I've always been a fool.
Jeff, come back. You know what happened the last time.
Hiya, pal. How's everything going?
You talking to me?
Certainly. Well, I guess you don't know me, do you? But I think we ought to have a little conversation.
Get out of here.
What's the matter?
I don't know you, and I don't want to know you, see?
Now, just a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
You.
Jeff, stop. No, Jeff, he's too big. Jeff, look out. Jeff, you see, I told you. Oh, Jeff, darling, Jeff.
Come on, quickly before the cops. Everybody back to the tables, please. Hey, lady, please, get your husband out.
Oh,
please.
keep quiet, Jeff. Jeff, look at me. Speak to me. Jeff, speak to me.
Oh. Is that fella gone?
Yeah?
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Oh.
Come on, darling, lean on me.
I'm all right.
I left the candle right over here. Here it is.
Oh. Home at last. No place like home, is there?
No, and you must feel terrible. Sit down, dear.
Where, on the floor? Hey, listen. You hear something?
Why, yes. It sounds like water running.
Must be in the bathroom. Well, for the love of... Bring the candle here.
Turn it off, darling.
Well, that's funny. Tub's full of water.
Well, it wasn't running when we... Jeff, you realize what it means? That man from the restaurant has been here.
Oh, you stop being ridiculous. Why would he want to fill the bathtub?
Well, maybe he wanted to wash off the blood after the beating you gave him.
Thank you, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Jeff, how did that get in the tub?
The horseshoe.
Did you put it there?
Why would I put a horseshoe in a tub of water?
Jeff, there's something... I don't like this.
Neither do I. But I've got the solution.
What?
Let's move.
No. I've paid 2 months in advance, and we're going... What'd you say?
Shut up. Listen.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff. There's something moving. It's over there. It's in the closet.
No, keep calm. Keep calm.
Oh, let's get out of here.
Wait. Don't you think we ought to go and find out what this is all about?
Aren't you scared?
I was scared when I came in. I'm petrified now.
Oh.
Listen, you go and stand over by the door.
Yeah.
If you hear anything unusual, run like the devil and leave the door open for me.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Open the closet.
Ready?
I think so. But go on, open it.
Hey. Stop screaming.
What's there? What is it?
It's a turtle.
Jeff, don't joke.
It's a turtle, I tell you. Come here and look. See?
Why, it is a turtle.
He's a big old rascal, too. Look at him.
Darling. The crawling monster on a housekeeper's feet.
That's right.
Of course. Oh, look, there's carving on his back.
They're initials, see? BP, MW, LS, JT, JT. Well, they're my initials. Hey, do you remember my telling you this place looked familiar?
Yes.
Well, it is. This used to be a speakeasy.
No.
Sure, this was Harry's place.
A speakeasy?
And this is Old Hickory. Why, he was a pet around here. Those initials on his back were the Roll of Honor.
Roll of Honor?
Mm-hmm. Every New Year's Eve, they had a drinking contest, and the last man on his feet was placed on the Roll of Honor.
Oh, darling, and you only made it once.
Well, I only competed once. So, those were the days.
So that's what the cab driver meant.
Who?
The cab driver. He said he got $25 for hauling away a couple of stiffs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I thought it was a bargain rate for hiding bodies.
I don't know. Around here, they do things pretty cheap. Well, come on, old Hickory. I'll put you to bed.
Where did he sleep?
He used to sleep out by the fountain in the garden.
Oh, Turtle. Well, that's a relief.
Sure. Frightened over nothing.
Don't you feel foolish?
I always do.
So do I. Except Jeff.
Except what?
Except the turtle couldn't have filled that bathtub.
Oh. No. Who is it?
Moving men.
Oh.
The moving men at last.
Come on in. What hell's you up?
Sorry, buddy, sorry. What do you want, the junk?
Right in here. It's not junk, so take it easy.
Okay, Flanagan, bring it down.
Okay.
Hey, what's this? Hey!
Come on, open up. Open up.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Open the door.
Oh, just a second. Oh, what's the excitement? Oh, who are you?
Police department, lady.
Please?
Sorry to wake you up so early, but we had a report that a man was sunbathing in your garden.
Sunbathing? Oh, it must be Jeff. Jeff, where are you?
Take a look, Joe.
Okay.
Well, I'm not so sure I like this.
Oh, that's too bad.
If my husband wants to lie down in our private garden, I can't see it's any of your business.
No? Did you know he was out there?
Well, no, I've been asleep. You must have gotten up early. Jeff!
Better not go out there, lady.
Why not?
We don't want him disturbed, see?
Well, is he asleep? I'll wake him up.
Too late, lady. He's dead.
He's dead. He's...
Now look what you done, Joe. She's fainted.
Dames can't stand anything, can they? Pick her up.
Hey, what's going on here?
Who are you?
I live here. I went out to get some groceries and Nancy, what's the matter with her? What's wrong here?
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. There's been a murder, that's all.
A murder? A murder? Oh.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter with him?
You feel all right now, Mr. Troy?
Yeah, I'm okay. I thought he was talking about my wife, that's all.
Yes, and I thought he was talking about you, darling.
Well, if you're both up to it, I'll have to ask you to look at the body. Okay?
Well, I guess so.
Sure.
Take that sheet off the body, Joe.
Right.
Jeff.
Well, you recognize him?
Yeah, it's the man who was in the restaurant.
What's his name?
We don't know.
How long have you known him?
Well, we don't know him. We never saw him before last night when my husband had a fight with him.
Oh, yeah? Where?
In the restaurant.
How about this, Mr. Troy?
That's right.
So you admit exchanging blows with him?
Oh, there was no exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Oh, now, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Oh, what's a little push? You didn't kill him, did you?
Just a minute. Mr. Troy, I want you to take a look at this thing here. You ever seen it before?
Of course.
Why, certainly. That's my husband's horseshoe.
Oh, your husband's, huh?
Yes, it's his good luck charm.
Well, it might be good luck for some people, but this man here was murdered with it.
Act 2 of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Sothern and Robert Young, will follow in just a moment. Tonight we have a new Between the Acts feature to offer you, an interview with someone you never thought you'd hear. Frankly, we don't know how to explain it ourselves, except to say that radio is a very strange thing. But our guest tonight is a big white bird carrying a little black bag. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stork, a bird who hasn't time to catch his breath these days. Fly right up to the microphone, Dr. Stork.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'll just stay here where I can sit down, if you don't mind.
Keeping you pretty busy, are they?
Busy? Why, Mr. Kennedy, I should say so. Nearly 3 million babies I brought here in America last year. And this year... Oh, well, I declare I don't know what I'll do if this keeps up. After all, one pair of wings can do just so much.
Well, Dr. Stork, in a way, you know, you have the easiest part of the job. You just bring them. You don't have to take care of them.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. Every time I drop one of the little darlings down the chimney, I deliver a bundle of washing problems.
Oh, but washing babies' things is no problem.
No?
Not with new improved Lux Flakes, Doctor. Why, those richer, longer-lasting suds take out the dirt like nobody's business and leave babies' woolies soft and warm and unshrunken. Help them last longer, too.
You don't say.
And Lux is so gentle. Diapers washed in Lux Flakes never have any harmful alkali left in them to irritate baby's tender skin. You know how important that is, Doctor.
Oh, very.
Perhaps we could work out a deal. We'll supply you with new, improved Lux, and then every time you bring a baby, you bring along a box of Lux Flakes, too.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, I don't think that's necessary. I think I've got a simpler solution.
What?
I'll whisper this in every baby's ear. Tell your mother to use Lux for washing everything you wear.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Sothern as Nancy and Robert Young as Jeff. Nancy and Jeff have told their story to Detective Hankin, who didn't believe a word of it. In the gloomy apartment in the basement, the cross-examination continues.
So you heard the deceased talking over the phone?
I told you. He made an appointment to meet somebody here in our apartment.
Therefore, we can assume that the person who killed him lives in this building.
I wouldn't be so anxious to make that point, Mr. Troy. After all, you live here, too.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
All right, inside, Turner. Here's the manager of the joint, Chief.
Well, hello, Turner. Still hanging around the old joint, huh?
I own the building.
Well, I'm not surprised. The prices you and Harry used to get for that bathtub gin.
Hey, were you Harry's partner?
Up to a certain point, he was Harry's partner, weren't you, Turner? And then one day, poor old Harry turned up missing. Didn't he, Turner?
I don't know what happened to Harry. He and I never had any trouble. We got along fine.
You mean you got along fine? Did you take a look at the stiff, Turner?
Yes.
Good. You know him?
Yes, his name is Louis Kaufman.
How long have you known him?
Oh, about 3 months.
How well?
That's about all.
You know where he lived?
Yes.
Where? Come on, where?
He lived here. On the 3rd floor.
Now, we're getting someplace.
Wait a minute. Look, Inspector, if he lived on the 3rd floor, why did he tell somebody to meet him here in our apartment?
Maybe he didn't tell somebody to meet him here in your apartment.
But you're forgetting. My wife told you that she heard him make the date over the phone.
Oh, no. I'm not forgetting what your wife told me.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not insinuating...
Sit down, Sonny.
Now, just a moment.
You heard what he said. Be seated.
Inspector, if I'm a suspect in this case, I've got a right to be heard.
A suspect? Who's a suspect?
What do you want to say?
Well, in the first place, I think you're going about this thing all wrong.
My, I'm sorry to hear that.
Look, Inspector, why don't you let me take this guy down to headquarters where we can have a nice, quiet talk?
Here. You let go of him. He's my husband.
Let him go, Bowling. He may have some ideas. He writes detective stories.
Yeah? Oh, sure, Jeff Troy. Well, I read one of your books, Mr. Troy. Murder on the Terrace.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I thought it stank.
Much obliged.
Go ahead, Mr. Troy. What were you saying?
Well, in the first place, you've no reason to think that my wife is lying.
Who said I was lying?
Now.
All right. Your wife told the truth. Now what do we do?
Follow it up. Find out who was talking to the dead man over the phone. Question everybody in this building.
Thank you so very much, sir. But do you mind if I take one look at the dead man's apartment first?
Go ahead, but you're wasting time. You probably won't find a thing up there.
Apartment 3B. This it, Turner?
Yes. You mind if I come in, Inspector?
Oh, what's the use, Mr. Troy? We're not going to find anything. Open the door, Bowling.
Well, for the love of... Hey.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you were right, Mr. Troy. There isn't even any furniture here.
You see? What did I tell you?
Yeah? How did you know?
Well, I didn't know.
Uh-huh. What about this, Turner?
I don't understand it.
Did Kaufman have furniture?
Of course.
When did you last see it?
Last time I was up here, a couple of days ago.
He moved all of his furniture out of here without you knowing it? What sort of furniture did he have?
Oh, the usual thing. I didn't pay any attention to it.
What color were the drapes at the windows?
I don't remember.
You've got the same bad memory you had when your partner Harry disappeared, haven't you, Turner?
No, I just don't remember.
Hey, boss.
Well?
There's somebody in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Get back, everybody. Bowling, you cover the door while I open it.
Okay.
All right, come on out, Mother Hubbard.
Mrs. Salter.
Oh, I haven't done anything. Honest, I haven't.
Who is this?
Mrs. Salter, the housekeeper.
Honest, Mr. Turner, I don't know anything about it.
About what?
About the furniture disappearing and whatever else has happened.
What makes you think anything else has happened?
And I saw the police arrive out of my window, so I came in here to see what I could see out of those back windows. Then I saw that all the furniture was gone.
But why did you hide in the closet?
Well, I just told you. I was looking out of my front window when the police arrived, so I came in here to see what I could see out of those back windows. Then I noticed that all the furniture was gone. Naturally, I was excited, and then I heard you coming, and I hid in the closet.
You heard me coming, and then you hid in the closet. Why?
Inspector, I can tell you why she hid in the closet.
Yeah?
Sure. She was looking out her front window when she heard the police come. So then she came in here to see what she could see out of the back. Then she found all the furniture gone. Naturally, she was excited. Then she heard somebody coming, and she hid in the closet. I should be a detective.
Get out of here.
What? Get out! All right. Don't get sore. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
That's all right.
You want to go up?
Yes, thanks.
My name's Troy. I live in the basement.
Yes?
You live here?
My name is Scott.
Oh, yes. We met your wife yesterday. How do you do, Mr. Scott?
Excuse me, will you? I'm in a hurry.
Sure. Sorry.
Stop, come here, quick.
It isn't Scott. It's me.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Polly.
I thought you were someone else.
You thought I was Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Well, there's been a lot of excitement around here today, hasn't there?
Yes, I was watching things from my window.
Oh, you were, huh? Hey, is that coffee that I smell?
Yes.
Smells great. I love coffee.
Well,
thanks. It's very kind of you, Polly.
Okay, come on in.
Say, this is a cozy little place.
Thank you. How do you like your coffee?
Oh, just as it comes, please. Say, you've got a cozy little place here.
You said that before.
Oh, so I did. Yeah. Nice boy.
What?
That photograph on the desk. Nice-looking boy.
Oh, that's my son. I keep him in a school upstate.
Oh, where do you keep his father?
About as far away as possible. I'm a divorcee.
Oh. By the way, did you know the man that was killed was the same fellow that was in the restaurant last night?
Why, yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me that he lived in this house?
Well, have some more coffee, Mr. Taylor.
Hey!
Oh, I'm so
Well-
sorry. I spilled it all over you, didn't I?
Well, that's all right. It's perfectly all right. I love coffee.
No, don't use your handkerchief. Here, I'll get a dish towel.
Oh, don't bother. Say, your tablecloth's soaking. I'll take it off for you, huh?
No, it's all right, really.
Think nothing of it, Polly. Say, there's a letter under here.
Let me have it, please.
A little wet, I'm afraid.
Give me the letter.
No harm done, though. You can still read the address.
Please.
Andrew Brule, 507...
Give me that letter.
Well. Who is he, the boyfriend? What's all the excitement?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell like that.
This must be pretty important.
Well, I just forgot to mail it, that's all.
I see. A love letter, huh?
May I have it now? Please.
No, don't reach.
Pretty, please.
No, stop, you're tickling me. No.
Hello?
Hello. Oh. Hello, Nancy.
Hello. I'm sorry, I forgot to knock.
Well, we were just kidding around.
Yes, about this letter.
Yes, about this letter.
Yes, about the letter. Well, when you get through playing post office, your breakfast is ready.
Uh-oh. Nancy!
Wait, my letter.
Here. Nancy, wait. Nancy, hey!
Keep away from me.
Nancy, darling, wait a minute. Nancy, you know, I think Polly thought you were jealous.
You take your hands off me, you wolf.
Nancy, sweetheart, you're not jealous, are you?
Of course I'm not jealous. Now, let go of me.
You are jealous.
I am not, and don't speak to me.
Suppose I acted that way about you.
Oh. You never have you?
I certainly have not. Jealousy is a childish trait.
Oh, really? Well, what about that man I was dancing with that night? I suppose you weren't jealous of him.
Him? Certainly I wasn't jealous of him.
Oh, no, of course not. You were just mad enough to kill him, that's all.
Who was mad enough to kill who?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Inspector.
Come on. Who was mad enough to kill who?
Now, you see what you've done?
Well, what I've done. What about you?
Yeah, what about you, Mr. Troy?
I can explain all this.
Yeah, well, we're going to give you a chance, too, at headquarters. Get your hat.
What?
Come on, get your hat, Troy.
Oh, no, he didn't do anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Only when he's mad enough to kill a man.
Oh, no, Inspector, listen.
Come on.
Jeff, don't go. Don't go with him.
Well, he ain't got no choice, lady. Come on.
Yoo-hoo, Nancy. The killer's home.
Jeff.
Hiya, honey.
Oh, Jeff, darling, you're back.
Not a mark on me, darling.
But what happened down at headquarters?
Oh, nothing much. They asked me a lot of questions. First, they thought the guy died from that crack on the head.
Yeah.
But after the autopsy, they found out he was drowned.
Drowned?
Yeah, remember the water running in the tub when we came in last night?
Yes.
Well, I told him about it. You see, whoever killed him must have knocked him unconscious and then put him in the tub.
They put him...
What's the matter?
Oh, Jeff. I just took a bath in that tub. Oh, Jeff, this is a horrible place. Let's get out of here.
Get out? We can't. Nancy, don't you see this is our big break? I came down here to write a story, and I've got one.
But it was going to be a love story.
Well, you love me, don't you? And I love you.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, that's our love story. Two people deeply in love with each other get mixed up in a murder.
I don't like it.
Listen, I've never had a really successful book.
Well, that's because you keep on writing murder mysteries.
No, it's not. It's because they're corny murder mysteries. Well, this time I've got a real plot. I'm going to find out who killed that guy, and then I'll write the novel. Think of the publicity I'll get.
No, Jeff, it isn't worth it.
Listen, whatever's happened up to now, it's over and done with. We've got nothing to worry about.
Are you sure?
Well, certainly.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, open the door. Yes? Listen, we just heard a shot.
Yes, it was right in the basement. Say, there's smoke in this room.
Yes, I'm sorry. You did hear a shot. I was cleaning this gun and it went off. No damage done.
Oh.
Oh. Well, let's see.
But it was in the basement.
No, it was up here. You probably heard it through the dumbwaiter shaft. Oh.
Oh.
Anything else? Well, no, I guess not.
Well, there is one thing, Mr. Turner. You promised us some shakes for the bathroom window, and as long as we're here,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. It must be something that'll serve temporarily. What about this napkin?
Well, I don't think that'll cover the window.
How about the screen, Mr. Turner? The screen? Oh, I don't see why not. You could stand it up in front of the window.
Oh, that'll be fine. Take it, Jeff.
Thanks a lot. Need any help?
No, I'll manage. Good evening, Mr. Turner.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Lingle. Come in. Mr. and Mrs. Troy, this is Mr. Lingle. He lives in the apartment across the hall.
How do you do?
Hello.
How do you do?
Can I give you a hand?
Oh, that's all right. Thanks, Mr. Lingle.
Good night, Mr. Turner.
Good night.
Turner, you stupid cluck.
What have I done?
That screen. That came out of Kaufman's apartment on the top floor, didn't it?
Now, don't worry, Lingle. They never saw it before.
Did you point out the address to him?
What address?
Brule's address. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th Street. It is written on the screen.
Why didn't you tell me?
I just saw it as he carried the screen out the door.
Wait here.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to get that screen back. Tell him I've changed my mind.
You haven't got a mind. Sit down.
I've got to get that address off the screen.
We'll get it my way. Sit down.
Jeff. Jeff. Wake up. Oh. Jeff, listen. I heard a noise. Jeff, there's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him moving around.
Well, tell him to sit down and be quiet.
Oh. Jeff, wake up. It's coming from the bathroom.
Go back to sleep.
Listen. Do you hear it?
Yeah, but I wish I didn't.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, I'm crazy. It's old Hickory.
Oh.
He must be in the bathroom.
The turtle, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Go back to sleep.
Good night.
Night. Oh. Jeff.
What?
I just remembered. I put old Hickory out in the phone.
Will you please make up your mind?
It's not the turtle. It's not. There's someone in here.
All right. Here I go. You wait here.
Oh, no. I'm going with you. If you're going to be murdered, I'm going to be murdered, too.
Oh, stop talking about murder.
Well, just yell, Jeff. Maybe somebody will hear us and come and help.
That's the coward way. Only a coward would do that.
Well?
Well, all right, I'll yell. Who's there? I've got you covered.
Jeff!
He's gone. Out the window. Put on the light.
Jeff, are you all right?
I'm okay. The light, quick.
Oh, he broke the window.
Look, there's a knife.
A knife? Jeff, that note. It was like someone scraping something.
Here it is on the screen. See that writing?
Let's see. Looks like it's been scratched off.
Something 07 West 12th Street.
Well, that looks like the top of a file.
Yes, it is. 507 West 12th Street. 507. Say, that address... I've got it. Polly's boyfriend. That was the address on that letter.
Oh. The letter that you and she were playing post office with?
That's it, all right. The name of the guy was Brule. Andrew Brule.
Well, whoever it was, he didn't want us to see that address.
Call me a cab, will you, sweet? I've got to get my clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, in that case, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep, and I'm going to wake him up.
You mean we're going to wake him up?
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
It's morning.
Yes, well, I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
He isn't here.
Oh. Well, where is he?
I don't know.
Oh. Are you Mrs. Brule?
No, I'm not. I'm Mrs. DeVoe. I rent an apartment to Mr. Brule. That's all I know about him.
Well, look, would you mind answering a few questions?
Yes, I would.
Well, I'd be glad to make it worth your while. Darling, do you have your purse?
Yes, but I...
Well, give me about $20.
All right.
What do you want to know?
Well, does Mr. Brule get his mail here?
Yes, he does. But that's about all. I hardly ever see him.
Does he get letters from Polly Franklin?
Yes, every Saturday.
And what about a man named Edward Turner?
Well, I see that one every Friday. Regular as clockwork.
See. And does he still get mail from Robert H. Scott?
Uh-huh.
And what about Louis Kaufman?
Kaufman? Kaufman? No, I don't remember any Kaufman. Say, you seem to know more about this than I do. What are you asking me questions for?
So if you tell me what I want to know, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Now, what does Mr. Brule look like?
Haven't you ever seen him?
No, never.
Oh, I see. Well, he isn't exactly my type. He's sort of large and bulky, and he has a scar on his face.
Kaufman.
Quiet.
Who's Kaufman?
Oh, well, just a friend of ours who sounds sort of like that description. Tell me, is he blonde?
No, he's black-haired.
Oh, well, not a bit like Kaufman, is it, darling?
No, of course not.
Is that all you want to know?
That's all, but I'll probably come back sometime in the morning. Will that be all right?
I guess so.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Come on, darling. So, Kaufman and Brule are the same guy.
Yes, maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? You just heard that woman describe Kaufman and say that he was Brule. And everybody at 50 Gay Street was mailing him letters. What's it sound like to you?
Blackmail.
Sure. One of them killed the blackmailer, and the others are helping to hide the murderer.
But, dear, don't you think it's odd that they're all living in the same apartment house?
Oh, I got that all figured out.
How?
He made them live together so that he could keep an eye on them.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. Can't you see? He mingled with them under the name of Kaufman, and he blackmailed them under the name of Brule. Then somebody found out and killed him. Why, it's simple.
Yes, it's a little too simple.
Hello. This is Mrs. DeVoe speaking. Yes. Listen. They were just here. The man and the woman. I did what you wanted. I described Kaufman. Yes. They think Kaufman is Brule. They're coming back in the morning to ask some more questions. What? No. No, listen. No, I won't. No more murders. No more killings. Please, no more.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Robert Young and Ann Sothern will bring us Act 3 of A Night to Remember. But now it's time to give you more news about our wonderful Lux Flower Seed offer. And what an offer it is. 6 large packets of Flower Garden favorites for just 10 cents and 1 Lux Flakes opening tab or 1 Lux toilet soap wrapper.
They've been packed especially for us by one of America's best-known seed companies. And every one has been treated with plant hormones for faster growth and bigger, earlier flowers.
They're a real bargain. A chance to add the beauty of flowers to your Victory vegetable garden at a cost of almost nothing.
It's a wonderful assortment. Quick-growing candy tuft and delicate pink, soft lilac, and snow white. Wonderful for borders. And heavenly blue morning glories to cover fences, walls, or climb over a porch trellis.
And lots of flowers for cutting, so you can have them in the house all summer long. Free-flowering cosmos, giant African marigolds, and prize-winning zinnias in a wide range of vivid colors.
And don't forget the long-stemmed Shirley poppies in dramatic reds and pinks.
You don't have to be a professional gardener to grow them. They're easy to grow, in your garden or in pots or sunny window boxes.
Directions for planting and care are right in the back of every packet, so you can't go wrong. Do order your seeds now so you can get them in early. You'll have blooms from early summer to frost.
Here's how to get them. Just take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. Your dealer has a handy order blank that you can use. And please allow at least 2 to 3 weeks for the seeds to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either an opening tab from Lux Flakes or a Lux toilet soap wrapper to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. No stamps, please. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll pry a few professional secrets out of our stars and the play is over. But here's the third act of A Night to Remember, starring Ann Sothern and Robert Young. Nancy and Jeff have returned to their home sweet home in the basement. It's just 3:30 a.m. as they open the door and hear a girl sobbing in the darkness.
Who's there? Who is it?
Put on the light.
Anne. Why, Anne, what are you doing here?
Oh, Nancy, I thought you'd never get
Oh,
home.
here, darling. Here, what's wrong?
Oh, I feel like I'm losing my mind. You've got to help me, Nancy.
Well, of course I will, Anne.
Oh, sure.
What are you afraid of?
That's a silly question, Nancy. You know what she's afraid of. The same thing we're all afraid of. She's afraid that the reason for Brule blackmailing her will come out, aren't you, Anne?
And you know, he made you come here, too?
Sure. We're all in the same boat.
Oh, all in the same boat. I've been hearing that for a year. At first, when I heard he was dead, I was glad. Then I realized that one of us had killed him. I've got so I don't trust anybody. And yet I want to talk. I want to.
Well, you go ahead.
Sure, talk all you want to. Tell me, Ann, how did you folks find out that Brule and Kaufman were the same person?
Oh, everybody suspected it. Then when we found out he was dead, my husband and Lingle searched his apartment. They found letters, papers, everything he needed.
And why was Kaufman or Brule or whatever his name was, why was he blackmailing you?
Oh, it's so long ago that it seems unreal. Do you remember Philip Higby?
Higby? Oh, you mean the Playboy murder case?
Yes. Well, I was in the apartment. The shot came through the window. I was scared and ran away.
Oh, yes. I remember reading about that in the papers. So you were the mysterious brunette?
Yes, the stupid brunette. After the story died down, I thought I was going to be all right. I met Robert. Then after we were married...
Brule began to blackmail you?
Yes.
What did he have on Lingle?
Well, Lingle was an art dealer. He forged a painting and Brule found out. All of us, we've done something. He made us live here.
Well, tell me, what happened to Kaufman's furniture?
We split it up in the various apartments. We thought it would keep the police from finding out that he was Brule.
Well, how about Polly? Was he blackmailing her?
Yes. She wrote some silly love letters, and this man got hold of them.
And she was afraid the father would try to take her child away from her. Is that it?
Yes.
I see. Now, what about Turner?
Turner? Well, Turner is...
Oh, Jeff. Well, Jeff, aren't you going to see what that was?
I don't have to. I know what it was. Somebody screamed. See? What did I tell you?
Well, it's right outside.
What's the matter here?
Oh, it happened again. It crawled over my foot.
Oh, Mrs. Salter, don't be frightened. It wasn't anything.
What's wrong down here?
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. That turtle crawled over Mrs. Salter's foot.
Turtle? What turtle? What are you doing here, Mrs. Salter?
Well, Mr. Turner told me to come. He said Mrs. Scott was here and that I should listen.
She's crazy. I never told her that.
I want to get out of here. Let me out.
Oh, sit down, Mrs. Salter. Calm yourself.
Anne, what's this all about?
Oh, Robert,
Oh, she was just down here visiting with us, weren't you, Anne? Then we heard that scream.
How long have you been down here, Ann?
Yes. What were you doing down here?
We were just gossiping, Mr. Lingle.
Yes.
Did you talk, Anne?
Doesn't make any difference, Lingle. I knew all about it anyway.
Knew what?
That Brule was blackmailing you.
What are you talking about? Talking, I ought to punch you in the
Oh,
nose.
Scott, please.
Yeah, wait a minute,
I
Scott.
think you're a pretty smart guy, don't you?
Yes, and I'm smart enough to know something the rest of you don't know.
What's that?
You all think Brule and Kaufman were the same person.
We know they were.
So one of you killed Kaufman and figured you were safe. Well, I'm telling you they weren't the same. Brule is still alive.
That's the young twist. And you
Yes. How do you know?
They found papers in Kaufman's room. Would a blackmailer leave his evidence lying around for everyone to see? Kaufman was only a stooge. He was working for Brule. Then he started out on his own with the evidence Brule had gathered over the course of years. Brule didn't like that, so Brule killed him.
Then you mean we aren't safe? Brule is alive.
Yes, Mr. Lingle. Brule is alive and living in this house. You give me about 3 hours tomorrow morning, and I'll turn him over to you. I say him, but Brule may be a woman. Don't forget that. And I've got a pretty good hunch right now who the murderer is. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Nancy.
Well, that was a nice move.
Shh, quiet.
You told them Brule was alive.
He is.
All right, he is. But you told them you knew who he was. Don't you realize what he'll do now?
Sure. As soon as he thinks we're asleep, he'll probably come down here to knock me off. Then I'll find out for certain who he is.
Oh, that's a dandy idea, dear. Just dandy. When he comes down to kill you, you'll know right away that he killed Kaufman. And then he'll kill you because you know he killed Kaufman. And then I'll know he killed you, so he'll kill me. Oh, Jeff, you're an idiot.
Oh, but Nancy...
Come on, we're leaving him right now.
No, I'm going to stay here. This is my big chance. It's the last chapter of my novel.
The last chapter of your life, you mean?
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh, Jeff, for heaven's sake, you haven't even got a gun.
Look, dear, you don't want a husband who's a coward, do you?
I'm not particular. I just want a husband.
Well, anyhow, I'm staying here. I'm going to see this thing through to the finish.
Okay, darling. Okay. If you've made up your mind to stay, then you stay and I'll stay too.
Oh, now, dearest, be sensible.
But sensible people just go to the phone, dial O, and ask for a policeman.
And let the police have all the glory after I've done all the work?
All right. All right, Jeff. But I'm staying. And while we're waiting to be glorified, perhaps we'd better notify your draft board.
Nancy?
What?
Nothing. I just wondered if you were asleep. Have you heard anything?
Just my pulse.
What time is it?
About 4:30. They ought to be here any minute.
Huh? Who?
Jeff, I've got a confession to make.
What?
I dialed O and asked for a policeman.
You mean... When?
When you were brushing your teeth.
Oh, Nancy, don't you realize what that'll do? It'll bring Hankin and a raft of policemen down here.
Oh, I hope so.
Can you keep a secret?
Uh-huh.
I hope so, too.
Oh, Jeff, if Brew comes, what are you going to do?
Now, don't worry. I've got my golf clubs here.
Oh, Jeff, I wish you'd taken more lessons. If you just... Jeff.
There's someone coming outside the door.
Oh, put on the lights.
Okay. For the love of...
Oh, hurry, Jeff.
Nancy, the lights... Somebody's done something to them.
Well, get a candle. Get something.
Quiet, quiet.
Somebody, anybody!
Nancy!
Oh, Jeff, where's your car?
Nancy!
Get a flashlight here. Flashlight.
Oh, Jeff, the police are here. Hold on to him.
Hold on to him. I can't let go of him.
Where are the lights? Put the lights on. The lights are busted, Chief.
Jeff!
Put your flash over here. Troy, where are you?
Here.
Oh, Jeff, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Where is he? Where's the guy who was here?
He got away. When you shot, he broke away.
Search the building. Put a guard at every door.
That man, he tried to kill my husband. He's the murderer, whoever he is. You've got to find him. Oh. Oh, look.
What's the matter with you?
Look, Nancy, if you're going to sing, go ahead, but don't stand there with your mouth open. What's wrong?
The closet.
What about the closet?
Look on the...
On the floor?
Yes.
Chief, look, I see it. Look, Chief. What about it? What is it? See? Well, I'm shining the flash. There's blood coming out from under the door. All right. Come on out. Who's ever in there? Come on out. Open the door, Bowling. Okay. Watch him.
It's okay, Chief. One of those shots slammed him right in the chest. He's dead.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. He made it as far as the closet, I guess, and that's all.
Well, who is it?
Put the light on his face.
Oh, it's Mr. Lingle.
Lingle, huh?
Then he's the blackmailer. He's the one who killed Kaufman. Jeff, it's Mr. Jeff? Jeff, where are you?
He's all right, lady. He just kind of passed out for a minute. There he is on the floor again.
Oh, Jeff, look at me. Oh, darling, are you all right? Speak to me.
Are you sure the murderer's dead?
Yes, darling.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Our stars will be back in a moment for a curtain call. Now, ladies, confidentially, would you like to know where you can get some more nylon stockings? Well, I'm awfully sorry. I can't tell you because I just don't know. But I can tell you how to make the stockings you have last longer. And that's the next best thing to having new ones, isn't it? Listen, just Lux your stockings after every wearing. Yes, it's as easy as that. And it really works. As a matter of fact, it's been proved that Luxing stockings cuts down runs over 50%. A famous laboratory, the United States Testing Company, Incorporated, made a whole series of strain tests on rayon stockings, and they found that Luxing cuts runs in half. They tested silk and nylon and cotton stockings, too, and got the same kind of results. Now, there's a reason why Lux cuts down runs. Strong soap or rubbing with cake soap weakens the elastic qualities of your stockings, so they break easily, the way an old dried-out rubber band snaps when you pull it. But new improved Lux saves the elasticity of stockings. You'll find it really pays to Lux stockings after every wearing. Of course, be sure to let your rayons dry thoroughly. they need at least a whole day, 24 hours. And 2 whole days drying time is safer. Remember, a Luxing a day helps to keep runs away. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
There will be plenty of excitement here next week, too. Before our stars come back, let me show you what I mean.
I tell you, there's a woman walking around Lisbon right now with the plans for the new torpedo.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Ken. No woman could get those plans here from America.
Oh, but this woman was smart, you see. Very smart and very beautiful. She had those plans tattooed on her back.
On her back?
Sure. They're there now in invisible ink, while she waits to sell them to the highest bidder. For the Nazis, maybe, or the Japs.
Well, who is she? Who is this woman, do you know?
She killed to get those plans. She murdered a man in America. And she'll murder again to hold on to them. I've got to watch her. Watch her every minute.
But you don't know who the woman is.
I've got an idea, darling. You see, I think it's you.
To find out what happened after that, I suggest you join us next Monday night. I'll tell you the name of the play and who will be in it in a few minutes. Tonight was indeed a night to remember. We won't forget the 2 stars who made it that. Ann Sothern and Robert Young, and here they are.
Thank you, C.B. It was swell to be here and work with Annie.
Don't call me Annie, Bobby.
Don't call me Bobby, Annie.
All right, shall we go round again?
You two seem to have met before.
Well, Ann and I have been working for the same boss for years.
You know, it always interests me, Bob, to hear how a star became a star instead of, well, say a detective. How did it happen with you?
Very simple, C.B. I used to be a copy boy on a newspaper here in Los Angeles. One evening, I was doing an impersonation of the night editor, a guy nobody liked, when he walked in and saw it. That night, I decided to become an actor. My resignation was accepted.
You were fired, huh?
All right, wise girl, you tell us how you got into pictures.
No, not me. I want to hear about Mr. DeMille. He was an actor once, you know.
I became an actor because I was hungry.
And yes, and now I hear he eats actors for breakfast.
Now listen here, Annie.
Okay, I take it back.
What's the name of the play you're going to have next week, C.B.?
The name of it, Bob, is The Lady Has Plans. It's a Paramount picture and a thrilling one. And next Monday night, our stars will be William Powell and Rita Hayworth. So I hope you all make plans to hear The Lady Has Plans.
Well, count me in, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll take a second helping of this anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, the women of America have proved they can carry their share and more of this war. In the armed services and in industry, they're working for victory. Right now, the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps needs more recruits, and every woman who joins the WAC releases a man for combat duty. Almost every type of non-combat work can be done by women, even highly skilled jobs like bomb site repair, weather observation, and parachute rigging. If you're an American citizen between 21 and 44 and do not have children under 14, you're eligible. Your nearest Army recruiting and induction station has full information about the WAC. So if you'd like to take a whack at the Axis, join the WAC. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rita Hayworth and William Powell in The Lady Has Plans. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Bradley Page as Turner, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Salter, Lynn Whitney as Polly, Wally Mayer as Hankin, Jane Bierce as Anne, and Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Fred Mackay, Charlotte Treadway, Frank Penny, Leo Cleary, Charles Seal, Ken Christie, and Warren Ash. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear William Powell and Rita Hayworth in The Lady Has Plans. Mothers,
You have a difficult problem these days with food rationing and shortages. It's harder now to get vitamin-rich foods, yet it's up to you to see that your family doesn't get low on vitamins. So get Vims. Vims supply all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Yet Vims cost less than a nickel a day in the new family size. Remember, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get Vims at your druggist. This is the Columbia Broadcast.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. Screen Guild play tonight, Bachelor Mother. The starring players...
This is Ann Sothern.
This is Fred McMurray. And Charles Coburn. Lady Esther welcomes you to as pleasant an evening as you've ever spent with the Screen Guild players. For tonight's play is RKO's delightful farce, Bachelor Mother. And it stars Fred McMurray as David Merlin, Ann Sothern as Polly Parrish, and Charles Coburn as J.B. Merlin. Our story begins on the day before Christmas, the day Polly Parrish lost her job in the department store owned by J.B. Merlin and his son David. Naturally, Polly went job hunting during her lunch hour. But she didn't find a job. She found a baby. The baby was wrapped in a blanket and lying in front of an orphanage door when Polly walked past. Well, almost walked past. She ran up to the step, picked up the baby, and rang the orphanage doorbell. She was standing there holding the baby when a matron opened the door.
Hello, I want to give you this baby. I found it out.
Your name, please.
Polly Parrish. I was just passing by.
Are you employed anywhere?
I'm at Merlin's department store. See, why the question?
We must know these things before we'll take your baby.
My baby? Oh, you don't understand. I was just walking along the street and saw it lying in the cold.
We're only here to help you, my dear.
Well, you're certainly being a great help. I got fired from my job, and now you want me to...
My dear, many mothers say babies are not their own.
Now, look here. This is ridiculous. This is not my baby. I tell you, I was just walking past the place, and I saw the baby, and then I picked him up, and...
Happy day before Christmas. Fired and an unexpected mother. And that was just the beginning. Before Polly Parrish could break away from the orphanage matron, who insisted that Polly was the mother of the baby, Polly's lunch hour was over, and she hurried back to finish her last day at J.B. Merlin & Sons department store. Soon after, a store messenger came to Polly and led her to the office of David Merlin, the son in J.B. Merlin & Son. The matron from the orphanage was with him.
Come right in, Mrs.
Miss Parrish.
Miss Parrish?
Oh. I am David Merlin, Miss Parrish. After talking to this lady from the orphanage, I'm convinced your discharge was a great mistake.
Tragedy is more the word, Mr. Merlin.
So the job is yours for as long as you care to have it.
Thank you.
And you're being raised $5 a week. We want you to realize, Miss Parrish, that Merlin's department store is the store with a heart.
Miss Parrish, is that the way to express your gratitude to Mr. Merlin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I owe you both an apology.
That's quite all right, Miss Parrish. I want to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas.
Thank you. And the same to you. Goodbye, Mr. Merlin.
Goodbye. She's a very nice-looking girl.
Yes, poor thing.
You know, I can just see the ecstasy there'll be on her face tonight when she receives her real Christmas present from J.B. Merlin and Son.
You heard what I said.
What?
You heard what I said you heard what I said. You take that baby out of my apartment this minute.
I beg your pardon, miss. You don't seem to realize that this child was sent special rush by J.B. Merlin & Son. Merry Christmas. Good night.
Come back here and get this baby. Oh.
Listen, kid, this is nothing personal. I'd love to have you around, but I really couldn't do right by you. Here, take your thumb out of your mouth and give your teeth a chance. All right, ruin your face. Who is it?
Fred, you all ready to go stepping, baby?
You said it, kid. Come on in, Fred.
Well, you all ready to... is that yours?
No, it isn't mine.
Well, where did it come from?
I got it for Christmas.
Huh? You don't mean that Santa Claus...
I don't know what you're thinking, Fred, but you're all wrong.
Sure, of course.
Just as soon as I get my hat and coat, we'll go.
Well, now, look.
Now, don't worry about a thing, Fred. All right, let's go, baby.
Hey, you mean we're taking the kid, too?
Certainly. Why wait till the after-Christmas rush to exchange the presents you can't use? I'm going to play Santa Claus, too, at the residence of J.B. Merlin and Son, the son of a gun.
Yes, miss?
Is this the home of Mr. David Merlin?
Yes, miss.
Well, I must see him. It's a personal matter. He'll know what it's about when he sees me.
Well, couldn't you write him a letter?
Do you think this came as a postcard?
I really couldn't say this. However, I may say that it will be impossible for you to see Mr. David Merlin.
All right, then you take the baby. That's the way I got it.
Oh, but you can't do this to me.
And tell Mr. David Merlin that Miss Parrish left it here. And he'll have to use his influence to get it back into that orphanage. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, baby. Mr. Merlin. On the treetop, Mr. David. When the wind blows.
How's about letting a fellow in for a smoke, Polly?
No, it's 2 a.m., Fred. I have to get up early.
Oh, come on. Let me in for just a minute.
I said no. Go home, Fred.
Oh, don't be like that, Polly. You said no once. Now let me in.
Perhaps you didn't understand the young lady.
Huh? Mr. Merlin. I was just... That is... Well, Polly... good night, Mr. Merlin. Good night.
Well, how did you get in here, Mr. Merlin?
The landlady let us in.
Us?
Your baby and me. Miss Parrish, I've seen some low things in my time, but a mother who would abandon her child just to go on a date.
Would it interest you to know that I'm not the mother of that child?
All right, so you're not the mother. You're not employed either.
You're firing me?
I have fired you. And as you go from place to place hunting a job, you'll find that no store in the Merchants of America Association, of which I am junior chairman, will hire you. I'll see to that.
Well, that's prosecution.
And that'll be just the beginning, Miss Parrish. Believe me. Now, you want to keep your baby and get your job back, or do you want to be jailed for child abandonment?
Well, you don't leave me much choice. I'd like to have my job back.
Well, that's better. Much better. As the years go by, Miss Parrish, and you and your manly little son stroll into life sunset together, you'll thank me for saving you from this terrible temptation.
Well, I'm really not as bad as you think.
Then why did you do it?
Well, there was no one I could turn to.
Well, what about your husband? I mean, the baby's father.
Huh? Oh. Well, you see, we were never formally introduced.
Oh. You poor child. Well, I'll be going. Now, don't worry about a thing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Merlin.
That's all right, Miss Parrish. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Merlin. Oh, just a second, kid. What am I going to do with you? Have you got any ideas? All right, but don't blame me if you get stuck with a safety pin. And I'm just an amateur at folding, too. Who is it?
The landlady, Mrs. White. Could I maybe come in a minute? What are you trying to do, hide the baby? I know about it. Just like you it looks.
Huh? Are you kidding?
Certainly not. I know from babies. And for you, this baby I'm taking care of personally while you're working. Listen to him talking.
Talking? What's he saying?
Who knows with that dialect?
Good morning, Polly.
Oh, don't talk too loud, Fred. You'll wake me up.
I get it. Walking the floor with the baby, huh? Speaking of the baby, Polly, how's about you getting me a little better job in this joint?
What are you driving at?
Of course, I suppose I could pass my information along to David's old man, J.B., and do myself some good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The baby. David's baby.
David Merlin's baby? I didn't know he was married.
Well, if you don't, nobody does. But regardless of that, don't forget to tell him I want a better job.
Come on, baby, eat. Oh, here, look at Mama. Look at Mama. Make funny faces. Well, you're certainly going for sophisticated entertainment. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merlin.
Miss Parrish, you realize this is New Year's Eve?
I'll take your word for it. The way I feel, it could be New Year's morning.
Well, it suddenly occurred to me that you must be having a pretty bad evening. I'm going to a New Year's party, and I thought perhaps you'd like to go along.
Oh, well, I'd like to go, but I can't leave the baby.
Oh, well, I've already spoken to your landlady. She'll be glad to watch it.
Oh, well, there's something else.
What?
Well, look, me with a sweater and skirt, we'd make only half a lovely couple.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I'll take care of the clothes. We'll go down to the store and take a complete outfit from stock.
Gosh. An evening gown, and silver slippers, and flowers in my hair.
And a mink coat. What do you say?
Oh, David, if you wake me up from this beautiful dream, I'll never forgive you.
And, Miss Parrish, if you promise not to tell a soul, I think I can get you a pair of nylons.
Oh, David, you've been drinking. Miss Parrish. Miss Parrish. Oh, come in, Mrs. Wise.
Hurry and get your coat on.
Yeah, it won't take a second. Oh, are you sure you don't mind staying with the baby, Mrs. Wise?
Certainly not. Enjoy yourself. You're only young and pretty once. Some of us not even that.
Excuse me. Hello?
This is Fred, Polly.
Yes?
I thought I told you to have your sweetie get me a better job in the store.
What are you talking about?
David Merlin. I know he's there now. I saw him go in. You tell him to give me a decent job tomorrow, or I'll see to it.
You what?
I'll tell his old man who the father of that baby is.
Go right ahead. And Freddie,
Yeah?
if you find out who the mother is, let me know.
And the curtain falls on Act One of Bachelor Mother, starring Fred McMurray, Ann Sothern, and Charles Coburn. Act Two will follow immediately. But first, I'd like you to hear an important word from Lady Esther.
One of the greatest dancers this world has ever seen was Anna Pavlova. But at one time, a tragic experience almost ruined her career. She was giving 2 concerts in a faraway city. The first night, she looked gloriously young and vibrant. But the next night, she seemed old and haggard. Here's what happened. By mistake, the wrong-colored spotlight was thrown on her. Instantly, she looked 20 years older. The audience whispered, "My, how old Pavlova looks." The right light was immediately switched on, but the damage was done. Everyone in that audience believed Pavlova had grown old. You know, certain shades of face powder, like certain colored spotlights, can make any woman look older. I just hope that you aren't the innocent victim of an unflattering shade of powder. Color specialists say that the wrong shade of powder can put years on your face, and the right shade can make you look years younger. Now, I'd like to tell you, if I could, which is the right shade for you. But I can't. Nobody can do that. There's only one way to find out. You must try the 9 basic shades of face powder right on your own skin. You must look in your mirror and let your own eyes decide which shade is most flattering to you. Of course, it would be very costly for you to buy 9 different boxes of face powder. But you really don't have to. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and by return mail you will receive free 9 different shades of my face powder and a tube of Lady Esther 4-purpose face cream. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now the curtain is ready to rise on the second act of Bachelor Mother, starring Ann Sothern as Polly Parrish, Fred McMurray as David Merlin, and Charles Coburn as David's father, J.B. Merlin. Well, several hours have passed, and it's very early in the morning of New Year's Day. Polly and David are just returning to Polly's apartment from their New Year's Eve party.
Won't you come in, David?
Yes, thanks. I was afraid you wouldn't ask me.
Why?
Well, after the way you brushed that Fred fellow aside the other night.
Oh. Well, he hadn't kissed me.
Oh, he hadn't? Well, I suppose I shouldn't have, but, well, it was the stroke of midnight, New Year's Eve, and...
And?
It's just midnight, New Year's Eve again.
It's here?
Yeah, since that is in Chicago. Happy New Year in Chicago.
The same to you.
I think I will come in.
Good.
We'll stay up and welcome in New Year and the New Year in Denver, Los Angeles, Honolulu, and I can think of a million other places.
Well, let's get in and shut the door. Miss Parrish? Yes, Mrs. White?
The baby's asleep. Bo's asleep.
I'll put him back to sleep.
Then I go now. Soon my boy Jerome's coming home from playing the picolettes all night. Jerome, he plays in a swinging band. What a dizzy way to make a living in a hammock.
I don't know how I can thank you, Mrs. White.
Those stars in your eyes is thanks enough for me. Only one thing. Promise in the morning to tell me all about the evening.
I will, Mrs. White. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss White.
I guess he decided to wait up and see his Uncle David.
Polly, you've come a long way from the girl who wouldn't even admit this was your child.
Well, this is a very unusual baby.
I don't know why it should be.
Oh, I guess it's heredity.
Oh, sure.
Why, what's the matter with me?
Well, what about the other 50%? You said yourself that you didn't know even who he was.
Well, I don't.
You see?
But I know someone who does. You know him, too.
Who is it?
Fred.
What does he know about it?
He won't tell me. But he's going to tell your father the name of the baby's father. Come in.
Is my son here?
Dad, what are you doing here?
Well, I was just driving around, and I happened to see your car parked outside. So I thought I'd stop in.
Oh, Polly, this is my father. Dad, Miss Parrish.
How do you do?
How do you do? And who's this?
Well, this is Miss Parrish's little boy.
A boy? Would you mind if I'm very, very careful, would you let me hold him just a minute?
Of course. Here, take him.
Thank you, my dear. See, he knows me. Yes, and I'd know that chin anywhere. What's his name?
John.
John what?
John B.
Well, thanks for that anyway.
You ought to know he's your father.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Mr. Merlin, is there anything I can do?
You've already done it, my dear. But perhaps you'd better hold little John B. He doesn't seem to recognize me yet.
Well, of course, this is the first time he's seen you.
Oh, that's very true. But after all, blood is thicker than water, you know.
Hey, what is this? Oh, what do you mean, blood is thick? Hey, what's the matter with you, Dad?
Well, I'll discuss this with you at home. Goodbye, Miss...
Goodbye.
Goodbye, John B.
Well, David, he knows if you don't.
Knows what?
But I think Freddie told him all right.
Told him? Told him what?
That this baby is your father's grandson.
Oh, well, that's very obvious. Anybody that... What?
And he certainly sounded as though he believed it.
Holy mackerel, will you... I can't...
Sit down, David, and take it easy. I know just how you feel.
Is Dad up yet, Phillips?
He's in the dining room, sir.
What's his move?
Does that answer your question, sir?
Well, here goes nothing. Dad, I have to talk to you.
I do the talking. Young man, marriage was good enough for your father and mother, and it's good enough for you. You're going to marry that girl. You're going to bring my grandson into this house.
Now, just a second, Dad. I've got something to tell you.
Don't start that with me. You know my temper.
I don't care about your temper. You haven't any grandson.
How can you deny it? I've received information. I saw you with the girl. I saw the baby.
That's not my baby.
Don't lie to me. I got information in a letter. And even if I didn't have it, if I saw that baby on a desert island by himself, I'd know it was my grandson. He looks exactly like me.
Dad, will you let me tell you something? Will you
No.
let me say something?
My mind's made up. Nobody's going to fool around with my grandson. I'm going to take him away from you. You aren't fit to be his father.
I'm not his father.
You're crazy. That's what you are. That's what's the matter with you. You're unbalanced. Here, where are you going?
To see your grandson.
What about?
Find out who his father is.
Phillips! Yes, sir. Bring me some more dishes.
Polly, this is terrible.
Terrible? What?
J.B., Dad thinks that...
Oh, yes, I know. He thought Johnny was yours.
No, Polly, this is no laughing matter. He's going to take the baby away.
I'd like to see him.
Well, that's because you don't know him. He'll get lawyers and investigators. He'll use his influence. He'll get the baby away from
Well,
him.
he can't do that. It belongs to me. We've got to stop him.
Yeah, well, what can we do?
Take me to your father and let me talk to him. I'll convince
He
him.
won't believe you either. He's gone off his head. He even wanted me to marry you.
Oh.
Yeah, he wants me to set up with a ready-made family so he'd have a grandson. I tell you, it's serious.
Yes. It would be serious, marrying me.
Oh, no, I didn't realize how that sounded, Polly.
Will you please go?
I didn't mean that, Polly. I'm sorry. Now, don't you worry. I'll think of something to get you out of this spot you're in.
Oh, you will? Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Merlin. But I wouldn't dream of putting you to so much trouble. I'm perfectly capable of handling this myself. And I promise you, by this time tomorrow, your poor innocent child will have a new father.
Mr. J.B. Merlin will see you now. This way, please.
Thank you. Now, be careful, Jerome. Don't forget what I told you to say.
Oh, not a chance. I got it all wrote out here on my shirt cuff.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Jerome Weiss.
Mr. and Mrs. Weiss? I thought my son introduced you as Miss Parrish.
Oh, that's the name I use in the store. We've been married 2 years.
That's right, 2 years.
Your son David just called, and there seemed to be a misunderstanding about our baby.
Hey, did I laugh? When my wife Polly here was first telling me, I couldn't believe she meant my baby.
Your baby?
Sure. Ain't he the image of his papa? The faraway look in his eyes?
Yeah, and they're both bald-headed. So you see, Mr. Merlin, there's no need sending anyone to investigate the baby. It's a waste of time.
I can't believe it. It's as though there'd been a death in the family.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
That sounds like my son.
Dad, I've got great news for you.
You have, David?
Yes, you see this fella here? He's the father of Miss Parrish's baby.
What's that you said, David?
Go ahead, Fred. Tell him.
Mr. Merlin, my wife's a very nervous woman. My son is my son, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't send any investigators around to make any trouble for us.
That's very interesting. David, do you know who this is?
Who? Where?
Sitting over there in the corner.
Oh, Polly, well, who's the man?
That's the father she brought. You two seem to have slipped up someplace. You've got one too many fathers. And I'm going to prosecute both these men.
Oh, Mr. Merlin, your son made me do this. I'll tell you the truth. I know what I'm talking about. Your son is the father of that baby.
He's lying, Dad. That worm with Miss Parrish must be the father.
Hey, don't you believe it? I'm only the landlady's son. I'm not the father.
I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
Polly. Where is she?
She's gone.
Gone? She'll take my baby. Catch her. I want my grandson.
Polly, let me in, quick.
Get away from there.
Open this door. Now, let me in before Father gets here. I have to tell you something.
I don't care. I'll never open it. Get away. You get out of here. You're not going to get this baby.
I'm not trying to take your baby away from you,
Then
Polly.
leave me alone. You've caused me nothing but trouble ever since the first time I saw you. You know so darn much.
Polly, listen, please.
I won't.
Well, you must. You don't know what I've been going through here since you threw me out of here this afternoon. I thought I was doing all this because I wanted to help you, and now I know better.
So do I. You're just a busybody.
Well, maybe, but I'm also in love, Polly. With you.
Huh?
It's the truth. You've got to believe me.
Oh, David? Do you mean it?
I can prove it. Must be still New Year's Eve somewhere.
Oh, David.
Oh, darling.
Well, so I found you. I knew it. I knew it all the time. Well, David, what do you say now?
Dad, I confess. I am the father of that child.
David!
Well, those are the first true words that have passed your lips in 48 hours. Come on, Johnny. Your parents are all tangled up. Let them straighten it out. You are going with your grandfather. And when you two can come to me as an honest married couple, you'll be very welcome. Until then, good day. Come on, John B., the second.
Well,
You heard what Grandpa said. Let's go.
you mean that?
Sure, I got the license on the way down.
And you're willing to spend your life with a ready-made family?
The family is you and Johnny.
You know something, David?
What, darling?
I'll bet this is the first time in history that a baby ever gave birth to a mother and father.
Thank you, Fred McMurray, Ann Sothern, and Charles Coburn for your sparkling performances in our version of Bachelor Mother, which was adapted for radio by Bill Hampton. You know, ladies and gentlemen, all of the stars appearing on these broadcasts donate their services for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund.
It's a pleasure to appear for such a great cause, Mr. Bradley, and the shows are really fun. But now Fred is going to tell everyone about next week's surprise program. But first, here's a word from one of our best-known beauty experts, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Sothern. In the early part of this program, I offered to send free to every woman who is listening 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder and also a tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. Did you ever stop to think that maybe the shade you are now using is not exactly the right shade for you? Well, here's your chance to find once and for all the shade of powder that is most flattering to your skin, the shade that makes you look your youngest and loveliest. When you receive your gift, first, clean your skin thoroughly with Lady Esther face cream, and then try on one of the shades, for example, Rochelle. Look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, is this the shade for me? Is this my lucky shade? Then remove the Rochelle. Clean your skin again, and try on another shade. Try them all, one after another. When you come to the shade that's right for you, you'll know it the instant you put it on your skin. Your own eyes will tell you that at last you've found the shade that makes your skin look fresher and smoother, that makes you look younger. So just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and you'll receive free by return mail all 9 shades of Lady Esther face powder and a tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. My address is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now, Fred McMurray.
Before telling you about the surprise Miss Sothern mentioned, your Uncle Sam has asked me to tell you about a new career that's open to all women. Many of you will be working in war industries. Some of you will be working on farms. More of you will be in essential civilian jobs, and others will be enlisted in the armed services in the WACs and the waves. But you all must have one career in common, and that career is the regular purchase of government's war bonds and stamps. They tell me that women spend 80% of America's national income, which means that the responsibility for the purchase of these war bonds and stamps is yours. The President has designated this week as Women at War Week. You can take a part in this week and begin a new career by making yourself Uncle Sam's personal representative in your home. Now, about next week's show. Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild Players and Samuel Goldwyn's smash comedy hit, Ball of Fire, starring lovely Paulette Goddard as the Ball of Fire, and as the pedantic professor who learned about women from her, that great romantic lover, Kay Kaiser.
Fred McMurray is currently appearing in the Paramount picture The Forest Rangers. Ann Sothern will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Three Hearts for Julia. And Charles Coburn has just completed Merry-Go-Round, the Columbia picture. Next week, then, Ball of Fire with Paulette Goddard, Kay Kaiser, and Richard Haydn. Music on this program was directed by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented by Lady Esther. This is Truman Bradley saying thank you, and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play is Boy Meets Girl, starring Ann Sothern, with Chester Morris and Lee Tracy. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is that hilarious comedy of Hollywood, Boy Meets Girl. That's a wonderful title. As a matter of fact, it's a wonderful idea. Boy meets... Who's the girl? Why, here she comes now. That popular star of the Metro Golden Mayer Maisie series, who will soon be seen in Up Comes Maisie, Ann Sothern. Yes, sir. There's a girl who's worth meeting, if you see what I mean. Miss Sothern in the play will take the part of Susie, a beautiful waitress at one of the big movie studios. Susie's greatest ambition is to go to high school, although what she could learn at high school, I don't know. Now, at the same studio, the two top writers are Mr. Law, played tonight by that sterling artist, Chester Morris. Now to introduce the other writer, Mr. Benson, played by one of my favorite actors, Lee Tracy. Now that the introductions are over, on with our play, which opens in the office of C. Elliott Friday, production manager of the studio. We also find Law and Benson in the office, plus an actor. Nobody has been killed yet, but the chances are good. Law and Benson are telling the actor, whose name is Larry Toms and who has spent most of his picture career playing opposite a horse, about the new story they've just written for him. Law, as he speaks, is on his feet. Benson is on the couch.
And then this bozo comes up to you, Larry, and you look him straight in the eye and you say, "Why, blast your soul, I loved her before you ever married her." And then in she walks and she cries, "Larry, I heard everything you said." And then finally you say, "Did you?" That's all. Just a plain, quiet, simple did you. Boy, what a moment.
But what's the story about?
Love. Benson, move over. I, too, want to lie down.
Now, come on, boys, and get off that couch. You two are supposed to be the star writers and the lot, but you've done nothing but clown around. The shooting date's only 2 weeks off. I've got to play this picture.
Why, Daddy?
Look, Mr. Law, why don't you tell me your story in a few simple words?
Mr. Benson?
Huh?
What's our story?
How the heck do I know?
Didn't you listen?
No. You know, we ought to have a stenographer.
But they won't sit on my lap.
Now, listen, boys.
Don't speak to me. You don't like our story.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just couldn't follow it.
Law. He couldn't follow it. Listen. Boy meets girl. Boy loses girl. Boy gets girl.
Love will find a way. Love never loses. Put your money on love. I'm hungry.
It's a sorry state of affairs when an actor insists on following a story. What do you think this is, a golf tournament?
Now, look, you boys ain't treating me with the proper respect. I'm one of the biggest stars at this studio.
On a horse.
Just because I don't get Van Johnson's fan mail don't mean I ain't got his following. A lot of those that want to write to me ain't never learned how.
Maybe you don't know. Larry, maybe you don't know how lucky you are. Benson, what are we waiting for?
Lunch.
Good. Now, you look here. Oh, Mr. Friday, as production supervisor of this studio, you ought to know that...
Larry, hello, boys. Gentlemen, we're facing a crisis.
Did you order some lunch?
Yes. Susie will bring it in a few moments. But, boys, we need a big picture. Something to set the country on fire. Now, what about a story?
Nestling on your desk for 2 weeks, there's a script we wrote for Larry Toms.
A gorgeous script. That one with my fingerprints on the cover.
No, that wouldn't do.
Did you read it?
Don't try to change the subject.
Mr. Friday.
Say, Law, why don't we have her for a secretary?
She won't sit on my lap.
You still make a beautiful secretary.
Boys, stop clowning. What is it, Miss Cruz?
Central Casting wants to know how many midgets you'll need.
I don't need any midgets. We don't make shorts.
Yes, that's right.
Now, boys, to get back to the story. I'm going to choose you. What is it?
It's me, sir.
Who are you?
Rodney Bevan, sir. I'm an extra in the picture you're producing, Moon Over England.
Yes, go on.
Well, Wardrobe sent me up here to you to look at my costume. It's supposed to be the uniform of a guardsman, but, sir, it's not authentic. You see, I happen to be English.
So you don't like the uniform? Young man, when we put on a picture, everything in it is authentic. Authentic. Whether it's authentic or not. You're fired.
Oh. Very well, sir.
Look, how's about the story, boys? This is a crisis. We've got to get down to work, and who is it now?
Susie.
Lunch.
Oh, Susie, I love you. Let me hit that tray.
Oh, now, please, Mr. Law, be careful.
No, I'll take the tray.
Thank you.
Good luck, she's fainted.
Susie.
I better get a doctor right away.
You don't have to call for a doctor.
Here, let me put you in this chair. There you are.
Thank you. You see, there's nothing wrong with me. It's only natural.
Only natural for you to come into my office and collapse from the floor?
Well, you would too if you were going to have a baby.
What?
A baby? Susie, you're not going to have a baby.
Well, that's what the doctor told me.
I don't think much of your husband letting you work at a time like this.
Oh, I never think of him.
You don't? Why? Don't you like him?
Well, it isn't that, Mr. Friday. You see, he left me soon after we were married.
But not too soon. Susie! You're magnificent.
Oh, well, please don't make fun of me.
Oh, I'm not. Susie, can Benson and I be godfathers?
Do you really mean it?
Oh, do we mean it? We haven't got a baby, and we've been collaborating for years.
I think that'd be wonderful for Happy to have Riders for a godfather.
Oh, Happy.
Oh, yes. I'm going to call him Happy even if he's a girl. Because I want him to be happy even if he is a girl.
That's a beautiful thought. Benson, I've got an idea.
I will not have this office turned into a fraternity ward. What do you want, Miss Cruz?
Would you like to hear the trumpet calls from Moon Over England, Mr. Friday?
No, I would not. Go away.
But you have to okay them.
All right, later. Let them blow from outside.
Yes, Mr. Friday.
Now, Susie, will you get out?
Now, don't bark at her. She's given us an idea, an inspiration. In Larry Tom's next picture, who does he play opposite? Not a horse this time, but a baby.
Now, looky here.
He finds a baby home on the range.
Girl married to no good gambler. He dies. Girl leaves baby on Ranger's doorstep. Ranger is Larry.
Good God, he says. A baby. A baby. Tugging at every mother's heart, at every potential mother.
And who isn't?
A love story between Larry and a baby.
Boys, I think you've got something there. Let's go up and see BK about it right now.
But I don't want to play opposite a baby.
Larry, are you selling motherhood short?
Come on, go. Come on.
Susie, you wait here. We'll be back.
Oh, I thought... Is Mr. Friday in?
No, I am.
Yes, go on. Well, you see, he fired me.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, my name's Rodney Bevan.
I'm Susie.
How do you do?
Well, I don't feel too well.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. It's only natural.
Oh. Well, I thought perhaps I could persuade Mr. Friday to hire me again.
You're English, aren't you?
Yes, good.
So is Ronald Coleman.
So he is. Mind if I eat a little of this lunch?
No, go right ahead. You know, I like the way the English talk. It sounds so English.
Good ham. That's a strange idea.
Of course, it's only my idea. I'm very ignorant.
Oh, now, please don't say that. I think you're very intelligent.
Oh, I'm intelligent, but I don't know anything.
You're an extraordinary girl.
Well, you see, I've never been to high school, but someday I'll go. That's my secret ambition. Have some more ham?
Oh, thanks. Won't you have some, too?
No. Happy doesn't like ham. He likes milk.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's all right.
A very unusual girl. So kind, so sincere. Not like most girls.
Oh, well, of course, I'm different on account of Happy. Most girls aren't going to get happy.
Why on earth not?
Well, you see, I'm just...
You! Are you back again?
No, I'm sorry.
Get out before I call the studio police.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but Mr. Friday, this man...
Susie, as godfathers of your baby, we just signed a contract for Happy.
What?
Yes, sir. From the instant your baby is born, we're going to watch over it. The first tooth. The first smile.
The minute he's born, we set the cameras on him.
That baby's going to gurgle and google and drool his way to stardom.
Oh, but Mr.
Now,
Lawrence...
Susie, upstairs in BK's office, we put your expected child in pictures.
Happy in pictures?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Susie, what's the matter?
I don't know. I don't feel good. I think
That phone, quick. Get an ambulance right over to Mr. Friday's office. Get the doctor. Get the nurse.
What's going on? Good God, Miss Cruz!
Welcome to here, Mr. Friday.
Happy's on his way.
You know, being a father can give you a headache or two. Can you back me up on that, Bob Williams?
Why, sure thing, Harold. Now, you consider my next-door neighbor. Poor guy, he was all set to cut the grass yesterday when his wife told him that Junior had taken the wheels and handle off the lawnmower and put them on his express wagon. Now, in a case like that, would the little darling be packed off to reform school? No. His proud parent would just relax and say, oh, well.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, smokers, you're set for real pleasure when you light up a fine cigarette. But listen, you won't find that pleasure in a cigarette that's hot, harsh, and dry. So,
Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent made from the juice of fresh apples. We call it apple honey, and it actually helps prevent cigarette dryness.
And listen to this.
To give you a smoke of delightful extra flavor, a touch of rare, keen-tasting Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
Extra flavor plus special protection against cigarette dryness. Aren't these what you want in a cigarette? Why, sure. So try Old Gold soon as you can. And look, when Junior starts cutting up, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Boy Meets Girl, starring Ann Sothern with Chester Morris and Lee Tracy. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
So Susie had her baby. It was a boy, and it was christened Happy. Benson and Law sent flowers, acted as godfathers, and promptly signed up Happy to appear in a number of pictures with Larry Toms, that great Western star. The pictures were smash hits, due largely to Happy's screen personality, which made the studio happy, which made Benson and Law happy, which possibly made Happy happy. But it left both Susie and Larry Toms unhappy. In Susie's case, it was loneliness. Loneliness in Rodney's disappearance. In Larry Toms's case, up in Mr. Friday's office, Larry is stating his grievance to the writers at this very moment.
Listen, boys. That baby is going to ruin me.
Ha. Ha, ha.
He steals all my pictures. I won't play that new scene.
Which new scene?
Where I'm supposed to bathe Happy.
That is a very cute scene.
It ain't manly.
No? You want the baby to bathe you?
Now listen.
By the way, I saw you with Susie at the Trocadero last night. We don't approve of you as an escort.
Well, supposing I like Susie.
She doesn't like you, and we don't like you, and Susie does everything we tell her to. Now, come on, Benson, let's get out of here and go see a man about a woman.
Make it Grable.
Think they're smart. Oh, hello, Miss Cruz.
Hello, Larry.
Miss Cruz, seeing as you're Mr. Friday's secretary, maybe you'd know. Supposing Susie was going to get married again, would her second husband be legal guardian of Happy?
I suppose so. But what makes you think Susie is getting married again?
Well, she oughta.
To you?
Well, what's the matter with me?
Nothing that a good horse couldn't cure. Larry, you don't love Susie. Tell me the truth. Are you thinking of marrying Susie so you can get control of Happy and have Benson and Law fired?
I ain't saying nothing.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Susie. My, how nice you look in that Midian skirt.
Well, thank you. We had gym today. Hello, Larry.
Howdy, Susie.
Where's Happy, Miss Cruz?
In the garden with his nurse.
Oh. Gee, I don't get to see him very much. He's working and I'm going to high school. I'm having trouble with my algebra, too. That's an awful hard language to speak. Miss Cruz, did you find out that
English boy, Rodney?
Yeah.
We've sent out a call for him, Susie, but he hasn't shown up yet. Cheer up, though. Maybe he will.
Ain't you happy, Susie?
Well, I guess I should be with Happy in Pictures and me going to high school, but I...
Who's this Rodney?
Oh, just a boy I met in this office. He was awful nice. In English.
You never got to know him very well, though.
No. You see, he was in uniform and I was in my condition. I've never seen him since.
Well, you shouldn't be thinking of him. You should be thinking of Happy.
Oh, I do. Only sometimes it gets awful lonesome. Especially at night.
Susie, Happy needs a father.
You think so?
When he grows up, he's going to want a father.
But he had a father.
For how long?
Well, long enough. I mean...
Susie, he's going to want a father that's around. Now, why shouldn't that be me?
Well, I don't know. Why?
Listen, Susie. Listen, Susie. I'm mighty fond of you and Happy. Mighty fond.
Are you really, Larry?
Mighty fond.
Well, who'd have thought 6 months ago that I'd be sitting in the same room with Larry Towns, and he'd be saying to me he was...
Mighty fond.
You know, Larry, when I first came to California, it was very unusual because it was raining very hard. Oh, it rained about 3 weeks, and I had to get out of the rain, so I went into the movie. And there you were on the screen.
Mighty fond.
Yeah, that's just what you were saying to Tess Trueheart. And now you're saying it to me.
Mighty fond. What was the picture?
Thunder over Arizona.
One of my best. Susie, I'm mighty. Will you marry me?
But I...
Because I'm mighty fond of you and Happy, mighty fond.
But I'm not mighty fond of you.
Well, you shouldn't be thinking of yourself.
Well, I'll have to ask Mr. Benson and Mr. Law.
Susie, I ain't proposing to them.
Well, if you think it'll be best for Happy, I guess it'll be all right.
Oh, you'll make me mighty happy, Susie. We're going to be mighty happy together. And...
Oh, hello, Mr. Law, Mr. Benson.
Larry, what are you doing in here? I told you to stay away from Susie.
Don't be speaking like that about my future wife.
Your what? Susie, is he telling the truth?
Well, I guess so. You see, it would be better for Happy, and besides, I get so lonesome, and high school's all right, but...
So we're getting married. And remember, Law, you too, Benson, when I'm Happy's father, I'll issue the orders. I kind of think you boys better begin looking around for a new job. Come on, Susie. Let's go tell my press agents.
Now, Susie, you can't do this to us. You
Mr. Law, she did.
Yeah, well, not yet. Benson, we've got to stop that marriage. For one thing, she doesn't love Tom's. Nobody could but a horse.
For another, we'll have to go to work if we lose Happy.
Susie had her mind made up. We've been neglecting her. If we could only get Larry to break it off.
Sure, but how?
Well, let's see. He's scared green of scandal. Now, Susie has never told us what really happened to Happy's father. I've got it. Suppose we produce him.
We don't know who he is or where.
But that, my boy, is what central casting is for. We'll get an actor, and we'll...
Hello. I'm Rodney Bevan. I was sent for...
But wait a minute. Are you an actor?
Yes, although, frankly, a rather bad one.
Well, what we need doesn't require much. Now, look, there's $100 in it for you.
$100?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how jolly. Do I have lines to speak?
Oh, yes. The scene is going to be played right here in this office. I'll write the lines out for you. Benson, get on the phone and have Susie and Larry come to the office. Quick. Now, Rodney, these will be your lines when they enter the office, you see? Got your lines memorized, Rodney?
Yes, but I don't understand them.
Actors aren't supposed to. But shh, here they come.
Hey, what is this? Are you boys up to anything?
No, laddie, no. But this poor, half-mad, broken man has something to say. Go ahead, Rodney.
Susie, why did you leave me?
What?
I'm Happy's father. Have you forgotten? I've searched for you in the four corners of the earth. Susie, why did you leave me?
What?
Hey, I don't like this. Susie, you know what my public will say if they find out about this? I'm sorry, Susie, but you better consider my offer as withdrawn. I'm mighty sorry.
Well, there goes Larry Toms. Benson, we did it. You know, you're almost as brilliant as I am.
Oh. Oh.
I say, you're the girl I met in the same office some months ago.
Oh, but you're not Happy's father.
Of course not, but...
But you could be.
My dear, I'm very sorry, but they pretended it was going to be a scene for a picture.
Benson, do you know what this man is talking about?
He must be mad.
Oh, now, look here, you two.
It's an obvious psychiatric case, Benson.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's the boy that's been springing out of bushes.
Look at the things he said to Susie.
But you coached me for hours. You even wrote the lines out for me.
A very likely story. Why should we?
Susie, Happy.
What is it, Larry?
Happy's in the hospital.
Oh, what happened to him?
He got the measles.
Oh, is that all? Why, there's nothing to get excited about, Larry. All babies get the measles.
Well, that ain't what I'm excited about. Susie, you...
Larry, what's the matter?
What's the matter? Well, that side-wanding baby of yours has given me the measles.
Oh, well, some days you can't make a nickel. Isn't that so, Bob Williams?
Why, sure, Harold. Now, you take the fellow who goes out fishing. He sits in the sun all day long getting nary a nibble. And all of a sudden, a tremendous something hooks onto his line. He heaves and he tugs. And up comes a boot full of mud. Now, does this poor, frustrated gent tuck his head underwater? No. He just works up a rueful smile and says...
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, sirree. The day's best catch for more smoking pleasure is always Old Gold. Delightful extra flavor plus special protection against cigarette dryness. Because
Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos, enriched with rare, keen-tasting Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey. Made from the juice of fresh apples, it actually helps prevent cigarette dryness. Remember that, friends, and whenever you'd enjoy a finer, keener, better-tasting smoke, light an Old Gold.
That's easier said than done, perhaps, since quantity is limited, and limited for these understandable reasons. First, Old Gold quality is held a full 24-carat standard. Second, our armed forces get first call on all cigarettes we make, and yet we're doing our best to assure your share of remaining Old Golds. So, if you must take substitute brands today, remember, your dealer may have Old Golds tomorrow. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Boy Meets Girl, starring Ann Sothern, with Chester Morris and Lee Tracy. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, Happy went to the hospital with his measles, and Larry went to the hospital with his measles. Of the two, Happy minded it the least. Rodney was sort of lost in the shuffle, and Susie had very little time to think of him for the 2 weeks during which the measles ran their course. But at the end of the second week, while Susie was visiting Happy in the hospital's waiting room...
Susie.
Oh, it's you, Rodney. I don't want to speak to you.
Oh, look here. Will you marry me?
Did Mr. Law and Mr. Benson put you up to this, too?
Good Lord, no. I haven't seen them, and I don't intend to.
Then why do you want to marry me?
Because Well, I love you.
But you don't know about my past.
Oh, I've been through all that in my mind. It doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does. Happy's father was a bigamist.
Huh?
He married twice.
How's that it?
Well, what'd you think?
It doesn't really matter.
Well, you see, I didn't know he was married before.
But good Lord, nobody can blame you.
His wife did.
Oh, naturally.
And it wasn't his fault either. He got a Mexican divorce, and he didn't know it wasn't any good. So I said to him, your first duty is to your first wife, and I ran away. Of course, I didn't know I was going to have Happy then.
Have you heard from him?
Not lately. He's dead. His wife shot him.
Good Lord.
Oh, I hear from her sometimes. She's awfully sorry.
Well, then... You're free to marry, aren't you?
Oh, I'm free, but the point is, do I want to? Look what happened the first time. I've got to be careful.
But I'm not a bigamist.
Well, maybe not. You may be something else.
The British consul will vouch for me. He knows my family. I haven't had much of a life, but it's an open book. I have to go back to London.
London? That's in Europe, isn't it?
London? Yes, it is.
Oh, no, I couldn't go to Europe. The boys want to keep happy in pictures.
I wouldn't hear of it. That's no life for a baby. Furthermore, I don't like the California climate. Now, in England, we have 4 seasons.
You have?
Summer, winter, spring, and fall.
Gee. Well, I want to ask you something.
Oh, certainly.
When I come into a room, does something happen to you?
Huh? Of course. Very much so.
Well, I'll think it over.
Look here. I couldn't possibly take no for an answer.
Of course, when you come into a room, something happens to me, too.
My darling.
Susie, do my eyes deceive me? Are you kissing an actor?
Boys, I've been thinking it over.
With what?
I'm going to marry Rodney, and I'm going to Europe. You know, they've got the 4 seasons over there. And besides, things happen to me when he comes into a room. And when I do, things happen to him. So you see...
Pip-pip, lads.
Yes. Pip-pip, lads.
There they go.
Yep, and there goes Happy with them.
And there goes our job.
Yeah, well. Say, let's go poison Larry.
We should have known this was too good to last.
Well, it was fun. Say, do you realize what Mr. Friday is likely to do to us if he discovers we were responsible for getting Susie and Rodney together?
No. Hey, here's Larry's bungalow. Let's go in. Larry?
I'm in the bedroom getting dressed. I'll be out in a minute.
Well, don't hurry.
Mr. Friday, my fine feathered friend. Mr. Friday is liable to follow us. Fire us.
Fire us? Well, I can't afford to be.
I said fire.
I said I can't afford to be fired.
If we had any of the money we used to have, Benson. Which reminds me, you know, Yasha owes us a young fortune.
Yasha?
Yeah.
Where is he?
London. I think that's in England.
Where's the phone? I got work to do. Here we are. Hey, operator, I want to put a call through to London, England. The Hotel Belmore. I want to speak to Yasha Kelly. Can you imagine Larry's face when he gets the bill for this call?
I hope we're around to see it. And solvent.
Don't worry. When I get Yasha... Hello? Yeah? Well, all right. Put him on. Hello, Yasha. This is Benson. Look, wait a minute. Are you sober? Well, Law and I need the dough that we lent you. Oh. Well, forget it. Say, how's the 4 seasons in London? It's raining. Isn't that a coincidence? We have a high fog here, too. Well, so long, Yasha. Law, Yasha can't give us back that money.
Say, what's the idea of using my private phone all the time? I ain't going to pay for your calls.
All right. If that's the way you feel about it, here's your lousy nickel.
Now,
we're mighty sorry, Larry. Mighty sorry.
Well, so closes the story of Boy Meets Girl. Right now, Ann Sothern, Chester Morris, and Lee Tracy, our thanks to you for a very entertaining half hour.
Oh, I enjoyed it,
It
Harold.
was a great pleasure.
Well, it certainly was.
Who's on the old gold roster next?
Well, we're very happy to welcome next week Jack Carson and Frank McHugh in June Moon.
I'll be listening.
So will I.
Wish I had a radio.
Good night, folks. Until next Sunday. See you then.
Now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Joe.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring William Powell and Ann Sothern in I Love You Again. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I came to Hollywood some years ago, my first assignment was dialogue director at Warner Brothers. And my first picture starred an actor whose charm and personality were equaled only by his talent, William Powell. So it's something of a reunion to have him here tonight, co-starred with an actress you've enjoyed so often on the screen, Ann Sothern. They bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's riotous comedy, I Love You Again. The story of what happens when a man comes to after 6 years of amnesia or complete forgetfulness and finds himself in very baffling circumstances. In the year since Bill Powell and I first met, the motion picture industry has made great strides in technical improvements, as you've been aware. A trait that's typically American, that constant search for something better. And your response to the new Lux, those tiny diamonds that are so helpful in caring for your fine fabrics, is another example of this country's eagerness for something better. Indeed, we're gratified that this new Lux has more than come up to your fondest expectations. Here's Act One of I Love You Again, starring William Powell as Larry Wilson and Ann Sothern as Kay. On an ocean liner approaching New York Harbor is a passenger from Habersville, Pennsylvania, Mr. Lawrence Wilson. An hour ago, he cornered 3 unfortunate gentlemen in the ship's lounge, and for 60 weary minutes, he's been boring them to death, as only Mr. Lawrence Wilson can.
Yes, gentlemen. This watch was given to me by the Chamber of Commerce. Pretty fine timepiece, isn't it?
Terrific.
Mr. L.J. Hotspur himself made the presentation. I can remember every word he said. To one of our first and foremost citizens, Lawrence Wilson, for his unfailing energy as chairman of the Habersville Morals and Clean Government Committee.
Oh, fine, fine. I'll bet you're some pumpkins back there in Habersville.
Oh, well, you know how it is. Well, gentlemen, last night out, how about having a farewell drink with me? Dutch treat, of course.
I figured that out.
Oh, Stewart, service, please. Wanted beef, fellows?
Scotch and soda.
Yeah, make mine the same. Well, all right, Stewart. You know mine.
Yeah. Ginger ale and grape juice.
Come on now, Wilson. That's no drink. Sorry, fellows, but that's all I ever take.
Hi, man.
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, fellas. I also have those Starbucks. Hey, Stuart, come on, Starbucks a drink.
Thanks, Ryan, but I don't indulge.
Oh, you're too good to drink with me, huh?
I'm sorry. Good night, gentlemen.
Come back here, you.
No. Take it easy, Ryan. Mr. Wilson doesn't drink.
Now, listen, Wilson. You snooted me long enough on this boat, see? Take off that stuffed shirt. Come on, knock me down.
Ryan, you're inebriated.
Oh, so I'm inebriated, huh? Well, I'll walk a straight line with anyone on this boat. With anyone on any boat. I'll even go out there on the deck and I'll walk along the rail.
Here, Ryan, now don't go out on deck.
Inebriated, huh? Let go. I'll show you.
Ryan, you'll fall overboard.
Let go. Get away from that rail.
Now, listen, Ryan, old man.
There, how's that? Right up on the rail, huh?
Come down. You're too intoxicated to realize your peril.
Watch this way, Wilson. Tightrope walking. Watch, I can balance myself like a hare.
No, be careful. Let me go. Let go. Now, we won't fall in. Let go.
Man overboard! Man overboard! Leave us turn! Ram the lifeboat! Lower away there! Lower away!
I saw the whole thing. That man fell off the rail and Mr. Wilson jumped in to save him. Wilson, the grape juice man. He's a hero.
Well, are the passengers all right? I think they will be, Captain. But Mr. Wilson's still unconscious.
Unconscious?
He had a rather nasty blow on the temple.
How did that happen?
I'm not certain, but I believe when your men lowered the boat, one of your sailors accidentally hit him on the head with an oar.
the stuff, Wilson, old boy. Come on. Open your eyes up. Now, wake up now, pal. Come on. Who are you? It's me, pal. Your old friend, Ryan.
Ryan. You dirty rat, come here.
No, take it easy, pal. Let go.
You slugged me.
No, pal. Honest, it wasn't me. It was a sailor with an oar.
Sailor with a... Hey. Wait a minute. Why, this is a boat. I'm on a boat. So what's the idea? Why was I taking all that train?
What? What train?
You know what train, you double-crossing.
Oh, wait, look. Don't you remember me, Ryan? Doc Ryan.
I never saw you before in my life.
Holy smoke, but you saved my life last night.
Why do I want to do that?
I don't know, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? What's that you called me?
Mr. Wilson, your name.
Say, what's going on here? What's happened to me?
Well, you took a dive for me last night when I fell overboard. You were knocked on the head.
You're crazy. I can't swim. And besides, last night I was on my way to the fight in New York.
What fight?
Don't you read the papers? The Lewis Kahn fight. Say, I must have missed it.
I'll say you missed it by 6 years.
6 years? Yeah, what date's this?
Well, here's the ship's news. October 10th, 1947.
Let me see that. 1947? That must be a misprint.
No, pal, honest.
But wait a minute. It was 1941 last night.
Hey, I'd better get the ship's doctor.
I don't need a doctor. I need a drink.
Okay, I'll ring for your ginger ale and grape juice.
Ginger ale and... Look, I want a drink, not a foot bath.
Well, that's what you've been drinking, buckets of it.
Ginger ale and grape juice.
Now, look, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, why do you keep calling me Wilson? My name's Davis, George Davis, from Detroit.
George Davis?
Sure.
Detroit?
Well?
You ever know a guy in Detroit named Duke Sheldon?
Duke? Sure. Well, I used to be in business with him. Why?
Why? Because so was I in business with him once. Well, what do you know? We're in the same racket.
Yeah, possible. What's your pitch?
Oh, I've been kind of working the boats, you know, cards, a few tricks with a dice, and Hey, I get it now. You've been working this boat yourself under the name of Wilson.
Say, what are you talking about? You know, I remember getting on that train in 1941. I was going to the fight.
You ain't got no line on yourself since then?
I went in the smoking car. It was a card game.
Uh-huh.
I was going great till somebody got wise. There was a battle. I fell to the floor. And the last thing I remember is a bottle. It was sailing through the air, straight at my head.
You don't remember nothing what's happened since then?
Not a thing. I don't even know where I'd been. Say, there's a name for this thing. A lapse of memory, lost identity, amnesia. That's it, amnesia.
Is that what you got?
No, that's what I've had. You know, a blow on the head can make you forget the past. You live on as somebody else. Perhaps forever, unless another shock or a blow brings you back to your right self. You read about these things, but you never figure them happening to yourself. Hey, what was this Wilson like?
Oh, an awful heel. I like Davis better.
Thanks.
Yeah, all you did, all Wilson did, was talk about Habersville.
Habersville? Who's he?
No, not he. It's some burg in Pennsylvania.
Oh, never heard of it. Hey, I wonder if Mr. Wilson has any money. I think I'll take a look at his luggage.
Funny, ain't it? Here we are talking about you and a guy named Wilson, and you're both guys.
Look at this suit. I must have borrowed this from an undertaker. Now, what's all this stuff? Hair restorer. Saltine crackers. Dyspepsia tablets. A bottle of gargles. Hey, I certainly took good care of Wilson.
Oh, here's a lot of papers and stuff. Boy, were you a joiner. Rotary, Elks, Owls, Community Chest, Primrose League. Oh, wait a minute. A bank book.
Hey, give it to me. Habersville National Bank. Lawrence Wilson. Checking account C. $147,000.83.
100
Let me look at that. And that's the C account. That means there must be an A and B as well.
Yeah, it might even go right through the alphabet.
Say, why wouldn't it be a good idea for Mr. Wilson to pay a visit to Habersville just long enough to get the money?
Huh? Do you think you can swing it? We'll be in New York tomorrow morning.
Well, it's worth trying. But there's a fortune in this thing, Doc. How'd you like to go in on it with me?
You mean it? Look, I'll cut you in for 25%. I'd have done it for 10. After all, you saved my life. Look, I'm going to need some money. I think I'll send a radiogram to the Habersville National Bank. I'll tell her to send me $5,000 to the Whitney Hotel tomorrow morning. 25% of $5,000. What a cut! Hey, but there's one thing, Doc. You got to stick close to me, yeah? If anybody starts asking questions, if I seem to be getting into a tight spot, I'll pull a feint. And don't forget to catch me.
Oh, you can trust me, pal. I'll be a regular Florence Nightingale.
Come on, Doc, snap into it. We'll get right to the hotel and see if the Habersville Bank has sent that... Well, what's the matter? Hey, take a look at that skirt over there. What a dish. Don't know who she's waving to.
Come on. Keep your mind on your work.
Larry? Why, she's Larry. Hey, that's you.
Oh, Larry. Are you all right?
Huh? Me? Sure, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, Larry, the papers all said you were injured.
Yeah, nothing serious. You know how papers are. Well, certainly it's good to see you.
Yes, I know you're surprised.
Surprise isn't the word.
Larry.
Oh, excuse me. This is Doc Ryan. Doc, this is yes, sir. Good old Doc Ryan.
How are you, Doctor?
Never better, miss. Thanks to Larry.
You know, Larry, Habersville is pretty proud of that rescue.
Oh, Habersville, huh? Well. Good old Habersville. Did you just leave there?
Well, when I read you were hurt, naturally I had to come.
Yeah, naturally. And it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, so you said.
Well, it's worth repeating.
Larry, you seem strange.
Who, me? Oh, well, that's just because you haven't seen me for a while. Why, before you know it, we'll be right back where we were.
Larry, what in heaven's name is the matter with you?
Nothing. Why? I'm just surprised to see you here.
Well, what's so surprising about that? Habersville wouldn't think it very proper if a wife didn't meet her husband.
Oh, I don't know about... Why? Did she...
Larry, what is it? What's the matter?
Nothing at all. I'm fine. I'm just wonderful.
Oh, no, you're not. You're sicker than you think. You need a lot of rest and quiet.
Oh, nonsense. I never felt better in my life.
I'll take you over to your hotel.
Huh? Oh, sure.
No, listen, Larry.
Go away, Doc, go away. Can't a man speak to his own wife?
Well, this isn't like you at all, Larry. The Whitney Hotel, a whole suite of rooms.
Well, the best is none too good for you, Mrs. W.
Larry, I don't quite know how to begin.
Begin what?
Well, I've decided once and for all to go through with the divorce.
Divorce? Oh, but now, wait. You can't do that.
I've made up my mind.
Oh, but a divorce, that's awful. After all, we mustn't be too hasty about this thing.
Well, I wouldn't call 5 years exactly hasty.
How about a divorce? Why, it can break up a marriage.
So I've heard.
And what's more, very often, what really seemed a good reason for a divorce isn't a good reason for the divorce after all. Now, if I'd beaten you or something like that...
Oh, I'd like to see you try it.
Well, or if I'd been running around with some woman...
Oh, good heavens. You with a woman?
Well, after all, sometimes a vacation can change a man a lot. Sea air and all that.
No, I'm afraid it'll take more than sea air to change you, Larry.
What's the matter with me? Say, look, let's forget the divorce and try it just once more. Starting from scratch, huh?
It's too late, Larry.
God, nonsense. It's never too late.
There's someone at the door.
Oh, ignore it. Go away.
You might as well answer, Larry. I'm leaving anyhow.
No, but listen.
I'll be at the Shore Haven if you want to get in touch with me.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson.
Why, Mrs. Wilson. Oh, Mr. Billings. How are you?
Couldn't get keener, thanks.
Well, I was just leaving. I'm sure I'll be seeing you, though.
I hope so.
Oh, wait, don't go.
No, Larry.
Say, Larry, I met Mr. Billings in the lobby. He came all the way from the Habersville National Bank.
Bank? Oh, bank. Well, how are you? How are you, Mr. Billings?
Couldn't be keener, thanks.
That's fine.
Well, I got your wireless, Mr. Wilson, and here's your money.
5,000?
Here you are, sir.
Well, I call that service.
Yeah, me too. Now, let me see. This 5,000 makes you 2,700 overdrawn.
Overdrawn.
When you went away, you had $2,800 on deposit. And we paid $500 for you on that land at Marsh's subdivision. By the way, here's your deed for that.
And I owed the bank $2,700?
The bank was only too glad to accommodate you.
Oh, but what about those other accounts?
Well, in the C account, we have $147,083.
Would you repeat that, please, sort of slowly?
$147,083.
Uh-huh.
That is the community chest account.
Huh?
The community chest account. And naturally, all checks have to be countersigned by Mr. Sims, Miss Breathwaite, 2 directors of the fund, and yourself.
Oh.
Now, in the B account, which is the Anti-Vice League fund, we have...
The Anti-Vice League, well, let's not bother how much we have there.
Just as you say, Mr. Wilson. Well, I'd better run along. I trust I've made everything clear.
Terribly clear. Let's give my greetings to Mr. Sims and Miss Breathwaite.
I will indeed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. The more I learn about Larry Wilson, the more I like termites.
Raising dough for the Anti-Vice League. Boy, you certainly were a stinker.
Wasn't I? Say, wait a minute. Larry Wilson may be a dope, but in Haversville he's trusted and respected.
Yeah, a guy that raises thousands of dollars for a chest certainly ought to be able to raise a little dough for himself.
Let's see. That's Pennsylvania. Hey, how about oil?
A lot of money in oil.
We'll do it, Doc. We'll locate Duke Sheldon. He specializes in oil. We'll wire him to meet us there.
Oh, well, wait a minute. What about your wife?
My wife? She's divorcing me. I meet a beautiful girl, and in 20 minutes she's divorcing me. No, I can't let her do that. I need her more than ever now.
What for?
Well, with the divorce going on, Larry Wilson couldn't sell peanuts in a town like that.
Well, where are you going?
To the Shore Haven, to call on a little woman. Who is it?
Open this door.
Hey, what is... Take it easy.
Open this door, I'll smash it.
Hey, what's the idea?
Where is she?
Where are you hiding her? Say, who are you?
You know very well who I am. Where is she, Larry? Come on.
Where's who?
Where's Kay? She was here with you.
Oh, was that Kay?
Yes. I look at the register. Lawrence Wilson and wife. Why, you dirty sneak.
Well, after all, she's my wife, isn't she?
Well, she may be your wife, but she's engaged to me. Holy smoke.
Engaged to you? Now listen. Why should Kay want to divorce me? Answer me that.
You know why.
Well, of course I do, but do you?
Why, it's written all over you. Kay wasn't married to you. She was married to the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions, and the Greater Haversville Committee. Boy, is that bigamy. Will you get rid of your stooge? We'll settle this thing between the two of us.
That's nothing to settle. Things and people have changed. All bets are off. From now on, it's every man for himself.
You promised Kay a divorce. Why, you dirty double-crossing.
You've been asking for this.
And you asked for this. There. I guess you forgot that I was the amateur champ of Boomtown County. So long, Larry. How are you, pal? Come on now. Come on, wake up, pal.
Oh.
Come on, wake up.
Oh, you might at least have told me his name. Hey, get me up. Where's the phone?
What for?
I'm going to call my wife. You don't think I'm going to take this line down, do you?
Well, you were doing pretty well just a minute ago.
I'm going to take her out to dinner. And just let that guy try to interfere, that's all. Champagne. Here, dear, have some more.
Thank you, I've had enough.
And if you ask me, Wilson, so have you.
Who asked you? Look, darling, did you have to bring your bodyguard along?
Herbert and I are engaged, Larry.
Oh, yes. Herbert and you were engaged.
Yes. Now, look here, Wilson. Kay and I want to know what you're going to do about the divorce.
The divorce? Oh, Kay can have the divorce.
She can?
In a month or 6 weeks. But I'm opposed to this unseemly haste. Well, somebody might get the idea my wife didn't like me.
You can't fool me, Wilson. It's not Kay you're thinking of. It's the Chamber of Commerce.
Of course. I might have known. 6 weeks, you said. And by an odd coincidence, that happens to be election time for president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Now, wait.
Larry, you're just afraid divorce will hurt your chances. Well, I'm not going to ruin my life so you can win an election.
I should say not.
Very well, then. Unless Kay comes back to Haversville with me and for 6 weeks palms herself off as my devoted and loving wife, I'll fight the case. I feel it my duty.
Oh, if he feels it is duty, Herbert, we're sunk. We'll have to give in.
Herb, you're taking my wife. The least you can do is to give me the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, all right. You win.
Oh, thanks, Herb. I believe this is your hotel, Wilson. That's right, Herb. Well, good night, Kay, dear.
Good night, Larry.
Kay, do you think, that is, if Herbert doesn't mind, if I kissed you goodbye? Hey, now, listen.
Oh, it's all right, Herbert. It doesn't mean anything.
Certainly not. Now, just lean this way a little, dear. That's the girl. All right, Wilson. Hey, Wilson, that's enough now. I said that's enough. Hey, now, look here, Wilson. Say, what do you think they did? Hey, now, cut it out. Let it alone.
For heaven's sake.
Our stars will return with Act 2 of I Love You Again in a moment. I hear you were visiting at 20th Century Fox this week, Libby.
That's right, John. They were celebrating the winning of the Academy Award with Darrell Zanuck's great picture, Gentleman's Agreement. But they're not resting on their laurels. Their latest is a domestic comedy about a babysitter. It's simply hilarious.
That must be Sitting Pretty.
That's the name, all right. And Clifton Webb is the sitter who completely reorganizes the home life of Robert Young and Maureen O'Hara.
A case for gossiping neighbors.
Isn't it, though? Especially when Maureen is found in a nightie talking with Clifton.
I remember that scene.
You know, that gown was very carefully chosen.
Satin, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Because the texture photographed so beautifully. Maureen told me that during the shooting, the hem got quite soiled from the soundstage, but the wardrobe department fixed it up before you could say, retake tomorrow.
With gentle Lux care, no doubt.
That's right. And after luxing, it looked just as fresh and sparkling as new. But that didn't surprise Maureen because she insists on Lux care herself for all her personal things.
And now the new tiny diamonds of Lux make it easier than ever for women to keep pretty lingerie lovely longer.
They're so sheer and so tiny, you just know they're the right care for delicate lingerie. They're so fast. Why, they practically melt into suds the instant they touch the water.
Richer, too. Make thick, abundant suds that last and last.
And they do more for you. Remove soil which other kinds of suds can't. Leave things cleaner, fresher.
And make pretty underthings last twice as long. Tests prove that. So why risk wrong washing methods? Anything safe in water is safe in Lux. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of I Love You Again, starring William Powell as Larry Wilson and Ann Sothern as Kay. Larry Wilson, amnesia victim and confidence man extraordinary, is piecing together the puzzle of a life he doesn't remember. And with a wife like Kay as one of the principal parts, he looks forward to finishing the picture. With Kay, he's just getting off the train in Haversville, Doc Ryan 2 steps to the rear.
Hey, Larry, look. It's a welcoming committee. For me?
Of course, you know you're a hero.
Hiya, fellas. Hi there. Great to be back. I feel fine.
Larry, darling, let me see you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Larry, let me kiss you, darling.
Excellent. I got the wife with me. Scram, babe.
What, dear? Hello, Mother. Hey, darling.
Mother? Oh, Mother. Well, how are you, Mother? Doesn't she look wonderful, Kay?
My mother usually looks all right. You're looking wonderful yourself, Larry, but you changed. What is it? Mary, here's Mayor Carver.
Hello, my boy. Welcome home.
Well, Mayor Carver, how's the old chief executive?
Haversville is mighty proud of you, my boy.
Well, thanks, Mayor.
And now, Larry, it is my proud privilege to present a gift from the municipal band, a solid silver bugle.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Much obliged, fellas.
And now we'll all sing the Haversville town song, your own brilliant composition.
Huh?
Larry, suppose you start us off with a fanfare on your new bugle, huh?
Fanfare? Bugle? Me?
Go ahead, son.
Oh, yes. Well, now, you see, I... Oh!
What heavens, he's
Dr. Ryan, quick. He just couldn't stand all this happiness. Get an ambulance.
Back up.
Larry, are you awake?
Oh, come in, Mother. What time is it?
Oh, after 10. You feel better?
Oh, I feel fine.
Larry, now about Kay. I know the whole story, and it's ridiculous. The idea. You in this room and Kay over there across the hall. For a whole year. I don't know how you could do such a thing.
Neither do I. We are going to change all that. I've come to stay for a while. I'm taking the porch room, which should have been a nursery long ago.
Oh, Mother.
Now, don't argue.
Who's arguing?
But you can't win Kay back with a stuffed squirrel.
A stuff? What?
Those animals you're always stuffing. You've got to stop it, Larry.
Mother, believe me, I'll never stuff another animal as long as I live.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Hey.
Yes?
It's me, Larry.
What do you want?
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, look in the icebox.
Well, all right, dear. Don't you bother. I'll get my own food. That is, if I don't faint again. Good night, dear.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Would you like some eggs?
More than anything in the world. Almost.
Well, come on down to the kitchen.
Kay, you don't know what this means to me.
Never mind the sentiment. We're going down for eggs.
Here you are, darling. More toast?
No.
More coffee?
No.
More champagne?
Yes.
Good.
You know, the last time we had champagne in this house was 3 years ago on New Year's Eve. That bottle my mother gave us for Christmas.
I wish you would forget about the past, Kay. You know, the fact of the matter is, I changed quite a bit lately.
Oh, Larry. You couldn't change any more than one of your stuffed owls could change.
But, Kay...
You know, I feel awfully good. Awfully good.
Do you, darling? Gee, that's fine. Here, let me fill your glass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sort of sorry.
Sorry?
Because I'm not in love with you anymore. Because if I were still in love with you, I'd be awfully in love with you right now.
Kay, I'd like to show you the most wonderful game of two-handed post office.
I think I'd better drink the coffee.
Yeah, but listen, Kay.
No, I'm in this house simply because of our agreement to convince the general public that I'm still your wife.
All right, convince me. I'm one of the public.
That strikes me as a pretty foul thing to say about the public. Now, eat your eggs.
Oh, I'm not hungry.
Oh, you're not? You got me out of bed, spoiled my teeth. But you're not hungry.
Well, not really.
You don't want to eat your nice scrambled eggs?
No, dear.
Then how would you like to wear them over your ears?
Hey.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, how's my patient?
Insufferable.
Hiya, Larry. How's the... Hey, what do you got on your head?
Scrambled eggs. What'd you think?
I didn't know.
Hey, look. What'd you find out in town?
Oh, it's pie. The town's loaded with dough, just right for an oil boom. Duke Sheldon's at the hotel, and he's going to plant the oil tomorrow.
Fine. Now, what about me?
You are the manager of a big pottery works here.
I make pots?
Yeah, you may not have any money, but you certainly got plenty of pots.
Pots. Just what I've always wanted, a whole lot of pots.
Wilson, welcome back. The overcast have been the same with us.
Oh, thanks, boys. Thanks very much. But right now, we've all got our little jobs to attend to.
That's right, boys. Back on the job.
Mr. Wilson, your wife is here.
My wife? Well, send her in. Outside, everybody. To your jobs, please. Okay.
Hello, Larry.
Well, what would you like to hit me with this morning? I can recommend the inkwell.
I'm not going to apologize. You were very aggravating.
Well, then I'll apologize. I should have ducked.
Larry, today's the 15th.
Huh? Oh, yes. 15th, of course.
Don't you know what that means?
Yeah, why, yes, it means that tomorrow's the 16th.
It's amazing. The things you can think of to keep from writing a check.
Check? Oh, yes. The 15th.
I guess we've established that all right.
Huh? Just slipped my mind, Kay. You know, all the excitement of getting home. And let me see now. That would be how much?
You know perfectly well how much.
Well, what about $200?
What?
Oh, just for the time being, of course. And if you run short, just call on me.
Oh, don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, goodbye. I'm going shopping.
Oh, no, we're going shopping. You need a man's advice.
No, thank you. The last time I went shopping with you, I ended up in a cut-price Mother Hubbard.
And today, you'll end up in a creation by Charmaine.
Where did you learn about Charmaine?
Huh? Oh, I read about it on the boat.
On the road, Do you know how much a Charmaine creation might cost?
Ooh, 200, 300, what's the difference?
Larry, do you mind if I just faint quietly?
Tea. Ah, yes, tea. Nothing like tea after a hard day's shopping.
Yeah. Just look at the rain out there. And here we sit warm and cozy. I love this place.
So do I. Now. Hey, look. See those tea leaves? Want your fortune told?
Please.
Well, I see someone in your life. It's a man. Tall, dashing, handsome man. With a striped tie, like mine.
Go on.
Well, he's tall and handsome and very dashing.
Yes, that's what puzzles me. The dashing. It's there all right, and I don't understand it.
Oh, it's nothing at all.
Give me your copy. I tell fortunes, too, you know.
Well, see anybody I know?
It's a woman.
Wonderful. What's she look like?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, she's about 5'5", lovely complexion, and hair just like yours.
Larry, what is she like?
Who?
The woman who talks to you about Charmaine. And dancing and being dashing. Where did you meet her? On the boat?
Yes. Sort of.
Well, of course, we don't want to talk about it.
Well, there's really not much to talk about. Nothing's really happened yet.
Oh, but it will, Larry. I'm sure of it.
Honey, if you're sure of it, that's good enough for me.
Well, I know it's none of my business, but I've been worried that you might have changed like this, to please me and maybe catch things up. But of course, that's out of the question. My plans are all made with Herbert.
Hey, have you ever taken a good look at Herbert?
Now, listen here, Larry.
Well, take a look at him now. He's just outside the window, making faces at us.
Oh, my goodness, I had a date with Herbert. He'll never forgive me standing out there in the rain.
Wait, you can have him cleaned and pressed. He'll look as good as new.
You be quiet.
Evening, Mother dear.
Larry, listen. Herbert's been here all evening. He just left. I don't like it.
And neither do I, Mother. But what can I do?
Well, you can go and speak to Kay about it.
Where is she?
In her room. And if you have to, kick in the door.
Why, Mother, you pioneer woman. I'll see you later.
Who is it?
It's me, Larry. Open the door or I'll kick it down.
What?
Open the door, you hear me?
Well, it is open.
Hello. I thought it was locked.
Well, suppose it had been.
I'd have kicked it down.
What for?
Well, so I could come in.
Larry, I've just spent 2 hours patching things up with Herbert. Don't you think you've gotten me into enough trouble for today?
No.
Sometimes you remind me of a high school boy on a street corner whistling at girls.
Well, it's romantic to whistle at the opposite sex. Birds do it. Love birds.
Lovebirds don't whistle. They coo.
They whistle. Sort of a low, cooing whistle. Like this. Gets you, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
No, I once knew of a case where a female lovebird locked a male lovebird out of her nest.
No.
Well, he stood outside and cooed for hours. It was pitiful. He finally lost his temper and he kicked the door of the cage down. And what do you think the female lovebird did then?
Gave him a sharp peck at the base of the skull.
Not at all. She put her soft little wing around him, and she sighed and laid him an egg.
Oh, Larry. Larry, please leave me alone.
Okay, what have I done?
But I suppose you didn't take me out and buy me the most expensive clothes in town.
Is that bad?
And I suppose you didn't say nice things and pay me dozens of compliments and try your best to please me.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, I guess I've been a heel.
And I wish you'd stop it. I want you to be yourself. Your owl-stuffing, speech-making, pompous old self.
What, you're upset because I'm acting as though I found you very attractive?
Yes.
But you are very attractive.
There you go again. Now, look. I've got something to tell you, and I don't want you to say another word.
Not a word?
No, just keep quiet, you understand?
Well?
Well, It's your pride, that's all. You're losing me, so suddenly I seem worth holding on to. But you don't love me, and you never did. Public opinion's the only thing you love. Public opinion, public buildings, public positions. And that's why my door is going to stay locked as long as I'm in this house. Now, if you've got anything to say, please make a choice. Oh, you get out of here.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of I Love You Again will continue in a moment. We're delighted to have as our guest this evening a Hollywood newspaper correspondent as glamorous as she is famous, Miss Sheila Graham. Sheila brings us some exciting news of the film capital.
Well, Mr. Keeley, our first item concerns Mr. and Mrs. Van Johnson, who left today for Honolulu on their first real honeymoon.
With all our heartiest good wishes.
And another big piece of news is the release of Frank Capra's picture, State of the Union.
The Pulitzer Prize hit starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Van Johnson.
Well, it's a wonderful romantic story with a very funny political background.
And very smart timing on the part of Metro Golden Mayer to release it now.
I think the picture has some of the best laughs of the year.
And no wonder. Frank Capra, the producer-director, Spencer Tracy, and Katharine Hepburn together hold 8 Academy Awards.
You know, Mr. Keeley, Van Johnson makes a fine reporter. Of course, the newspaper angle is especially interesting for me.
No doubt you enjoyed Angela Lansbury's performance as the beautiful and powerful publisher.
I sure did. And when I visited Angela during the production of State of the Union, I found we had something in common.
What was that?
Our stockings take a lot of punishment. Angela seems a calm sort of person on the set, but oh boy, she's just as active as I am. And that's terribly hard on stockings. So I told her that I use Lux. And Mr. Kennedy will be interested to know that she does too.
I guess that solves your problem,
Right. In fact, Metro Golden Mayer cares for stockings just the way we career girls do with Lux.
Well, here's another piece of news that's worth headlining, Miss Graham. The new tiny diamonds of Lux are here. Wonderful as Lux has always been, it's actually been improved. It's better than ever. These tiny sheer diamonds are so much faster and richer. They make stockings last twice as long. Tests prove. So smart girls steer clear of strong soaps or cake soap rubbing. That extra wear you get from Lux Care is just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss Sheila Graham. Back now to our producer, William Keeley. Act 3 of I Love You Again, starring William Powell as Larry Wilson and Ann Sothern as Kay. Well, Kay has made up her mind. The door's been closed on Larry, and he's shut out of her life. In his office the next afternoon, Larry decides to go through with his oil swindle and call it quits.
It's a cinch, pal. Duke Sheldon's got an option on all the land surrounding yours at Marsh Creek.
What about the oil?
Duke planted it all over the place. It's oozing up through the creek to beat the band. But it might take weeks for anybody to see it out there in that jungle.
Yeah, we'll have to fix that somehow.
Yeah.
Marsh Creek. We'll have to get the yokels down there. Get a line on any of them?
Oh, did I? Take a look at this.
Leonard Hartspur. Income of $210,000. Edward Littlejohn, $131,000.
If we can only get a couple of these boys to go swimming in the creek.
Yeah, swimming in oil up to their necks. But how are we going to do it?
Oh, Mr. Wilson,
Yes, Miss Sting?
is it all right for Corporal Bielenson now? It's Thursday, you know.
Huh? Yes, that's right. So it is.
Who is Corporal Bielenson?
Who is Corporal Bielenson? Tell him, Miss Sting.
He has a Ranger medallion, 2 silver stars, and a community stripe.
You don't say.
You may come in, Corporal. Corporal Bielenson reporting to Scout Leader Wilson.
Scout leader? Who's your scout leader? Good afternoon, Corporal.
It's 3 o'clock, Mr. Wilson. The troop's outside already.
Oh, where they going?
That's up to Mr. Wilson, sir.
Oh, no. He can't go this afternoon.
But it's Hartspur's test today, sir.
No, it's out of the question.
Wait, did you say Hotspur?
Yes, sir.
Leonard Hartspur's little boy?
Sure, Junior. He's been waiting for you to get back to take the test for first-class Ranger.
And so will Little John.
Little John, of course. And I've worked out a special test for today. A sort of a test by water. You remember, Doc, we were just talking about the water test? Sure, very interesting.
That's splendid, sir. But first, how about shooting the butt?
All right, I'll fade it. Dr. Ryan. Yeah, I'm ashamed of you, Corporal, gambling at your age.
Oh, you don't understand, sir. Mr. Wilson taught us how to trail a deer, and we call it shooting the butt.
Well, what do you know? But today, Corporal, we have a new test, brand new.
Really, sir?
Oh, yes, indeed. You tell the men that we're leaving in 10 minutes for Marsh Creek.
Mr. Wilson, sir.
Yes, Corporal?
We've just taken the test, sir, and I'd like to report that the whole troop is all over oil.
Oil? Well, where did you get oil on you?
In the creek, sir.
Oh, Corporal, this is terrible. Tell the troop to report to their homes. I imagine their fathers will find a way to take it off.
Troop 7, report at home and get the oil washed off.
Come in, Mr. Hotspur. Come in, gentlemen. Sit right down.
Well, how are you, Larry?
Oh, fine. This is Dr. Ryan. Mr. Hotspur, Doctor.
How are you?
How do you do? And this is Mr. Littlejohn and Mr. Beelan.
How do you do,
Doctor? Larry, I'll come right to the point. We want to do something concrete for you to show our appreciation of what you've done for Habersville.
Oh, come now, gentlemen. I've done nothing.
Larry, you own a piece of land here near Marsh Creek?
Yes, I believe I do.
Well, the state is building a new highway, and we've brought some pressure to see that it's built on your land. Now, we can take it off your hands at a good profit.
Well, that's awfully decent of you. I only paid $2,500 for it.
What would you say to a check for $10,000?
What? Why, that's 300% of my investment. Oh, it's too much.
We feel you've got it coming to you, Larry.
Why, you make me feel like a profiteer.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Someone at the door.
Well, Larry, what do you say?
It's a deal, gentlemen.
Splendid. I've got a check right here. I must see Mr. Wilson at once, sir. It's a matter of the utmost importance.
But he's busy. He can't be disturbed.
And besides, sir. Now, which one of you gentlemen is Mr. Wilson?
I am Mr. Wilson, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Sheldon. Colonel E.J. Sheldon, sir.
Oh, how do you do, Colonel?
Mr. Wilson, you're owner of Marsh's subdivision, I believe.
Why, yes.
Splendid. Now, I'm prepared, sir, to make you a handsome offer for that land. $25,000.
What? Do you mean that?
I am not in the habit of joking, sir.
Well, Colonel Sheldon must have heard about the new road.
New road? I know of no road. I'm in the gravel business, Mr. Wilson, and your land contains valuable deposits of gravel.
Gravel? On my land?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Of course it is. Larry, we'll match his offer dollar for dollar.
You will? Why, that's wonderful.
Larry, what are you doing? You're not selling those lots you own.
Oh, no, not yet, Kay, but it looks like I will.
Do you know what's on the land?
Oh, yes, dear. Gravel.
Gravel, my foot. It's oil.
Oil?
Oh, just a wild rumor, I'm sure, sir. These things start up, and before you know it...
This is a wild rumor. This is oil. Gobs of it. I just heard about it.
Oil. Colonel Sheldon, you just tried to swindle one of our leading citizens. Permit me to inform you, sir, that I have options on all the surrounding land. I'll give you $100,000 for half interest, Mr. Wilson. Now, look here, Sheldon.
I couldn't think of it.
$200,000. Now, wait a minute. Colonel Sheldon, suppose we buy you out. With what, sir?
With hard cash.
How much do you want for your option? Well, I own 4 parcels. I'll take $50,000 each. All right, it's a deal. We'll meet later tonight and sign all the papers.
Yeah.
Very good, sir.
That was great work, pal. A clean profit of 200,000 smackers.
Yeah.
Say, what happened to Kay?
Kay? Oh, I saw her go out a minute ago with a letter in her hand. That reminds me. How did she know about the oil?
That's what I want to find out. Okay. Kay, wait a second.
Hello, Larry.
I deduced from the envelope that you're going to mail a letter.
Yes, to Herbert. I'm still so mad I could explode. Those crooks pretending to be your friends. And Herbert's no better. He acted as though I were a common thief. So I ought to be glad of a chance to pick a pocket legally.
Oh, so that was how you knew.
Herbert wanted me to get the land from you. Larry, you're the only honest one in the whole crowd.
Me?
Yes, you. You're really too good for this town.
No, not really.
Well, here's the mailbox. And that's that.
Exit Herbert?
Exit Herbert. I want to walk. Let's go up to the top of the hill, shall we?
Yeah.
Delighted.
Isn't it a lovely view from here? Oh, Larry, don't tell me you've forgotten this place.
Forgotten? How could I forget it?
Remember what you once told me here.
Oh, vaguely.
You said, Kay, darling, marriage is the soundest investment two people can make.
Oh. Kay, whatever made you marry me?
Because I felt that underneath that watch chain with all its large pins and trophies, there was another person, an exciting person, the sort of man I dreamt about marrying.
He wasn't really there, though, was he?
Yes, but I didn't find him for such a long time. I'm sorry I didn't find him sooner.
Don't apologize for what you thought about me. You're right. You're still right.
No, I was terribly wrong. But I was afraid of falling in love with you again.
If you were afraid then, you should be twice as afraid now.
I don't understand that, Larry.
I hope you never will. Well, I think we better go.
No, wait a minute. If there's anything that turns my stomach, it's a man who acts noble.
Noble?
Yes. You know darn well you love me. You're just being noble and giving me up because something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out.
Okay.
Ever since you got off that boat, you've been trying your darndest to make me fall in love with you, and now you have. Now I'm going to do the chasing. And believe me, brother, before I'm through, you're going to know you've been chased. Kiss me. Well,
I know it right now.
Come on, pal, you gotta get over to Duke's room. All those big shots are gonna be there when we get it. Larry, what's the matter with you?
Doc, how'd you like to work in my pottery mill?
Huh?
Yeah, making pots. A chance to eat regular and sleep regular. Maybe have a little home of your own. A porch, a garden.
See, sounds wonderful.
Glad you like it, Doc. Because that's what we're going to do.
Well, but we can't stay here after the oil deal.
The oil deal is off, Doc.
But what about Duke?
Yes, there's Duke to consider. I don't think Duke cares much for home and the kiddies. He's a wee bit mercenary.
Yeah, and he likes money, too.
However, I may as well get it over with. It may be a tough fight, but I'm not afraid. Not much, I'm not.
No. Don't do it, Larry. I seen you fight one fight and you were awful. He'll tear you to bits. Let me go with you just in case.
No, this is my job. I'll phone you when it's all over, Doc, if I'm able.
No, he'll be murdered. Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson, where are you? What do you mean the deal's off? What kind of a double cross have you and Ryan cooked up?
I'm through with rackets, Duke, that's all.
Look, friend, if this is a rib...
It's not a rib, Duke. And it's not a double cross. I'm staying here in Haversville with my wife.
Save your breath, pal. You and that dame are up to something.
You're wrong. She doesn't know a thing about it.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Kay.
She don't know, huh?
Kay, what are you doing here?
It's all right, Larry. I just had a talk with Dr. Ryan. He told me everything about you.
What?
Larry, I had to let her in. I couldn't help it.
Shut up. Kay, I want you to go home.
Nobody's going home. My friend, I'm going to brain you.
You overgrown bull, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Shut your trap, madam. Now, get this, Wilson. If you and this Tootsie want to play house when we get the cash, okay. But first we get the cash.
You can't give him orders, you crook.
That's right, lady. I'm a crook. And what do you think he is, the Bible says?
I don't care if he was an axe murderer. That's all finished.
Lady, generally speaking, I never sock a dame, but I'm inclined to make an exception for you.
All right, Duke. You asked for it.
Ooh. Okay, pal.
Oh! How dare you? You killed him.
I hope so. Water. Give him water.
Get the water pitcher. Oh, Larry, darling, look at me.
Here's the water. Help. I'm drowning.
Oh, Larry. My poor darling.
Oh, Kay. How did you get on the boat? Oh, this is all your fault, Ryan. Your drunken behavior was inexcusable.
Hey, it's coming back. Just like on the boat.
Oh, lie still, darling. Don't talk. You'll be all right in a minute.
All right, Davis. Get up and quit stalling. Davis!
Were you addressing me, sir?
What do you think?
But I'm afraid I don't know you.
Holy Ike, he's got him again. Them amnesias.
But this isn't the boat. Well, what's happened? Hey, is he loony? Did I knock him goofy? Worse.
Oh, you've ruined everything.
Hey, Davis. George. Georgie, don't you know me? Duke Sheldon. Duke Sheldon? I'm very flattered to meet you, Your Highness. Look.
Now, come on. Come on, pull yourself together. We got a big deal on.
A big deal? But if you'll call at my office, sir, I'll be very glad to show you our full line of pots.
Pots? Hey, the guy's nuts. I'm getting out of here. No, let's get out of my way. I'm getting out of here.
Goodbye, Your Highness.
You come back here. You can't get away with it.
Larry, darling.
Yes, dear?
You've forgotten everything, haven't you?
Of course not.
I mean, when it hit you, you're Lawrence Wilson again. Do you suppose if you got hit on the head again, you might be George Davis?
No, wait. Put down that vase.
I've got to do it, darling.
No. Listen to me.
Well?
Kay, dear. Kay.
Well?
Oh,
darling.
In just a moment, our stars will return for their curtain call. Tell me, Libby, why the pencil and paper?
Well, I've just been figuring that the average housewife with a family of 4 washes at least 329 dishes a week. And that doesn't count the silver or the pots and pans.
I should think when she went to sleep, she'd see dishes instead of sheep.
Well, dishwashing is depressing to some women, but modern housewives have discovered how easy it can be with the right kind of suds.
And that's where the new Lux steps right in and takes over. The new diamonds of Lux are so sheer and so tiny, they're faster. You no more than turn on the water, and presto, you have mountains of suds.
Such thick, abundant suds. Just compare them with any other suds you've ever used. They're richer.
What makes these new diamonds especially wonderful for dishes is the way the suds last and last.
So they do more work.
Tests prove that, too. Lux washes up to twice as many dishes as the same weight of any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
When you use these new diamonds, you needn't bother about drying the dishes. Lux suds rinse so completely, dishes drain sparkling dry without wiping.
Yet Lux is so kind to your hands, they stay as soft and smooth as if you never washed a dish in your life. So get these new Lux diamonds tomorrow, sure. Try this really modern way to wash dishes. We return you now to William Keeley.
Before they get away from us, let's turn the spotlight back on William Powell and Ann Sothern, who meet you as they are in real life. You know, with tonight's performance, you two certainly put yourselves, well, way above the Snow Bunny class.
Well, thanks, Bill, but... Huh? What's this Snow Bunny business? Easter's over.
Well, I'm sure that Anne, as one of Hollywood's more enthusiastic skiers, knows just what I mean.
Of course. A snow bunny, and I'm certainly in that class. Is an amateur who goes up to the mountains with a $100 ski outfit and leaves nothing but stitch marks on the ski slope.
Stitch marks? Are they what I think they are?
Yes, Bill. Just what you think they are.
I take it, Bill, that unlike Anne, you aren't much of a winter sportsman.
Well, when it comes to leaving stitch marks, I can do all right with a deck chair down at Palm Springs.
How do you know you wouldn't enjoy skiing, Bill, if you've never tried it?
Oh, I tried it once.
And how did you end up?
That's how I'll end up.
Well, perhaps, honey, you're better off at Palm Springs after all.
Well, I think so. So, let's just let the skis slide.
And meanwhile, let's hear what you're doing next week in the theater, Miss Keeley.
Next Monday night, we bring you the absorbing story of a fascinating woman, as human as any character you've ever known. One who finds herself trapped between the love of 2 men. It's 20th Century Fox's deeply moving drama, Daisy Kenyon. And our stars are 2 of the screen's great favorites, Ida Lupino and Dana Andrews.
Well, Daisy Kenyon is obviously going to be a real treat to your listeners, though.
Good night, and thanks for the most entertaining hour. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening. when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dana Andrews and Ida Lupino in Daisy Kenyon. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies, here's how to make some pocket money and do a good turn, too. Save all fats left over from frying or roasting. Your dealer will pay you a good price for them. Now, maybe you're reusing fats in cooking. Well, that's fine, but remember, even when fat is no longer any good for you, it is still good for industrial uses. We're facing the biggest shortage of fats and oils in history. That's why your government asks you to keep a tin handy, save every drop of used fat, and turn it in promptly. William Powell and Ann Sothern appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Daisy Kenyon with Ida Lupino and Dana Andrews.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with a brand they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Daisy Kenyon with Dana Andrews and Ida Lupino. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, The Heavenly Body. The starring players, this is William Powell.
This is Ann Sothern.
And this is Reed Hadley. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's star-sprinkled comedy, The Heavenly Body. It brings to our stage Ann Sothern as Vicky, William Powell as her husband Bill, and Reed Hadley as the air raid warden. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players present The Heavenly Body. Professor William Whitley is a famous astronomer. He makes for the stars, which means night work up at the observatory, and a lonely young wife who's left at home all alone. So while her husband looks through his telescope, she looks through her horoscope. And as she studies what the stars predict for her...
Oh, the coldest night we ever had at the observatory. Oh, am I glad to be home, Vicky, darling.
No, Bill, you mustn't. Don't kiss me, please.
What's the matter, baby? Got a cold?
No, it's Tuesday.
Oh, sure, and I'm your husband. Remember me?
Bill, darling, I can't have any contact on Tuesday. Until the moon is in square aspect to my Pluto, I mustn't be touched.
Oh, is that so? Who told you that?
Well, it says so right here. My planetary emphasis this month will fall in my 7th house. So you see,
One moment, my love. Are you trying to say... Am I to understand?
Yes, and don't look so horrified. It's a horoscope. Oh, Bill, darling, don't act so hurt. Oh, come here, darling, and let me...
No. Don't kiss me. It's Tuesday.
There you go. You never take me seriously.
How can I? With my planetary emphasis in my 11th bungalow. Vicky,
You mean that you went to one of those stargazing quacks?
Mrs. Sybil is not a quack. She's very sincere. Besides, lots of other women go and find extreme happiness.
But you're not lots of other women. You're my wife. I happen to be an astronomer, a scientist. And you get it into your dizzy little head.
Bill Whitley, I won't be talked to in that way.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know the Latin for off the beam.
Well, my horoscope says you're a self-centered man, and it's true. Trying to bully me out of a little happiness.
Happiness? Oh, happiness. Proceed, my love.
And stop saying proceed, my love, in that smug way. I've got a chance to be happy if I follow my horoscope, and I'm going to.
And I'm going to take this horoscope and...
Go ahead. Tear it up. I've got another copy.
Oh, you have, huh? Well, maybe you've got a copy of this vase.
Well, go ahead, smash it, see if I care. Tear what you like, break what you like.
No, the vase is too expensive. And the horoscope's too cheap. Good evening, my love. Or should I say good morning?
Where are you going?
What do you think? I'm going to get some sleep. I've got a big day's work ahead of me tonight.
Well, Bill, we've checked all the computations on that new comet of yours. Everything's right on the dot. It should hit the moon exactly as you predicted.
That's swell.
We'll have quite a crowd here that night. The University of Seattle, Stanford, Louisiana, Chicago. Be rather a brilliant event, don't you think? Well, don't you? Bill.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Stowe.
Say, what's the matter with you? These last 2 weeks you've been absent-minded, irritable. Not like yourself at all. What's up?
Don't you know? Jupiter is facing a square aspect of the moon in Vicky's 7th house.
What are you talking about?
Oh, great science. The science that tells me I can't kiss my wife because the semi-sextile aspect of Neptune is in opposition to Donald Duck.
You mean Vicky's been to an astrologer?
Been to one. She owns one. On Sundays, she avoids windows. On Mondays, she avoids oysters. On Tuesdays, she avoids me.
Hello, Bill.
And the worst of it is I'm going crazy. I see her face in front of me. I hear her voice. Well, right now, I swear I heard her say, hello, Bill.
Well, why not? That's what I said.
See what I mean? I just... Vicky.
Please don't be angry, darling. I suddenly felt like coming up here to the observatory.
Oh, you hear that, Stowe? She felt like coming. I'm not in the Dog Star house anymore.
Well, I imagine you can spare me. I'll see you later.
Bill.
Oh, sit down, Vicky. Red, have a drink. Have the moon. Have a kiss. And please note, this is not Tuesday. Oh, I'm so happy I could...
Oh, darling, now wait.
Wait? What for? I guess I've got a right to...
Bill, I came here because, well, to tell you something. I didn't want to wait till tomorrow.
Oh, forget it, darling. Aren't you here? That's all that matters.
Oh, no, it isn't. Bill, Mrs. Sybil just sent me my new horoscope.
Oh, here we go again.
Yes, and it says the planet Venus has a special influence in my life. And undoubtedly, something's going to happen.
Vicky, you're not going to have a...
Oh, no, not that. Oh, darling, you get over this. You're such a boy at heart.
Get over what?
Me.
What? Say that again.
Bill, let go of my arm. You're hurting it.
Say that again, slowly and clearly.
Say what, that I'm leaving you?
So you did say it.
You're still hurting me.
Splendid.
Bill!
All right. Now, let's get this straight. Who is he?
Who's who?
The other man. Have I met him?
No.
So you've been having a flirtation behind my back?
Bill Whitley, you ought to be ashamed thinking a thing like that about me.
I apologize. But just the same, who is he?
Who is he? How should I know?
Well, I don't want to seem to be inquisitive, but who else should know?
The stars. Between tonight and the 22nd of this month, there will come into my life a man from far places. A man who's been searching for me through the years.
This is lunacy.
No, Bill. It's destiny.
Destiny?
Bill, you've got it.
Got what?
Asthma.
Asthma?
It says so in the horoscope. While Mercury opposes Jupiter in your sign, you'll be susceptible to asthma.
That's a lot of silly nonsense. I have not got asthma. I've never had asthma. I never will have.
Bill Whitley, I'm going to take you home and call a doctor. I just won't have you making a liar out of the planet.
Just try to lie still, Professor Whitley, and keep that thermometer in your mouth. Tell me, ever had any trouble with your chest, Professor?
He means no, Doctor.
Any headaches lately?
Just my wife.
He means, yes, Doctor.
Well, let's have a look at that thermometer. Oh, nothing really serious.
There you are, Vicky.
Just a slight touch of asthma.
What?
There you are, Bill.
Well, I'll leave some pills. Fix you up in no time.
Doctor, you sure it isn't pneumonia?
No.
Measles?
No.
Yellow jaundice?
No, asthma. Nothing to worry about. I'll see you next week. Well, good night.
Look, Vicky, I've had about enough of this. I'm getting up.
Bill Whitley, you're staying right there in bed. Delilah, will you come in here, please?
Delilah, who's that?
The new maid.
What happened to Ethel? I liked her fine.
She quit.
What for?
She's a Taurus and shouldn't work in April.
Well, I'm a Leo, and I shouldn't murder anyone this month. But so help me, if you keep this up...
That's something you wanted to say to me, ma'am?
Yes, you're fired.
Don't mind him, Delilah. He's delirious. Just turn down the bed in the spare room, will you? I'm going to sleep in there tonight. Yes, ma'am.
Say, what's the idea? Asthma isn't contagious.
I know it, Bill, but you can't expect me to share a room with one man when I'm as good as promised to another.
Have you lost your mind? You're in love with a ghost, a man who exists only in a horoscope.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know he'll come, and I'll be waiting for him.
All right. If he's moving in, I'm moving out.
What?
And I'm going right now. Kindly send me my ration books.
Bill Whitley, don't you dare leave.
What, you mean you want me to stay? You mean you change your mind?
I didn't say that.
Well, then why the devil won't you let me leave?
Well, I still have some feeling for you, Bill, and I couldn't let you go out in your pajamas. After all, it's only the 10th. There's still lots of time. Almost anything could happen by the 22nd.
Oh, the 16th already, and my lecture due on the 23rd. Oh, if I can only settle down to work.
The 20th, and still no sign. Whoever she'd hurry.
The 21st. Vicky's found her dream man yet.
The 22nd. I guess it's no use. Golly, if I could only talk to Bill.
It was ordained from the beginning of time these two bodies would get together. No cosmic power could... Look, whoever you are, I'm very busy. I've got a lecture tomorrow night, and Vicky! Oh, Vicky, darling, are you sure you got the right number? You wouldn't kid your poor old first husband, would you? What? Oh, by midnight, huh? Your horoscope says it's today or never? Well, then listen, darling, listen carefully. It's almost 11:30 now. Stay right there at home and wait for me. Oh, wait for me hard. I'm on my way. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you for calling. Thank you for being you. And Vicky, make a note of this. Right now, I'm the happiest Capricorn in the world.
Just a moment. Darling, I'm so glad you... who are you?
Air raid warden. There's a light on upstairs, Mrs. Whitley.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I forgot.
I really ought to report you.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, Mr.
Hunter, Lloyd Hunter.
Oh, yes. Well, I've had a bad day. Please let me end it nicely.
Well, this time, perhaps. But your day's not ended yet. Your clock's 5 minutes fast. Good night.
Good night, and thank you for... What did you say?
Say? Why, nothing.
But you did. You said the clock...
Oh, it's just a little fast, that's all.
Then it's still today. It's still the 22nd.
Well, naturally. Although it's Tuesday in Chungking.
Chungking. Mr. Hunter, I don't want to seem inquisitive, but you come from a long way off.
About 4 blocks. Cranberry Boulevard.
No, I meant a little further, from far away, a far distant land.
Well, I guess I've been pretty near everywhere.
Oh.
What's the matter, Mrs. Whitley? Anything wrong?
Oh, no, I haven't been sleeping very well lately.
Yes, I know. I've been noticing your windows on my rounds.
Have you?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I think I can help you if you'll just ask me in.
Well, please.
I've got some stuff right here in my first aid kit.
One drop and you'll have the sleep of your life.
Sleep?
I'll need a little water, though.
Oh, yes, of course. The bar is right in there.
Oh, fine. I'm going to make it pretty strong. Be sure you're in bed before you take it.
Well, I will.
You know, this sleeping potion is from one of those far-off lands you mentioned. India.
Oh.
A young widow gave it to me in a cypress grove.
Oh, India must be fascinating.
It is. But for my money, give me a place called Samarkand.
Samarkand. It's a kind of golden word. What were you doing in all those strange places?
Oh, I'm a roustabout. That's just another name for a newspaper correspondent.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Just got in from North Africa a few weeks ago. Caught a tropical fever in Oran. Nasty little bug with a 6-syllable name.
Oh, how dreadful.
No, not at all. Matter of fact, I'm glad of it now.
Are you?
Yes, because it's given me a chance to work on my new book.
Oh, I thought you meant...
Vicky, I'm home. Oh, darling, I flew. Your words gave me wings. Oh. Hello.
Bill, this is Mr. Hunter, our air raid warden.
How do you do? Any raids tonight?
Oh, only minor ones. Well, I was just going.
Bill, Mr. Hunter's been everywhere. He's a roustabout, a war correspondent.
Oh, really? I must get his book.
Well, how do you know he's writing a book?
Don't they all? You going back soon, Hunter?
Oh, no, he can't. He's got a 6-syllable fever.
Oh. Well, I hope there won't be any complications.
Well, what made you say that?
Say what?
Bill, your voice, you sound so strange.
Well, why not? I'm thirsty. I rushed all the way home.
Well, I've really got to run along.
Oh, well, I'll see you to the door. Excuse me, Bill.
Oh, good old water. Well, somebody's already poured a glass. Me for that. Oh, nothing like water. Good, pure, sparkling water. Well, thank heavens he's gone.
Bill.
Oh, Vicky, my love, my sweet, my...
No, Bill, you mustn't, please.
Well, why not?
Don't you realize?
What?
It happened. He came.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Bill.
But when?
After I called you.
Who is it, Vicky?
You just saw him, Mr. Hunter.
But... Oh, I don't believe it. It's just a bad dream. Yes, that's all it is. It's a dream. Why, everything seems to be getting so hazy.
Oh, darling, you'd better sit here on the couch. There.
Oh.
Now, that's it. Bill, I know it's a shock, but it's just as Mrs. Sybil said. The 22nd, the far distant land.
You know, it's funny, but I can't seem to think. It's just
Bill,
like
darling. Bill, darling, listen carefully, because this is the most important moment of our lives. Perhaps there's still time. Maybe you can show me that I'm really your wife. Your wife, darling, not just someone you pass the time when you're not working. Oh, please let me believe in you, darling. Hold me in your arms so tight I'll never be able to fly away. Bill. Bill. Bill! All right. Sleep well, Professor Whitley. I'm through.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in just a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
I'd like you to think for a moment of the most flattering hat you've ever owned. Do you remember how you felt the first time you wore it? Do you remember how confident you were of your appearance? How people glanced in your direction admiringly? You just knew that you looked perfect. Well, women write and tell me that's exactly the way they feel when they apply my new powder shade, Lady Esther Bridal Pink. They say it instantly gives them a new lift. For judging by the complimentary looks in their direction, they know they look perfect. Lady Esther Bridal Pink was achieved by means of an entirely new principle in color blending. You can wear it with any shade of clothes. You can wear it whether your hair is brown, blonde, auburn, or black. Bridal Pink is intensely flattering to all these four types, as flattering in sunlight as in moonlight. Even on days when you feel tired, below par, your friends will say how wonderful you look. For Bridal Pink instantly tones up your skin, gives life and sparkle to your eyes, It makes you look and feel radiant, refreshed, ready for gaiety. If your druggist is sold out of bridal pink, ask him to order it for you. Accept no other shade, for no shade of powder can give you the fascinating look of a woman in love, like Lady Esther Bridal Pink.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of The Heavenly Body, starring Reed Hadley, Ann Sothern, and William Powell. Well, Professor Whitley sleeps the big sleep until almost 10 the following night. And when he finally wakes, he finds that Vicky is not at home. Of course, he'd like to wait and square things with her, but his comet is due to hit the moon at 11, and Bill is due to deliver his lecture. So he rushes up to the observatory, and strangely enough, arrives in a mood that Professor Stowe had hardly dared to expect.
Why, Bill, it's a miracle. You look wonderful.
Ha! As they say in Zanzibar, I'm in the pink. What happened?
Vicky forget that stargazing bug?
Oh, no. The fellow arrived right on time.
What fella? The one in the horoscope?
Turned out to be our air raid warden. But he's been disposed of.
You haven't killed him.
Better than that, I've liquidated him. Look, I had to keep him from talking to Vicky tonight. So what did I do?
What?
Well, you remember that shack of mine up on Mount Ross?
Huh?
The one we used to turn the small telescope on?
Yes.
Well, I simply informed the chief air raid warden, who happens to be a pal of mine, that from here, we'd seen a big light up there. And at my suggestion, he immediately sent his most reliable man up there to patrol the place all night. You get it? His most reliable man.
The horoscope chap. Oh, that's masterful, Bill. Absolutely masterful.
Now, just one call to say goodnight to my Vicky, and then I can concentrate on that lecture.
This is certainly your night, my friend. All the country's top astronomers here to see the Whitley comet. And besides that...
Hello? Hello, Delilah. This is Mr. Whitley. Has Miss Whitley come back? Oh, she phoned you, huh? What'd she say? What? What? Are you sure? Oh, no. I got to rush. Oh, this is awful. Awful.
What's happened, Bill?
So, you'll have to give that lecture. I've got to leave.
Leave? Are you out of your mind?
Don't you understand? There was a message for me. She wanted me to know that at the great moment in my career, she'd be alone. Nobody with her, so I wouldn't worry.
Well, then why worry?
Why worry? She's going up to the shack on Mount Ross.
You know, I just can't get over it. I mean, coming up to patrol a lonely place like this, and then of all people to find up here.
Yes, it's destiny, I'm sure it is, no matter what some people say. But you were telling a story about Vienna.
Oh, yes. Well, just imagine this is the lobby of the Hotel Imperial.
Yes.
March 1938. The Nazis have occupied Austria. The hotel is made the Fuhrer's headquarters, and within an hour, all the guests are cleared out.
Yes.
Early in the morning, the general staff arrives. Hitler, Goering, sitting right here in the lobby. The biggest game of the universe. And only 20 feet away, hidden in a chair, sleeping through it all is... Who do you think?
You.
Lloyd Hunter, the forgotten man. But suddenly I wake up, turn around, and get it in a flash. I can be the man of the century. The photographer is busy taking the picture. Slowly, very quietly, I reach for my gun.
Yes?
It isn't there. I pawned it yesterday.
Well, then what did you do?
He just slapped them all down with his pawn ticket.
Bill, I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't expect you to. Hello, Hunter.
Hello.
Oh, it's wonderful, Bill. His life's been full of danger, just one thing after another. Warsaw, Athens, Tokyo.
Who didn't he shoot there? Vicky, do you realize what time it is?
I know, I haven't any idea.
Well, then permit me to open the curtains, my love.
Oh, it's morning. We must have talked all night. Bill, the comet. What happened?
Oh, you remember that. Thanks. Well, it came and went, unlike some callers. Now, may I ask...
Look, now, Bill, you've got to understand. I came up here to avoid meeting Lloyd again. But tonight of all nights, he was sent here. And you'll never guess who sent him.
Would you like to bet?
No, you don't believe in fate, but I do. And so does Lloyd.
Look. Oh, so you're calling him Lloyd.
Yes.
And I suppose he's calling you Vicky.
Naturally, what about it?
Well, you mind if I call you Lloyd, too?
Why, no, not at all.
Well, thanks. You can call me Bill.
All right. Bill?
Okay, Lloyd.
Bill, you mean you aren't even angry?
Angry? Do I look angry? Let me ask you, Lloyd. How do I look?
Well, I'd say a little anemic. No offense, Bill.
Oh, of course not, Lloyd.
Everyone's acting so strange. I suppose we're all tired. Lloyd, I think we'd better go.
All right, but, there's a lot of quail in these hills. Like to take some back for our dinner. I thought if I could borrow Bill's gun,
of course.
Just so he doesn't try to pawn it.
Thanks, old man.
I'll go with you, Lloyd. Maybe you can shoot one for Mrs. Sybil.
Why not just shoot Mrs. Sybil? Why not? It's a thought. That 18-carat phony got us into this. It's up to her to get us out. No two ways about it, Mrs. Sybil. Either you write my wife a new horoscope and get us straightened out, or else.
Or else what?
Or else the FBI. We've been on your trail for quite some time. Now, will you write that horoscope the way I want it?
Mr. Whitley, this is blackmail. I have nothing to hide.
Very well. But remember, you forced me to it.
Hello, Professor Whitley's residence.
Hello, Mac. This is 37. Put me through to the chief.
I'm sorry, mister, you got the wrong number.
They're getting the chief on the line, Mrs. Sybil. You still got time. All right. Be stubborn. Hello, Chief. This is 37.
No, wait. Don't tell him. I'll do what you want.
Chief, I've had a little interruption. I'll call you back.
I ain't the chief, and you must be crazy. But really, Professor, how did you know?
Well, really, Mrs. Sybil, I didn't.
Don't you see, Professor, so it's all been a mistake. My new horoscope makes it very plain. That other man was only a proof.
A proof?
Yes, to try me, to test me, to prove how much I really love Bill. And I can't find him anywhere. I've looked all over town.
Well, that's strange. I thought he was home.
Home? I never thought of looking there.
Well, as it happens, I was amusing myself with the 3-inch telescope, and just by chance, I happened to pick up your house, and...
What?
I believe there's a light in your bedroom window.
Bill, I'm back. Bill, it's Vicky. Where are you? Bill!
Out here, darling. On the porch.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, Bill, dearest.
Not so loud.
What is it? What is it now?
Darling, I think I discovered another comet.
Oh, you astronomical monster.
But this one will have to get along without me. You see, my love.
Hey, you! You up there. That you, Bill?
Oh, hello, Lloyd.
Hey, I think you'd better dodge that light.
Oh, sure. You know, I think that's a very excellent idea.
Thank you, William Powell, Reed Hadley, and Ann Sothern, for a charming and delightful half hour. Now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
I wish you could read some of the letters I've received from women who are now using my new powder shade, Bridal Pink. One woman writes, "Bridal Pink is simply out of this world. It makes me look as though I've just returned from a long vacation. Bridal Pink doesn't look pink on my skin. It doesn't even look like face powder. It has a certain elusive quality I can't put into words, and my husband says it makes me look 10 years younger." That's what so many women say about the fascinating new shade of Lady Esther face powder, Bridal Pink. And the texture is different, too. It's like no powder texture you've ever known. Lady Esther face powder is blended by the speed and force of hurricanes, blended to a smoothness that's like a delicate film of beauty on your skin. The instant you apply Lady Esther face powder, you'll see how tiny lines and blemishes are completely covered, how the texture of your skin becomes smoother and finer looking. And Lady Esther face powder clings hour after hour, clings with subtle magnetic attraction for your skin. It's light as a feather on your face, but so full of life, so young and romantic. Ask your dealer for Lady Esther Bridal Pink. If he's sold out of it, he'll be glad to order it for you, but accept no other shade, for no powder shade can give you the radiant look of a woman in love like Lady Esther Bridal Pink.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present The Parson of Panamint. It will star Charles Ruggles, Ellen Drew, and Don DeFore. Be sure to listen. Ann Sothern appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Valley of Decision. William Powell can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Thin Man Goes Home. Reed Hadley can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1940. This is Edward Arnold, and I welcome you on behalf of the makers of Maxwell House Coffee to another hour of entertainment brought to you each week from Hollywood, and starring Fanny Bryce, Hanley Stafford, Connie Boswell, and Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Tonight's guests of honor are Miss Ann Sothern and Mr. William Gargan, stars of the new MGM production, Joe and Ethel Terp, Calls on the President, and our old friend Raymond Walburn. Well, this is the first program of the new year, and I'm full of resolutions. Number one is I've made up my mind to take off a few pounds.
Gee, you can certainly spare 'em, Eddie.
Who asked you?
Pardon.
Just for that, I'm going to put on a few pounds. I'll need it for my new role anyway.
Well, where are you going to roll, Eddie?
Now, lout. I'm going to play Diamond Jim Brady.
Again?
Well, what of it? It's my favorite part because all I do is eat for 10 reels. Plenty of retakes, too. Now I regret to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that Meredith has persuaded me to appear during the opening song, Peace Brother. Darn you anyway, Meredith.
Oh, gee, Ed, you do it swell. Come on, let's get started.
Well, all right. It can't sound as bad as anyone else does to me.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
Peace, brother. Ain't you glad you're young and able? Peace, brother. Chicken's on the table. Peace, brother. Trouble just another fable, so they say. Peace, brother. Ain't you glad you're through your hoeing? Peace, brother. Cabin lights are glowing. Peace, brother. Robbie's waiting and you're going right that way. Don't you get enough to eat? Don't you choose for your big teeth? God, it's far from Italy. Don't let it disappear. You can't be mean. Peace, brother. All your sins can be forgiven. Peace, brother. Ain't you glad you're living? Peace, brother. Up to heaven you'll be driven on that judgment day.
Now, when my working day is through, and I want to unlax for an hour or two, who tells me what I gotta do? Nobody. And when I sits me down for my evening treat, and a sirloin steak would make my meal complete, who tells me what I can or cannot eat? Nobody. Now, when some question to me is referred, and I feel like getting up and making myself heard, who says, brother, don't you say a word? Nobody. And when the Sunday meeting bells ring out, and I want to give that hallelujah shout, who says I can't put that old devil to rout? Eh? Who told me that, eh? Nobody. Not a soul.
Brothers, all your sins can be forgiven. Please, brothers, ain't you glad you're living? Please, brothers, up to heaven you'll be driven. Oh, there's
Oh, Eddie, that was really great. You surprised me.
Now, let's forget all about it, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet two of the nicest young people in Hollywood. Stars of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production of Damon Runyon's grand story, Joe and Ethel Terp Call on the President. Here they are, Ann Sothern and Bill Gardner. And you look positively beautiful tonight. More beautiful than ever.
Oh, dear me, Edward. How does one curtsy over the air?
Make a noise like a bow. Just squeak your hips a little, dear.
Ah. Quiet, Terp.
Okay, twerp.
No, I really mean it, Ann. Your hair's enchanting. Your eyes are full of sparkle. Your whole being seems to radiate charm and beauty.
Say, can you say one good word for my new mustache?
Now, Bill, we came here this evening to talk about more cultural topics.
That's right. Joe and Ethel Terp calls on the president at your favorite theater next week.
Quiet, Gargan. This is no place to advertise.
No, dear, don't be crass.
Crass? I'm going to look that up.
Edward, is it true that you've written your autobiography?
Yeah, Gildy Ann. It's entitled Lorenzo Goes to Hollywood. $3 a copy at all bookstores starting January the 10th.
Don't be crass, Edward. That's it, honey.
But honestly, Edward, I can't understand a young man like you writing his autobiography.
Yeah, I thought you have to die before you write one of those things.
Well, it is customary, but I decided to break a precedent.
Oh. Joe and Ethel Terp Call on the President. Oh. What's the book about, Edward?
Well, it's about 300 pages, and the principal topic is me.
Oh.
You mean it hasn't any story?
Well, my publishers describe it as the story of my success.
Gargan, if you say a mystery story, I'll scream.
The girl's a mind reader. Can I get a free copy of the book, Ed?
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to autograph one for you, Bill.
If it's not too much trouble, Eddie, I think I'd like to have two.
Why, I'd be delighted. You want to give it to a friend?
No, I've got a bridge table with a short leg.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have brought him here tonight. I apologize, Edward. But maybe we can make up for it later in the program.
I'm quite sure you will. I'm looking forward to hearing you as Mr. and Mrs. Joe Terp.
Personally, I think you'll love Ian Ethel.
Edward, I think you'll be quiet if Connie Boswell sings.
I guarantee it. I love to hear that girl rip off a song. Hiya, Connie.
Hiya, Billy boy.
Connie's starting with the Western tonight. Her own interpretation of I'm an Old Cowhand. Sing it, Connie.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't bold and my cheeks ain't tan. I'm a cowboy who never saw a cow, never roped a steer 'cause I don't know how. Show ain't fixin' to start in now. Yippee-I-O-Ki-A, yippee-I-O-Ki-A.
Ride, cowboy, ride.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I come through town just to hear the band. I know all the songs that the cowboys know about the big corral where the doggies go. I learned them all on the radio. Yippee-I-O-Ki-A, oh, yippee-I-O-Ki-A.
Ride, cowboy, ride. We never see you rounding up your cattle. You always travel an English saddle, and we've noticed that you never ever try to rope a steer, and we know that the reason is fear.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, we know.
Well, I don't know.
Well, why don't you do it while we're here?
Now, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my answer is nope, 'cause I ain't got no rope.
Hallelujah,
an old cowhand from Hawaii land, and I long to be where they understand every native girl and each native boy strum ukuleles and make with joy supper time, and it's poi oh poi, yippee-i-oh-ki-ay, oh, yippee-i-oh-ki-ay, yippee-i-oh-ki-ay.
Fine, Connie, fine. Say, Warren.
Yes, Eddie?
Warren, I have an idea that many of our friends received new coffee makers for Christmas. And maybe they're wondering whether or not they should change their coffee-making technique. What would you advise?
Well, friends, the chances are you should, at least to this extent. When you buy coffee, be sure to ask for the grind of Maxwell House that's exactly right for your new way of making coffee. Because today, with all the different ways of making coffee, unless the coffee you use is ground just right for the way you make it, the full flavor and goodness just can't be extracted, no matter how much you use.
But why is that, Warren?
Well, when you make coffee correctly by the drip method, the water passes through the coffee just once. Now, that means the coffee you use must be ground just fine enough so that all the flavor can be extracted in the one quick contact with the water. And that's just why Maxwell House comes in a special drip grind, a grind you can always trust to give you clear, full-bodied, flavorful coffee in any type of drip or glass coffee maker. On the other hand, if you make coffee in percolator or coffee pot, you know the water comes in contact with your coffee not once, but many times. This means you need the regular grind Maxwell House to stand up in the longer brewing and give you the rich, satisfying coffee you should expect every day. Drip or regular, just ask for the Maxwell House grind that's right for your way of making coffee. We'd like you to discover the extra flavor and economy of perfect coffee, perfectly ground.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's Fanny Bryce's Baby Snooks. Well, Daddy, played by Hanley Stafford, has a new toy. For Christmas, his boss gave him a powerful shortwave radio set. And Daddy spends all his spare time fooling with it. Right now, we find him in his study, listening intently to the police calls.
Hope this is a good one.
Repeat on broadcast number 274. All cars be on the lookout for two men in green sedan wanted in holdup.
Clear as a bell.
Number 1 is described as 5'10", clean-shaven, wearing dark sweater and dark pants, carrying a blue steel revolver. No description on number 2. These same men just held up a pedestrian in the vicinity of Clump and Turnwell, were last seen heading south on Market.
That's only a block away from here.
Additional information on number 1. This man has a scar on his left cheek and speaks in a very high voice. That is all.
Oh, I'd like to get my hands on those ruffians for 5 minutes. Why, I'd tear them apart.
Stick 'em up.
Oh, don't shoot, please.
Did I scare you, Daddy?
Snooks, what are you doing out of bed at this time of night?
I had to get up.
What for?
The lamp fell down and got broke.
Oh, it did. How did that happen?
It happened when I was quietly pushing it off the table with my nose.
Now, what kind of insanity is that? Why should you push a lamp off the table with your nose?
I was playing Pinocchio.
Do you mean to tell me you haven't been sleeping all this time?
I was asleep, but my nose was awake.
Well, I'll wake up something else if you don't go right to bed.
I'm afraid to sleep in the dark, Daddy.
Oh, nonsense. Am I afraid to sleep in the dark?
No.
Well?
But you got Mummy to look after you.
Never mind that. You go back to your room.
All right. Daddy.
What is it?
When I get married, can I sleep with the light on?
No.
Why?
Because only owls sleep in the light.
Then I'm going to marry an owl.
All right, marry an owl.
What if he lays an egg in my bed?
Oh, stop that silly talk and go to sleep. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, it ain't.
It is, too. You think I'd lie to you?
Uh-huh.
What?
Let me see your watch.
No. If I tell you it's 1 o'clock, it's 1 o'clock.
The time is now 9:15 p.m.
Who said that, Daddy?
Oh, that's on the shortwave set.
Uh-huh.
He means Eastern Time. He's broadcasting from New York.
JFTR, Los Angeles Police.
Oh, guess my watch is a little fast. But it's way past your bedtime anyhow.
Well, why don't don't you go to bed?
I'm listening to the police calls.
What's police calls?
Police calls are just... Oh, wait a minute. Here's one.
Car 32, in front of the market at 10th and Main. See the woman. That is all.
Are you going to see her, Daddy?
No, that's for the police. They have to see her.
Why?
I don't know.
Is she pretty?
It doesn't make any difference to the police whether she's pretty or not.
Don't it?
No.
Why?
Because they have a job to do. The announcer calls for car 32 to carry out an assignment, and they do it, that's all.
How do they know about it?
They hear it over the shortwave radio like I do.
How do we hear it, Daddy?
Through the radio.
What's radio?
It's exactly like the telephone, only it's different.
Why?
Because there are no wires. The police broadcaster's 15 miles away from the radio car, but they can still hear him.
Does he holler?
Nobody hollers.
You do.
That's because you make me. Now, look, if you don't interrupt, I'll give you a very simple illustration of the difference between radio and the telephone. To begin with, suppose you had a dog 15 miles long.
Huh?
Suppose you had a dog 15 miles long.
Well, where would we keep him?
He's not a real dog.
I want a dog, Daddy.
Do you want me to explain this or not?
Want.
All right. Suppose you had a dog 15 miles long. One end of it's in the broadcasting station, and the other end is in the car.
Which end?
Any end you like.
Oh, then let's put it in the rumble seat.
All right. One end of the dog is in the rumble seat.
Where's the middle?
The middle is stretched over 15 miles.
Don't it hurt him?
I told you this is an imaginary dog. So one end is in the station, the other end's in the car. Now, if you kick him at one end, he barks the other. Comprehend?
Copperhead.
Well, what do I mean?
If you kick him in the rumble seat, he barks in the station.
Right. That would be the telephone.
Well, what's radio?
The same thing without the dog. Good night, you're going to bed.
Good night, no, I ain't.
Now listen, Snooks, I'm warning you.
Car 11A in 22's district. Investigators shooting at the elite ballroom at 4th and Hedge. They're holding a suspect. This man might be the same one who robbed the grocery store earlier this evening. He's also wanted for forgery, possible hit and run, arson, grand larceny, and murder.
Is that all?
That is all.
There. You see the kind of people roaming around, Snooks? Now you get in bed where you'll be safe.
All right, Daddy.
Car 14 at the rear of 166 North Clump. A prowler. That is all.
That's our house, Daddy.
Yes, so it is. Well, maybe you'd like to stay up a little longer, Snooks.
No, I want to go to bed, Daddy.
Okay. On the way to your room, have a look if that back door's locked.
It ain't on my way to my room.
Well, you can stop off in the kitchen to have a drink, can't you?
I ain't thirsty. Good night.
Well, good night. Kid's scared of her own shadow. If I wasn't so comfortable, I'd go see for myself.
All cars, attention. 2 hold-up men in the green sedan have been seen again at North Clump.
What are they hanging around here for?
The man with the high voice is very dangerous. Shoot on sight. That is all.
Must be a pretty tough egg if they do that.
Stick 'em up.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm a poor man.
It's me again, Daddy.
You little devil. I ought to give you a sound thrashing. Now go right to bed before I do.
Good night.
Kid's positively fiendish. Wait till I get hold of her in the morning. I'll...
Pick him up.
Snooks, I've warned you.
Pick him up.
Oh, you can't scare me anymore. And if you don't go to bed before I count 3, I'll give you a spanking. You hear me, Snooks?
This ain't Snooks, and reach for the sky.
Oh, this is going too... Oh! It's the high-voiced burglar.
Yeah.
Don't shoot, please. Take anything you want.
Who's there?
Don't squeal.
It's nobody, officer.
Officer?
Yes, there's a cop upstairs. I had him come in to look at the gas meter.
Are you sure it's a cop?
Why, of course. But if you leave, I won't turn you in.
Who's there, Daddy?
A cop, eh? Why, I ought to blow
Oh,
you.
no, please don't.
Open in the name of the law. Holy smoke. They're outside. I'm going.
After him, Sweeney, through the front.
Oh.
Daddy, what happened?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Terrible burglar came in, but I got rid of him.
Did you?
Why, certainly. I wasn't going to let that big bruiser frighten me. I took his revolver out of his hand and threw it at him.
You're wonderful, Dad.
Then I pitched him out through the window. Luckily, the cops were outside and they caught him. Good thing I was awake when he came in, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Well, come out from under the sofa and let's go to bed.
Huh? Oh, how did I get under here?
I know.
Oh, mind your own business. Good night.
Good night, Daddy.
One of the newest songs that lends itself to a style of orchestration Meredith created, which he calls Chiffon Swing. It's a delightful bit entitled In an Old Dutch Garden.
In an old Dutch garden by an old Dutch mill, where the moon was bright upon a distant hill, when the smile danced by, it was then that I saw heaven in a pair of wooden shoes. In an old Dutch garden where the tulips grow, that's where I first whispered that I love you so, for my heart was blue, till I gave it to an angel in a pair of wooden shoes. Then one sad day, when summer meets September, I sailed away from a thrill I will remember. In an old Dutch garden by an old Dutch mill, every day I pray that you are waiting still, for my heart will yearn until I return to heaven in a pair of wooden shoes.
Very good, Meredith. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet a fellow with a rather curious nickname. Have you ever noticed that nicknames don't always fit the people they're given to? For instance, lazy fellows are called Lightning. Sometimes a quiet fellow is called Gabby. I don't have to tell you that Meredith Wilson is known to his intimates as Baldy. Isn't that right, Meredith?
Fiddle faddle.
Well, it's true. We've got a fellow on this program. He's our director. His name is Don Cope. And he's about the tallest fellow I ever saw outside of a circus. Come on, Don, stand up, will you? Come on. And around here, they call him Shorty. Well, anyhow, that's the way it goes. So if it gives you any insight into his character, let me tell you that Raymond Walburn is known as the Deacon. Hello, Deacon. How are you?
Hello, Eddie. Hello. Eddie, I've got a taxi waiting. Have you got 2 10s for a 5?
2 10. Now, wait a minute, Deacon. Wait a minute. None of that sharp stuff around here.
Well, I think I can oblige.
Oh, manna from heaven. Well. How are you, son?
Well, I'm okay. Here's your 2 10s.
Well, thanks. And here's your 5. Now, if you'll excuse me, driver, where is that confounded job?
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Hey, hold on, Mr. Walburn. There's some mistake here.
The boy's as sharp as a tack. What is it, Sonny?
Well, I think you've made an oversight, Mr. Walburn.
Is that possible?
Unintentional, of course.
Unintentional, like building Boulder Dam, huh?
Watch your language, Edward. Watch your language.
Well, Mr. Walburn, as near as I can figure it, you gave me a $5 bill, and I gave you 2 10s.
Well, bless my soul, I believe you're right. Well, by George, I like a man that keeps his eyes open.
Well, that's me, all right. I always count my change as soon as I leave the window. I find plenty of mistakes, too. Only trouble is it's generally too late to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Some of those fellas are pretty tough to catch. I went to a circus once, but that's another story.
Quite right, my boy, quite right. Now let's straighten out our little misunderstanding.
Oh, sure. I guess you must have been feeling absent-minded.
Yes. Now, here's your 5, and you give me back my 2 10s.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Here's my driver.
Still don't seem quite right. I had $55 when I came here. Now I'm standing around.
Hey, any of you guys seen a guy with a mustache? Where's that muzzler with the mustache? Oh, there he is. Where's the rest of my dough, Jack?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, let me see. I gave you $50, didn't I?
Yeah, and it's a phony.
Well, what do you mean?
What I mean, it's a lead half. It don't ring.
Don't ring?
Yeah.
What do you want for 50 cents? Is that a chime?
Now, look, wise guy, I won $1.50. Now, come on, get it up.
Now, don't be touchy. Here's your money, and you might give me back that other $50.
Yeah, you might be needing it again, huh? What'll I do with the 2 blondes you left in the cab?
Blondes?
My niece, Edwards. My nieces. Driver, take them back to the gated theater and let them out of the stage entrance.
You mean pour them out? Well, so long, lovey.
A very disagreeable cab driver. Most unfortunate that I was unable to use my own car today.
Deacon, don't tell me you have only one car.
Retrenching, Edward. New Year's resolution, you know. I divide the car up among the family. Monday, my wife drives it. Tuesday, my brother-in-law has it. And Wednesday is my day.
And who's got it now?
The finance company. I think I'll resign from that organization.
Resign?
Yes. They're a very stubborn outfit. And besides, their offices are too far from the house.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I can't send my maid all the way down there just to use the washing machine.
Listen, Deacon, do you buy everything on the installment plan?
I pay cash for breakfast, Eddie. Yeah. But let me tell you, Edward, that installment business is very troublesome.
Deacon, we've been drinking through the same straw.
I beg your pardon, son?
Why, I bought a radio on the installment plan, and I'm so far behind in my payments I won't get the Rose Bowl game until March.
You won't? Well, now, here's a proposition, my boy. I'll give you Tennessee and 6 points. How about it?
Well, gee, that sounds good to me, Mr. Walburn. But to tell you the plain varnished truth, Peggy, that's Mrs. Wilson, she don't allow me to gamble.
Say, Meredith, do you consider that a gamble? The man's giving you 6 points.
Well, I don't know. I have a very unhealthy respect for the Trojans.
Oh, Edward, would you give me 5 minutes alone with this CHUMP?
Champ? Why should he call me Champ?
I'm not moving off this spot, Deacon. Somebody's got to protect the sheep.
Now, listen, Edward. If you keep your trap shut, I'll buy a copy of your autobiography.
Well, every man has his price.
I see. My dear Mr. Williams.
You always get my name wrong, Mr. Walburn. Wilson, 2 L's.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Elson. How would you like to triple your money in the next 5 days?
Fine. Is it a conservative investment?
Conservative? Why, it's as safe as an acorn in a squirrel's pantry.
Well, that sounds good. Was it a lumber enterprise, Mr. Walburn?
Well, it's along those lines. I can see at a glance that you have a very good head for lumber.
Thanks. But I don't really think I can go into the lumber game at this time.
Well, now, it's not exactly lumber business. How would you...
Oh, I can't stand this, Deacon. Oil growth. Why don't you sell the poor boy a banana mine?
Give me time, Edward. Give me time.
Oh, I know he's only fooling, Eddie. Any sap knows that oil comes out of cans.
Well, there's one thing sure. It don't come off trees.
Well, evidently, neither of you have heard of castor oil.
Well, I'll be fang-goozled. He's positively right. Just goes to show you can miss an opportunity when you think you're too smart.
That's right, my boy. That's right. Now, would you care to invest in my proposition?
No.
That doesn't give you much leeway, Deacon.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. What is your reason, Mr. Wilkins?
Well, Peggy, that's Mrs. Wilkins. She doesn't...
Now the poor fellow's forgotten his own name.
Pardon. As I was saying, Mrs. Wilson is still a little peeved about that gold mine you sold me the last time you were here.
Did I sell you a gold mine?
You sure did. The Spurious Gold Mine Incorporated.
I let you in on that?
Yes. I was very grateful myself, but Mrs. Wilson seemed to think there might not be any gold in the mine at all. She's kind of a doubting tomboy, you might say.
Yes, a doubting tomboy. Yes, I know the type very well. Yes.
But I had faith in it, Mr. Walburn. Even though I didn't receive any dividends for 3 weeks, I wasn't worried.
No, you kept cool and collected.
I kept cool, but I didn't collect. Then Mrs. Wilson made me go and look up the address on the stock certificate.
You went down to that address?
I certainly did.
I think my car's outside, Eddie.
Now, wait a minute, Deacon. Meredith, did you find any gold in that place?
Well, I didn't have a chance to look the mine over thoroughly. It turned out to be a lady's Turkish bath.
Well, my car is definitely outside at the door. I hear it knocking. I'll see you later, fellas.
What a swindler. Say, Warren, has anybody seen Warren Hull around here lately?
Here he comes, Eddie. Loaded down with a tray full of cups and a steaming pot of Maxwell House coffee.
Now, right this way, my friend. You know, Warren, when that wonderful fragrance of Maxwell House coffee fills the air, I can't hold out very long.
Well, I'm all ready for you, Eddie. Here's your cup. And yours, Connie. Yours, Hanley. Cream? Sugar? And friends, wherever you are, all over America, we wish every one of you were here with us right now for this friendly custom of ours. A moment of relaxation with the coffee that's good to the last drop. But even if you can't be here in person, you can in spirit. All you need is a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee and the music of Meredith Wilson. We pause briefly for station identification.
This is Edward Arnold again, and we continue our Good News Maxwell House program as Meredith Wilson presents one of the most colorful songs of yesteryear. It was written by Gustav Hentschen under the pen name of Paul Dupont, a number I'm sure you didn't expect to hear. La Rosita. Meredith?
Beneath the balcony, glimmering stars gleam their silvery light. Slowly the moon rises high o'er the peaceful eve. Tale of romance is the magical night. Maiden so gay, with cherry lips and radiant flashing eyes, Cavalier bold, enraptured to his sweetheart fondly sigh.
Millions of newspaper readers have been amused and entertained by Damon Runyon's famous characters, Joe and Ethel Turp, as they appear in his syndicated column, The Brighter Side. In a series of unique and original letters, Damon Runyon, in his own clever style, reveals the philosophies and antics of Joe and his unpredictable wife, Ethel. Recently, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer completed a picture starring Ann Sothern and William Gargan, based on these famous characters, and which is currently being shown at your favorite theater, entitled Joe and Ethel Turp Call on the President. Tonight, Maxwell House brings you these two unusual Brooklynites in an original sketch by Damon Runyon and adapted for radio by Brian J. Byrne, with Ann Sothern playing the part of Ethel and William Gargan as Joe. There goes the mailman's whistles, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a letter from Joe Turp.
Dear Mr. Runyon, the other night I could not get home for dinner, so I headed downtown. And I telephoned my wife Ethel to meet me at the movies. And when I got there, she was standing in the lobby of the theater, and 3 guys were standing around her. One of these here guys was dressed like a general, only with his hat off, and he turned out to be an usher. The other guy was the manager of the theater, and the third one was a guy that was built like Tony Coletto. And they was all having an argument. And I see that my wife Ethel was into it, so I walks up to her and I says, "Hello, baby, what's going on here?" And she turns around to me and she says,
"Oh, Joe, I'm so glad you came. I've been insulted."
"What? Who insulted you, baby?"
Now, wait a minute, lady.
This here happens to be my husband, Joe, and he's talking to me, not to you, Mr.
What, lady?
Go ahead, honey, spill it. If somebody's going around insulting my wife, I want to know it. Now, what happened?
Well, Joe, I was sitting inside the picture show in front of this big lummox here, and he hit me on the shoulder.
He did?
Now, wait a minute, lady.
Go ahead, baby. I'm listening to you. You say this here guy took a punch at you?
He hit me right on the shoulder, Joe, and he says real rough like, "Take off that hat." I was so mad, but I just said real ladylike, "You mind your own business."
That's all you said? Huh.
You don't need to hum me, mister. I guess you won't be so fresh to a lady now that my husband Joe is here.
Go ahead, Ethel, baby. Tell me what happened.
Well, Joe, one word led to another. Then this here usher came down the aisle.
I had to, lady. You were all talking so loud the people couldn't hear the picture.
I'm listening to my wife, fella, if you don't mind. Go ahead, sweet.
So before I could tell this here usher that this here big lummox insulted me, why, he starts yelling for the manager. So the usher got the manager. And what do you suppose he said to me, Joe?
Now, lady, I only said
Butt out, mister. Just because you got a boiled shirt and a wedding suit on, you can't scare me. I'm talking to my husband.
Go ahead, baby. What did this manager say to you?
I just said she'd have to take her hat off or I'd give her her money back.
Why? That was just like putting me out of the theater. Imagine me, your wife, Joe, being put out of a dump like this.
This ain't no dump, lady. This here is a first-class theater.
If it was a first-class theater, you wouldn't have people like this big lummox hitting women on the shoulder and yelling at them to take their hats off.
Madam, I didn't shout at you. I just said, would you please take off your hat or scrunch down a bit so I could see something?
Joe, you can see for yourself that his voice is very insulting.
Let's take this out on the street, folks. My patrons inside can hear the argument.
All right, buddy. That suits us. Come on, baby.
I paid my good money to see that picture. How could I see it with that ice cream freezer she's got on her head stuck up in front of me?
Now, that goes to show what an ignorant man you are to call my hat an ice cream freezer.
Ethel, baby, what is it anyway? I ain't never seen that hat before.
Why, Joe, this is my new hat. It's a salad bowl. And it cost me $5 to have Patsy Moore copy it from a picture in Harper's Bazaar.
5 pieces of lettuce for that?
But, Joe, it's the latest thing out. Anyway, that's no reason why this big lummox should have insulted me.
Madam, all I said was, please remove your hat or scrunch down a bit. That's all I says, and I was not insulting. I was very polite.
That's right, mister. I heard it all.
Well, this is a fine how do you do. Everybody around here seems to be trying to make me out a liar. Joe, are you going to stand there and let them make me out a liar and not do anything about it? I told this big lummox you'd take care of him, and you will, won't you, Joe?
Now, wait a minute, Ethel. That hat you're wearing is pretty tall, and maybe I'd ask you to take it off, too, if I was sitting behind you in front of a picture.
Oh, Joe, you're taking other people's part against me.
No, I ain't, baby. I just said the hat's pretty tall.
Now, why don't you folks all shake hands and be good friends?
What? Me be friends with a man that calls my hat an ice cream freezer? Joe, don't you dare shake hands with these here people.
But what I want to know, Ethel, baby, is why couldn't you have taken your hat off?
She didn't even have to take her hat off, mister. All she had to do was scrunch down a bit and everything would have been all right. But she said she wouldn't scrunch down even for the president.
Well, of course, I didn't really mean that. I certainly would have scrunched down for the president. But I bet he'd have asked me like a gentleman.
Baby, that is a pretty tall hat for anybody sitting behind you to see over.
But, Joe, this is my new hat, and it's the latest thing. It's a salad bowl, and nobody else in Brooklyn has one.
Ethel Sweets, I don't care what kind of a bowl it is. And if every skull in Brooklyn is trying to balance one of them, it's a pretty tall skimmer.
Oh, Joe, you don't like my hat?
Well, that ain't it, honey pie. I just wonder where you dig 'em up. The last time it was a flower pot. And the time before that, it was a pill box.
Oh, no, Joe, you're wrong. The last one was a Watteau sailor.
Well, it could have been a Greek Marine, so far as I'm concerned.
Mister, I'm half nuts from the hats that come into my theater and cause trouble like this one your wife's got on.
Oh, I wish I was dead. So nobody could insult me anymore.
Oh, Ethel, baby, don't cry. Now, you see what you done?
I ain't done nothing to nobody.
Well, how about apologizing for insulting my wife, Ethel, here? We'll call the whole thing off.
I didn't insult anybody. All I said to your wife was, Madam, please remove your hat or scrunch down a bit. Oh, I don't see why I should apologize to anybody.
Oh, a tough guy, hey?
Well, no, I don't claim to be no tough guy, but if anybody wants to make anything out of anything, they can.
Well, buddy, when it comes to talking about hats, I don't like that dicer you got on. It reminds me of one I saw a bum wearing the other day. I'll go further and say nothing but a bum would go around insulting ladies about their hats and making them cry.
Who you calling a bum?
I ain't looking through you, buddy. I'm looking right at you.
Well, I guess you're looking for it, mister.
Ow!
Knock him down, Joe. Knock him down.
Now, listen here, fellas. You're not going to get any place fighting.
Here's another from me to you, brother.
Ow!
Joe, why hit you right in the nose?
Don't worry, baby. I'm just starting.
Ow! You ain't stopping until you're finished.
Get up, Joe. Get up. You'll ruin your suit.
What's going on here? Hey, what's this all about?
Officer, stop this. These guys are ruining my business.
All right, now, wait a minute. Hey, you. Are you going to get off of that sidewalk, or do you want me to bring you a pillow?
Well, all I can say, officer, is you just come in time. In another minute, I'd have brained this boob.
Yeah, I guess you were doing all right down there. Now, wasn't you, eh? Now, come on, you guys. What's this thing all about?
Well, I'll tell you, officer. It's about my wife's hat. This here
Your
guy...
wife's hat? Is this your wife right there?
Yeah, that's Ethel, my wife.
And that's the hat you're fighting about?
Well, I tell you, fellas, it ain't worth it. Now, come on, go home. Get out of here, all of you. Go on, get home.
Okay, copper, don't push. Don't push.
Push if I like.
This is a fine way to treat a man who's defending his wife's honor.
Come on now, bust it up, folks. The fight's over. Get out of here. Go on, get out of here. Go on, go on.
Ethel, honey, it's a good thing that cop came along or I'd have killed that guy.
You would, Joe? But how could you have done that laying there flat on your back?
Oh, I was just stalling, looking the situation over, that's all.
Gee, Joe, I wonder what the situation looked like from where you was. It sure looked funny from where I was.
Now, wait a minute, honey. If we're going to talk about anything funny, let's get back to that hat of yours.
Oh, Joe, I bet you don't like my hat. And it's a brand new salad bowl. I bought it just for you.
Well, I never did like salad. From now on, I won't even like the bowl. Well, just tell me one thing. If you didn't want to take your hat off, what was the harm in scrunching down like the big fella asked
you? Oh, Joe, you silly. Don't you know why I didn't scrunch down?
No, Ethel, baby, but I'd sure like to know.
Why, Joe, if I'd have scrunched down, nobody could have seen my new hat.
Yours truly, Joe Turk.
A grand letter from Joe Turp, a grand performance from Ann Sothern and Bill Gog.
Oh, thank you, Eddie.
You didn't realize I could impersonate such a rowdy type, did you, Edward?
No, you didn't surprise me, Bill. But I must say, I think it's marvelous the way a delicate creature like Ann can throw herself into such a pugnacious role. How do you do it, Ann?
Oh, Ethel's such a real character, Eddie. She's such a genuine person. It wasn't difficult at all.
Well, believe me, I'm going to rush right over after the broadcast and see the picture. I don't know any two stars who could play the parts better than you and Bill.
Oh, thank you.
I think you're right at that, eh?
You'll have to cool him off again. Where's that magical Boswell girl?
Well, she's right here, and she's ready to soothe the savage Turp.
Come on, Bill. Scrunch down.
And the song is Speaking of Heroin. Connie?
Speaking of heaven, once I found an angel. Speaking of angels, darling, how are you? Speaking of heaven, mind if I caress you? Talk about starlight, your eyes twinkle too. You smile and I can see sunbeams. You cry and dewdrops turn to tears. You smile and though it is cloudy, a beautiful rainbow appears. Speaking of rainbows, they're so close to heaven. Speaking of heaven, I'll stay close to you. Speaking of heaven, once I found an angel. I hurry to my. Speaking of angels, darling, how are you? I will heaven. I turn to the right. Speaking of heaven, mind if I caress you? Little white light will lead you to my. Talk about starlight, your eyes twinkle too. I will heaven. You smile and I can see sunbeams. You cry and dewdrops turn to tears. You smile, and though it is cloudy, a beautiful rainbow appears. Speaking of rainbows, they're so close to heaven. Speaking of heaven, I'll stay close to you. In my blue heaven. Speaking of heaven, I will stay close to you.
Very beautiful, Connie.
Daddy, What is it, Snooks?
I want to sing a song.
Oh, don't be silly. After Connie Boswell, there's nobody in the world would want to hear you.
Yes, there is.
Who?
Me.
Well, I'm glad you like it. But you can't sing tonight.
Why?
Because you can't.
If you don't let me sing, I'll...
You'll what?
I'll just shut myself in an ice box and I'll freeze to death.
Snooks, you're looking for a spanking.
Oh, don't spank the kid, Daddy.
Oh, Bill Gargan. Oh, I don't know what to do with her. She drives me crazy.
Let me talk to her. Hello, Snooks.
Hello.
Would you like to hear a riddle?
What's a riddle?
Like, what's the difference between a jeweler and a jailer? A jailer sells watches, and a jeweler watches sells.
That's a riddle?
Yes.
I don't like 'em. Stuck 'em, Daddy.
Now, you behave yourself.
Wait a minute. Here's a good riddle. Listen, Snooks. It's not my sister, it's not my brother, but still it's a child of my father and mother. Who is it? Do you know the answer?
Uh-huh.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Well, who is it?
I don't know.
It's me.
Why?
Oh, don't you see, Snooks? It's not his sister, it's not his brother, but still it's a child of his father and mother. Naturally, it's him.
Oh. I want to do it.
Okay. Here comes Aunt Sothern. Try it on her.
All right. Do you like riddles, Mrs. Sothern?
I love them, Snooks.
Well, it ain't Mr. Gargan's sister. It ain't...
No, your sister.
I ain't got one.
Doesn't make any difference. It's just a riddle. Go ahead.
All right. It ain't my sister.
It's not my brother.
It ain't my sister. It ain't my brother. It ain't my father. It ain't my mother.
Wait a minute. Get it right. It's not my sister, it's not my brother, but still it's a child of my father and mother. Got it?
Got it. It ain't my sister. It ain't my brother, but still it's a child of my father and mother.
Thank heaven.
Who am I?
No. Not who am I. Who is it?
I mean, who is it?
Why, that's easy, Snooks. It's you.
No, it ain't. It's him.
Now, up here, let's all get out of here.
Just a minute, Daddy. Daddy, I'd like a word with Snooks.
Okay, take her at your own risk.
All right. Snooks,
Yes, Mr. Hall.
I've got a letter here, and it mentions you.
I ain't done nothing.
No. Snooks, this letter is from one of our listeners.
Oh.
He writes, because my wife believes Fanny Bryce in the role of Baby Snooks to be the most entertaining sketch on the radio, we felt honor-bound to try Maxwell House coffee. Although I have been a coffee drinker all my life, I have always been indifferent as to brand. But since trying Maxwell House, I have changed from a coffee drinker to a coffee lover. This letter is unsolicited and inspired entirely by a sense of obligation toward a grand product that deserves support. Signed, Louis T. Apple, Huntley Village, Kirkwood, Missouri.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Apple.
And our thanks, too, Mr. Apple. We're glad, Mr. Apple, that you've discovered the coffee that has been the favorite of thousands of men all over America for more than 50 years. And, friends, there are two very good reasons why, today, Maxwell House is making and holding more new friends than ever before in its history. You see, first, we found a way to blend Maxwell House to a new perfection of flavor, a full-bodied, mellow flavor that comes from a very special kind of coffee, choice Highland-grown coffees with a rare goodness unlike any other coffees in the world. And then to bring out the true natural goodness of this matchless new blend, we've developed the uniform radiant roast process, which roasts each coffee bean evenly all the way through. No chance this way of weak coffee from under-roasting or bitter coffee from parched coffee beans. Yes, today you'll find a lot of extra pleasure and satisfaction packed into every familiar blue Maxwell House can. So if you haven't tried Maxwell House coffee lately, ask for a pound tomorrow, won't you? Let your husband compare it with what he now thinks is good coffee. I'll wager he'll say something like this.
Why, darling, you've made a real discovery. This Maxwell House is the best coffee I ever tasted.
For the past 10 weeks, Meredith Wilson has introduced fine new compositions in the concert hall. And tonight, as we close the first concert hall series, Meredith hopes we have helped in some way to add to the lasting treasure of the world's music. Tonight we present the 10th new American composition, the world premiere of an American concert march written especially for this series by Ferdy Groffet, composer of the well-loved Grand Canyon and Rocky Mountain suites. All right, Meredith, Ferdy Groffet's American Concert March. stirring Meredith. My compliments to you and to Ferdy Groffet, composer of the American Concert March. And tonight, the last night of the first concert hall series, Meredith and I would like to express our gratitude to all fine American composers who have taken part so willingly and so ably in our musical experiment. Peter DeRose, Sigmund Rumberg, Duke Ellington, Louis Alter, Dana Suisse, Vernon Duke, Morton Gould, Harry Warren, Harold Arlen, and Ferdy Groffet. We hope that the judgment of succeeding generations will prove this experiment to be a success. And now, until next week, when we promise you a real treat, this is Edward Arnold saying goodnight for Fanny Bryce as Baby Snooks and Hanley Stafford as Daddy, Ann Sothern, William Gargan, Connie Boswell, Raymond Walburn, and Meredith Wilson. See you next week.
This is Warren Hull reminding you that Roaster Fresh Maxwell House coffee comes in both 1 and 2 pound super vacuum cans, and that if you use lots of coffee, you'll find extra economy and convenience in the 2 pound size. And now, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's now, more than ever, good to the last drop.
And Sothern appeared through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios and is soon to be seen in Congo Maisie. The selection piece making is from Swingin' the Dream. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles. And here he is, everybody, our producer and star, who's just returned from a 5,000-mile round-trip flight to Washington, D.C.
That's right, Johnny. Of course, before I left, I was sworn to secrecy as to the purpose of my mission to the Capitol. Now it can be told. But it doesn't matter. When I got there, the apartment was taken. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. You know, I would like to tell you that there are all kinds of people in Washington. I found out they're even politicians. You know what a politician is? That's a guy who walks around without knowing where he's going or what he's doing. In Hollywood, we call them pedestrians. You know, you'd be surprised how the big men in Washington are worried about the housing problem. That's true. You know, the day I left, I saw Warren, Taft, Bricker, and Dewey standing in front of the White House looking dejectedly at a sign that says no vacancy. Seriously, a lot of show people are going into public life. Helen Gahagan, Hal Stiles, there's been talk of Walter Houston, Helen Hayes, and Lucille Gleason. They're doing the same thing. So I can't pretend that it came as a surprise to me that our lovely guest for this evening has some political ambitions. She's here tonight to talk over my being her campaign manager. I give you the people's friend, that fearless, that dauntless crusader who has fought so long and valiantly for what she has always considered her own interests. Honest Ann Sothern.
My friends, I'm not going to make a lot of campaign promises.
Hooray!
I'm not going to guarantee you 2 chickens in every pot. I'm not even going to guarantee you a pot.
Hooray!
But I can promise you this. Changes will be made.
Hooray!
Some of the conditions that prevail today are deplorable.
Hooray!
Friends, did you ever sit in a movie theater watching Ronald Colman make love to Hedy Lamarr, and suddenly the guy next to you starts chewing peanut brittle in your ear? That guy's got to go.
But, Ann, there's a worse pest than that. Have you ever been caught in the shower when the phone rings and you run out dripping wet, pick up the receiver, and a guy says, "Guess who?" That guy's got to go.
Right. Well, that's the idea, Orson. But the one we really got to suppress is the cutie who does magic tricks at parties.
Yes, I know. That's most important. Well, now, Ann, let's not go overboard. No, but it's gratifying to see a woman taking such an active interest in politics. It really is.
Well, thank you, Orson. But there's just one thing I'd like to know. What is the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats?
Well, that's easy. The Republicans are much prettier. They've got clear loose. Tell me more about your political aspirations, Ann. What reforms are you planning?
Well, for one thing, I think the Capitol in Washington, D.C. is too far east. I'm in favor of moving it nearer the center of the country, say around Indiana.
Well, it'd make a nice consolation prize for Wilkie. Be a dangerous precedent, though, Ann. It might mean we'd have to move the Capitol every 4 years to the home state of the guy who runs against Roosevelt.
Oh. Well, then how about moving the Capitol permanently to Hollywood?
Oh, fine. I can just see the neon sign on the White House. Coming soon, Darrell Zanuck presents Congress. 96 gorgeous senators and Abbott and Costello. What good would that do, moving the Capitol to Hollywood? Now, really.
Well, it would help the movie industry.
I've got a much better idea for helping the movie industry. With my plan, the picture people would really mop up.
Well, what is it, Orson?
Very simple. We let the audience in for nothing. Make them pay to get out.
Oh, I forgot your last picture.
Oh, you saw me in Jane Eyre. What did you think of my performance in it?
Jane Eyre? Well, frankly, Orson, I didn't care for it.
Look, Ann, when I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. Now, let's get back to the Ann Sothern campaign for Congress. What the public want to know, or rather what the public wants to know, is what your views are on taxes.
Oh, I think taxes are wonderful. I think the government is doing us a big favor.
A big favor? What do you mean?
Well, with all that stuff you have to carry around in your pockets, ration books, Social Security cards, and gas coupons, the government doesn't want to load you down with money, too. But what I want you to do, Orson, is to help me to figure out a way to stop inflation.
Oh, yes, inflation.
Why do people spend so much money?
Well, that's easy, Ann. Did you ever see the pictures of some of the guys on the money? All solemn, worried-looking men. People have enough troubles. They don't want to look at pictures of guys who look worried. So what do? They get rid of the money as fast as they can. Now, my idea is to substitute pretty girls on the paper money. If a guy's got a dollar bill with a picture of Dorothy Lamour on it and it's a wrong, he isn't going to part with it so fast. He's going to sit up all night looking through his money.
Oh, yes. And that'll keep the men from spending, too. And we can give the women dollar bills with pictures of Frank Sinatra in a sarong.
You made about 30 little people very happy. That's the idea. We'll make money. We'll make people hold on to their money. Carol Landis can hang on to the Carol Landis will be on the $10 bills. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's better. And Linda Darnell on the 20s. And on the $50 bills, Gypsy Rose Lee dancing.
Great. Who'd be on the 100?
Gypsy Rose Lee, 2 choruses later.
That's a wonderful plan. Why don't we start campaigning immediately?
Well, Ann, before I consent to be your campaign manager, it's imperative that I know how you stand on vital questions of the day.
Miss Sothern, what are your views on the peripatetic granitos of the Crovidae?
I'm a for it.
And how do you feel about the granitos?
I'm against it.
And what do you think about the flowns, the crabbits?
I'm neutral.
Neutral? How can you be neutral on such an important matter?
When it comes to things political, one must be supercritical. Out on a limb, there's just one way to go. Controversial points are ticklish, and voters are so ticklish. I play the game the safest way I know.
If you ask her what she thinks of prohibition,
or Moscow mission,
or ceiling rents,
will I vote for socializing the physician?
She's neutral.
I'm sitting on the fence.
If you ask her views on this administration,
or is inflation a consequence?
Will she take a stand on tariff legislation?
I'm neutral.
She's sitting on the fence.
With the aid of Claire Luce, I might introduce a bill you girls would endorse. To cover your toesies with nylon hosies. Oh, beat me, Daddy, with the flying red horse.
If you ask her what she thinks of Wendell Wilkie,
And Wendell Wilkie, constituent.
it's impossible to find a rhyme for Wilkie.
We're neutral, we're sitting on the fence.
She's for Cupid solidly.
Down with all who disagree.
With a girl upon your knee.
Who needs Dr. Anthony?
She's for Goodman, clarinetter.
Entertainment that is better. Down with any operetta.
Up with Lana Turner's sweater. If you ask for views on hotcakes and molasses.
Or demi-tasses.
Now that makes sense.
If you ask him what he thinks of mobile gases.
I'm for it. I'm sitting on the fence.
Oh, summer-proofing.
Not sitting on the fence.
He loves his sponsor.
I love him. Not sitting on the fence.
Well, folks, tonight I've got a little free verse. Well, it's free, and it could be verse. You with me? Okay. Up in Seattle, Washington, lives a chap named Smith, a real live fellow. He's no myth. Now, Mr. Smith owns a car, and does he get the mileage? He goes far. Why? He's a mobile gas guy. Good thing, because Mr. Smith is a salesman by trade. If he's to keep going, those calls must be made. Mr. Smith keeps going. He gets around, so his customers have found. He makes those sales. Mobile gas never fails. The much-traveled Mr. Smith sent us this note. Quote, it's a sensation the way I can squeeze miles from my gasoline ration. Medals to mobile gas. I mean it. If there's a better gas for mileage, I've never seen it. Yes, Mr. Smith smiles. He gets the miles. So, folks, stretch your coupons, turn on your ignitions, get every possible mile under wartime conditions. Mobile gas is America's favorite gasoline, of course. You'll find it at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
The year, 1964. The scene, the White House in Washington, D.C. The Honorable Ann Sothern, President of the United States, is seated at her desk.
Oh, gee, 12 telephones on my desk. I don't know which one to pick up. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hello? Who's calling?
This is Mo. I'd like to speak to F. Dave.
Oh, really now, this is 1964. They don't live here anymore. They left last year.
Take your hands off me,
Flunky! I can come in here whenever I want. I'm the President's husband, Orson Sothern.
Darling, where have you been?
Oh, I just got back from Australia.
Well, really, dear, you must find more time to spend at home. After all, you're the first gentleman of the land now, and people are beginning to talk. A man's place is in the home, you know.
Stop pulling your rank on me.
Well, a president's husband should have dignity. And that reminds me. I want you to stop hanging around the gallery of the Supreme Court. There's too many good-looking dames on that bench.
Oh, there's no harm watching the justices of the Supreme Court.
Well, it won't do you any good. No matter how much you whistle and applaud, they're not going to take their robes off. And another thing. What's this rumor I hear about you writing a newspaper column? My night.
Oh, it's just a little thing to keep me off the street. I'll take it, dear. Hello? This is the President's husband. Oh, yeah? Well, the same to you, and that goes double. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
Who was that, dear?
Westbrook Pegler. I think I'll devote a column to him tomorrow and call it My Nightmare.
Well, don't bother me with that now. I've got important domestic problems. Look at this report. Last night in Washington Park, 20 benches were broken.
Ah, the fleet's in. That's what happens when you make W.C. Fields Secretary of the Navy.
Now, don't be catty, dear.
Darling, don't you think we could fire him and make me Secretary of the Navy?
Now, sweet, don't you mix in politics.
Oh, I want to.
Well, you just go play with your sailboat in the bathtub. W.C. Fields is doing a very good job.
I know, but how does it look for a Secretary of the Navy to launch a ship and then go running down the ways, licking its sides?
your baby does so much want to be a politician, doesn't he?
Yeah, oh, yes, Mommy. I would like that very much.
Sugar plum.
Yes?
Could I be Secretary of the Treasury?
What's wrong with Jack Benny?
Well, he's all right, but I liked it better when the gold was buried in Fort Knox, Kentucky, not under his mattress.
Now, please, dear, I have a phone call to make. Why don't you hop off to Greenland? You haven't been there in 2 weeks.
Oh, always brushing me aside like a used vice president.
Get me the FBI. Hello, FBI. Get me the chief investigator. Hello, Hedda Hopper. Now, listen, dear, this has been going on for 20 years, and it's becoming a public scandal. I want this case cleaned up immediately. I'll give you 24 hours to capture Flat Top.
He died this morning, but we couldn't kill the joke.
Darling, I've got to get over to the House of Representatives. Now, you call all the girls for me and tell them not to forget about Stephanie Early's wedding tomorrow night.
I've been meaning to speak to you about that, dear. You have to take back that present you gave her for her shower.
Oh, but darling, the Secretary of State gave her a living room set.
I know.
The Vice President gave her a gold piano. I couldn't let those girls outdo me.
I know, but giving away Alabama, that's going too far.
The House of Representatives is now in session. Ladies, today the House of Representatives is celebrating the 15th anniversary of the All-Woman Congress.
I object.
That's ham fish. No matter what they do, they can't get him out.
Fellow Congresswomen, Her Excellency, the President of the United States.
Thank you, ladies. I have a very urgent bill that requires your immediate attention. Resolved that the Congress shall appropriate a dozen eggs for the annual Easter egg rolling contest on the White House lawn in view of the fact that Orson refused to let us roll him again this year. Madam Speaker, the bill is open for discussion.
Ladies, please remember parliamentary procedure. The chair recognizes a lady from South Dakota.
Well, I don't see how you can. She's had her face lifted 3 times.
Please, Mrs. President, the chair recognizes a lady from South Dakota. You had your hand up, didn't you? Do you want to discuss this bill?
No, this is my first day in Congress. I just want to know where the powder room is.
Ladies, come to order. The chair recognizes the Congresswoman at large. Mrs. Speaker, I don't know anything about egg rolling, but I do know that the campfire girls must have more campfire boys.
Back so soon, dear?
Yes. Oh, what a day I had in Congress. I can't stand that Aggie Google-Gloster from New Jersey. She was wearing the same hat I was.
Now, just relax, dear. Here, I brought you your cigarettes and your mules.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Now, look, I'm tired of just being the president's husband. I want to
Quiet time concentrating.
Well, I do. I want to be... I really
Orson, you talk back to me once more, and I'll make you Secretary of Labor.
Oh, no, dear, not that. I couldn't stand it, having my friends call me Ma Wells.
Well, then just leave me alone. I have some work to do on the national budget.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Don't you think you've been spending too much money?
Oh, stop, darling. You're beginning to talk like a Republican.
Well, I mean it. Look at this $80 million item. We've got a perfectly good bridge running from Oakland to San Francisco. Why did you order a new one built that goes halfway across the bay, turns around, and comes back?
Well, you wouldn't understand that, dear. That's for people who change their minds.
What's Congress going to think about an item like this? Now, look here. An item like this in the budget, $12.95 for a girdle.
Well, you don't have to wear it if you don't want to.
What's funny about that?
And what are you worried about anyway? Look at the revenue we're getting from my new pay-as-you-kiss tax.
Well, I'll admit it's a pretty good idea. But look at the black market that's sprung up. There are kiss easies all over the country. Besides, there are too many ways to get around that tax. One guy deducted $800 for chapped lips. And the Eskimos are complaining, too. They claim we're making them pay through the nose.
Well, darling, just let me worry about the taxes.
All right, come on, dear. You've worked hard enough today. Let's go Betty bye.
All right, dear.
There, I've turned your bed down.
Thanks.
Oh, I'll turn in. Good night, dear.
Good night. Oh, heavens. I knew I'd forgotten something. Now, what did I do with that bill?
Which one, dear? The anti-filibuster bill?
No, the gas bill. I know it's in this desk somewhere. Not here. Not here.
Darling, what was it? A mouse?
No, an old Dewey button.
Here, let me look for the bill.
Another Dewey button?
No, Dewey.
Friends, I know a soldier, a civilian soldier. He doesn't wear a military uniform, but notice, please, he always wears a smile. In his unassuming way, he does a whopping job. He helps to keep the autos of America rolling. Who is this man? Your mobile gas dealer. Friends, he knows how deadly serious America's transportation situation is today. He knows 4 workers out of every 5 must get to work in private cars, or else. He'll go all out to keep your car in working order and to keep it lasting longer. Notice this. Your mobile gas dealer never tries to sell you an expensive bill of goods. He only sells you what your car should have. Is your car in shape for summer driving? If so, keep it that way. Let your mobile gas dealer check it thoroughly and frequently. Let him give your car the service it needs, the products it deserves. Your mobile gas dealer is standing by, so drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
And now our all-star jazz combination comes back to the Mercury Wonder Show this week and brings you in the person of Mutt Carey on the trumpet, Kid Ory on the trombone, Barney Bigard on the clarinet, Buster Wilson on the piano, Bud Scott guitar, Ed Garland bass, and Zutty Singleton drums. A great classic of hot jazz, Worry Blues.
and Juliet. Orson Welles brings you the final scene from Shakespeare's tragedy. Mr. Welles playing Romeo and Hans Conried playing the Count Paris. Romeo, banished from Verona, hears the news of the supposed death of Juliet. Purchasing a poison, he returns by night to kill himself in Juliet's grave. Count Paris, intended by Juliet's parents to be her husband, is there before him in the tomb.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth, thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
But by unhallowed toil, vile Montague, can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, or thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Fly hence and leave me. Oh, be gone. By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I come hither armed against myself.
I do defy thy conjurations and apprehend thee for a felon here.
Wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy.
Hey, be merciful. Open the tomb. Lay me with you. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble County Paris. Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern, slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence, full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. Oh, my love, my wife, death that hath sucked the honey of thy breath hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean of horrid monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, owe you the doors of breath. Seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once bring on the dashing rocks thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love. O true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus, with a kiss, I die.
say goodnight now. Thank you so much. Please join us again next Wednesday night. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always obediently yours.
The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to the Orson Welles Show. Mr. Wells' guests are Lee and Lynn Wilde, the gorgeous twins who have caused such a sensation in MGM's Andy Hardy's Blonde Trouble, starring Mickey Rooney. And Sothern appears with the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the White Cliffs of Dover. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.